Good morning. And welcome to the June 27th Community and Public Services Committee meeting. We'll start by acknowledging that this place where we are gathered today is the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory. And we take this opportunity to thank the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, including the Cree, the Dene, the Saulteaux, the Nakota Sioux, and the Blackfoot peoples. We also acknowledge this as the Métis homeland and the home of the largest concentration of Inuit south of the 60th parallel. This has long been a welcoming place for all peoples who come from around the world to share Edmonton as their home. Together we call upon our collective honor, traditions, and spirits to work in building a great city today and for future generations. Start with a roll call of committee members. Mayor Sohi.
I'm here.
Good morning. Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Morning. Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
And we are also joined by Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
I'm just looking through our attendees here. Bear with me. I'm sorry, this computer's not going to cooperate. If there's anybody else from council that would like to just say good morning, please go ahead.
Good morning. It's Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning, Councillor Rutherford. Very good. Well, thanks for everyone for joining us today. We'll move to adoption of the agenda. Just for simplicity's sake, I'll move that the June 27th, 2022 Community and Public Services Committee meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. Additions 6.12, Affordable Housing Investment Plan Update, which was published on June 20th, and 6.13, Affordable Housing Tax Relief Parameters and Grant Mechanisms, published on June 21st, 2022, and a replacement report for 6.7, Snow and Ice Control Programmed Approach for the 2022-23 winter season, published on June 24th. Please vote on adoption of the agenda with those changes.
And just Councillor Cartmel, may I confirm if we're approving the request for the items to be dealt with together as well?
Oh, right, sorry. And also a request that 6.12 and 6.13 be dealt with items 6.1 through 6.6. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And adoption of the agenda is carried. Approval of the minutes. I'll move that the June 13, 2022 Community and Public Services Committee minutes be approved. Seeing no speakers, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Protocol items. I am not aware of any protocol items. Is there anyone that wishes to offer any? We'll move then to selection of items for debate. And while we're waiting, I'll select items 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, 6.4, 6.5, 6.6, 6.7, 6.12, and 6.13. Councillor Jans?
Can I select 5.3? And I think we got everything else.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Tang?
Did you select 6.7?
I did select 6.7, yes.
Oh, apologies. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We get 6.10.
Mayor Sohi?
So we have speakers on 6-9. So I'll select that. We have 6-10 as well, speakers. We also have speakers on 6-11.
We do.
Yeah. And 6-1-2, that's been selected already, got it. Okay.
Thank
Got it.
you. Anything else?
Nope.
Okay, Councillor Wright?
I believe we also have speakers for 6-8.
Select 9.1.
Correct? 6-8,
Yeah.
thank you.
6-8 and 9.1.
You wanted to select 9.1?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you. That's pretty much everything then. Anybody else? I'll take a motion to approve items 5.1 and 5.2.
So move.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Madam Clerk, would you care to summarize what we've approved so far today?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This morning, Community and Public Services Committee passed the recommendations in the following reports without debate. Item 5.1, Food Waste and Insecurity Report, Analysis and Implementation Options, will be returning on August 8th, 2022. And item 5.2, Mutual Aid Organizations, will be returning with a revised due date of August 22nd, 2022.
Thank you. Request to speak. So this will be quite involved, so bear with me. So first of all, I will move that Community and Public Services Committee hear from the following speakers in panels where appropriate on the following items 6.1 through 6.6 and 6.12 and 6.13. Dan Cormack, Paul Cabaj, Cole Kander, Michael Fair, Sam Collias, Nick Lilly, Cynthia Rain, Rob Appleyard, Samantha Collias-Gunn, Gord Johnson, Mark Hussein, Cameron McDonald, and Murray Soroka. On item 6.7, Snow and Ice Control, Steve Bradshaw and Eric Lewis. On 6.8, Vehicle for Hire Bylaw Amendment, Dewinder Deo, Brett Bain, Philip Strong, Uday Kumar. On 6.9, Biological Pest Control Measures, Mark Stumpf Allen, Raquel Farreau, Rod Olstad, Robert Wilde, Elizabeth Beaubien, and Jackie Pallard. On item 6.10, Festival Support and Growth, Ron Walker, Suave McBean, Danielle Cornway, Jay Kendi, and Christy Morin. On 6.11, Transit Safety Plan, Cassie Carrier, Elizabeth Wells, Ethan Sapina, and Caden Turcalo. And I believe that's it. For speakers, please vote on hearing from those speakers.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Requests for time specific on agenda. So we have passed the agenda with items 6.9 and 6.10 as first and second items. We also have a request for time specific that the following items be time specific at 1:30, and that would be items 6.1 through 6.6 and 6.12 and 6.13. I will move this. I'm trepidatious. I'm not sure we'll get through the first two items today, never mind this morning, but we can try this. So I'll move that those items be made time specific for 1:30 today, 6:1 through 6:6, and 6:12 and 13. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. So if you're here for those items 6:1 through 6:6 or 6:12 and 13, we will not be starting until 1:30 this afternoon. And we will start with an admin presentation and then hearing from speakers, just so you can manage your time somewhat if you're here for those items. Councillor inquiries. Are there any councillor inquiries this morning? I'm not aware of any, but in case there are, I'm not seeing anybody click on. So I believe that takes us to item 5.3. Councillor Jens.
Thank you. My question to administration is, this has been a item of considerable interest in the community and great frustration. I understand that the report would be delayed now until August 8th. I was just wondering if there's a sense of interim action that could be taken, or is admin privy to share any potential recommendations that may be required coming from this report? Like, for example, if a additional change in fine or bylaw is required, would it be possible to expedite or include some of that work now so that come August 8th, when the report comes, we'd be ready to take action?
I'm happy to jump in on this if you want. I heard somebody taking in the room. I heard somebody taking a breath. So
That was me. Go ahead.
okay, thanks. I think we have heard the request from you and a couple of your colleagues for sure about the need to think outside the box on how we're approaching this. Certainly our efforts continue with respect to vehicle noise enforcement. We're continuing with the project Tensor work that has that happened last year, and that's work that's in conjunction with the Edmonton Police Service, putting joint teams out on the street in some of those hot spots where we're getting those complaints for vehicle noise. I'm not sure if we have any recommendations specific for you right now, but I know some of the proposed changes for bylaw. I think there are some legislated stumbling blocks, and I know Nancy is here to speak to those today, but if there's anything that you had to suggest, I guess that's something that we could consider.
Can I ask about the potential of increasing the fines? Is that something that could be expedited, or is that something that's contemplated as a subsequent recommendation in the report?
I think there's definitely going to be a contemplation of that, but with respect to the question about whether that can be expedited, Nancy, I'm not sure if you could weigh in on the logistics of that, please.
Thanks, Mr. Jones. So the challenge with increasing the fines is the fine for vehicle noise generally is in the Traffic Safety Act. We have a fine for motorcycle noise, but not for general vehicle noise. So I can't increase something that doesn't already exist.
Okay, so I see Councillor Knack on the board as well too, so I'm curious to see what he has. I understand the request to defer it, and I think I would accept that, but certainly trying to figure out if there's other interim measures we can do to keep Edmontonians safe over the summer. So I'll yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. So I just want to ask about that last line, Mr. Gibson. You mentioned that there isn't something in place right now for regular vehicle noise. Is that, I'm not quite sure. Is that something that is a provincial challenge that we can't do it unless they make a change, or is it just something we haven't done on our end?
Councillor Knack, we have only created a specific bylaw offense for motorcycles. We haven't created one that applies generally to all vehicles. There is a provincial rule. We just can't alter the fine amount for that.
So we could create a regular vehicle noise one now if we wanted to, just the amount can't be varied. Is that what I'm hearing?
You could create the offense. There's a number of challenges with the enforceability of these types of offenses that I don't know that we'll get into today, but we could create an offense similar to what we have for motorcycles, and you can set the fine amount for that. We just don't have anything today to say that we can expedite an increase because it doesn't currently exist.
Yeah. I guess the question really is, to a little bit to Councillor Jans's point, I'm trying to figure out what we do between now and say in August 8th, or you know, while we have Project Tensor, which I think is a step in the right direction, we are still facing fairly similar challenges, and so I guess I'm trying to figure out how do we make sure we don't leave these community members for another year without the sort of appropriate action to help address this. And so is there any thought around how we can try to better tackle that this year? Because otherwise, if we wait till August 8th, we're going to miss another year, and it's already a struggle.
Thanks very much for that question. I think if I could take a stab at it, I think we continue to do enforcement. If we look at increased enforcement, that becomes a capacity issue both for our peace officers, but also for the Edmonton Police Service. And I certainly don't want to speak for them and how they could reallocate resources. What I can tell you is in 2021, Project Tensor, just on its own, outside of any other tickets, wrote 279 excessive or unnecessary noise tickets associated to vehicle noise during the course of those operations.
And that's this year so far, 279, you said?
No, sorry, that's 2021 data.
Okay.
I don't have the numbers offhand, just because we haven't, you know, it's a running number,
Sure.
so certainly we can bring it back.
How often are teams out right now? What's sort of the standard protocol for Project Tensor?
I don't know if and I don't think anybody from the EPS is here with respect to their operations, our joint operations. I don't have the schedule on hand, I'm afraid, but I can reach out to my team and see if I can get that for this conversation.
Okay.
But certainly we're bringing people in, we're bringing our peace officers in on overtime in order to fully staff up those operations with the Edmonton Police Service.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be good just to have some more information, because again, I just don't want to leave these folks sort of without an adequate solution again. And I realize that this is new essentially for me. I'm taking over some areas previously represented by Councillor McKean, and I can sense the exhaustion from the residents there who have feel like they've been dealing with it for, you know, a decade or more. And so I'll await that memo, and then maybe we can connect offline to see how we can make sure we're not leaving them out for the next little bit here while we'll wait the bigger piece. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Any other questions? With that then, Councillor Jans, would you care to move the
So moved.
rescheduling? 5.3, thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. Let us start then with item 6.9, biological pest control measures, communication and education strategy. We do need a presentation because this is about the education strategy. And we have speakers.
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson, committee members, members of council. We do have a brief presentation, or we can go to questions, whatever committee prefers.
Let's have the presentation if it's quick. Thank you.
So this morning, we are here to provide an update in regards to the plan that administration has developed to increase education, monitoring, and research for alternate biological control measures to deal with mosquitoes. With me this morning is Craig McEwen, our Branch Manager, Parks and Road Services, as well as Travis Kennedy, our General Supervisor of Open Space Operations. As well, we have other individuals to support, Mark Beer, our Director of Infrastructure Operations, as well as Mike Jenkins, our Pest Management Coordinator, and our resident mosquito control expert. Previously, City Council passed a motion at the April 4th meeting to redirect $507,000 from the annual aerial mosquito program to move to the development of education and an alternative biological pest control measures program to manage Edmonton's mosquito population beginning in 2022. Next slide, please. We want to start off the presentation by sharing one of the components of our communications and engagement strategy. We have a short video that's an educational video that is part of the program.
Edmonton is home to more than 30 native species of mosquitoes. Those pesky insects that make your outdoor summer living a little more uncomfortable. So what's the City of Edmonton doing to protect you from these summertime pests? Meet Mike Jenkins.
The City of Edmonton has two primary mosquito control programs: our ground program and our biological enhancement programs. The ground program consists of our ditch crews and backpack applicators going out and actively applying larvicide to habitat where mosquito larvae are developing to reduce the numbers that are coming out of those aquatic habitats, which then reduces the number of adult mosquitoes. The biological enhancement program is encouraging biodiversity in a variety of habitats around the city, in particular stormwater ponds, to increase the number of natural predators, things like dragonflies, bats, and birds, that can help reduce the numbers of mosquitoes through predation. Increased biodiversity helps develop healthier ecosystems. Healthier ecosystems have fewer pest problems all the way around.
You can also play a role in mosquito mitigation and protecting yourselves from bites.
Within our own backyards, there is the potential for mosquito habitat development. Going into your backyard and checking to see if there are larvae developing in bird baths, eaves troughs, old tires, playground equipment, anything that's potentially collecting water, getting rid of that water or making sure that it's cycled through so you have fresh water on a regular basis. All of those can help reduce the number of mosquitoes that are developing within the city itself.
Learn more about our mosquito control program at edmonton.ca/mosquitoes.
I'll now pass the presentation over to Craig and Travis to take you through some of the details of the work that's ongoing.
Okay, thanks. Next slide. So maintaining healthy and vibrant open spaces is essential to achieving the strategic goals of Connect Edmonton and is aligned with the city's corporate outcomes. Insect pests, especially mosquitoes, are an important consideration in enabling residents and visitors to enjoy and benefit from Edmonton's green spaces. Effective pest management is an important service provided by the city. The City of Edmonton has historically provided citywide mosquito control through science-based ground and aerial biological control programs using products containing BTI, a biologically selective toxin derived from soil bacteria that targets mosquito larvae. The ground control program will continue with targeted treatments of roadside ditches and other temporary ground habitats using classical biological control. Next slide.
So the city considered a number of factors in the development of alternative biological control measures for mosquitoes, including ecology, biodiversity, and effectiveness. an understanding of the differences between a natural control and a biological control were important for us to define. Natural controls are naturally occurring organisms and environmental factors that keep pest populations in check with no human input. The primary environmental factor affecting Edmonton area mosquito populations is precipitation. Dry years with little snowmelt or rainfall naturally control mosquito populations by reducing temporary water bodies for larva development. However, in wet years where there are many temporary water bodies for mosquitoes to lay eggs, mosquito hatching waves overwhelm natural predators such as bats or dragonflies. In this case, mosquito predators typically cannot control mosquito populations enough to be noticeable to humans. In wet years, human intervention is often used to reduce mosquito pest populations to improve livability for Edmontonians. Those interventions may include the use of biological controls. A biological control is a component of an integrated pest management strategy, defined as the reduction of pest populations by natural enemies. It typically involves an active human role. Next slide, please. There are three broad types of biological control where human input is involved. Classical, that's the introduction of natural enemies to a new locale. Conservation, working to ensure the conservation of existing natural enemies who are already present. And augmentation, the supplemental release of natural enemies to increase the existing populations. An example of a classical biological control is the use of BTI products, since they are made from naturally occurring soil bacteria toxic to mosquito larvae. This particular biological control has been used in Edmonton for many years in its mosquito control program. The conservation type controls often look at habitat modification or enhancement to support natural enemies. Augmentation activities may include captive breeding and release of natural enemies to increase existing local populations. As with any pest management approach, biological controls of any type or combination must be used consciously and carefully with understanding of the implications to the environment and biodiversity, and some components are regulated by several orders of government. Introduction of non-native species to an area or heavily augmenting existing populations of natural enemies can have unintended consequences for native species or local population balances. Available habitat is also a factor. Habitat restoration or enhancement can take many years and can be impeded by competing interests, especially in an urban environment. For example, stormwater management facility naturalization has the potential to offer habitat for mosquito predators such as dragonflies or birds, but is not always seen as aesthetically appropriate by adjacent residents. Next slide, please. The city's mosquito control program for 2022 will continue to proactively manage the mosquito population to ensure outdoor spaces are healthy and safe to enjoy. Administration has planned various program enhancements to utilize the redirected funding from the aerial control program. Beginning in 2022, alternative biological control activities will include the research and trial installation of up to 50 bat houses in the Edmonton area, including monitoring for establishment, temperature, fungal testing, and bat activity, identification and mapping of potential mosquito larva development sites for possible modification or elimination by regrading the area to prevent water from pooling, and using appropriate re-landscaping techniques like sod, shrub beds, or naturalization. Next slide, please. Administration will also carry out enhanced monitoring and surveillance of mosquitoes and biodiversity, including increased adult and larval population monitoring using additional traps, counters, and real-time data collection, and collecting population data and identifying sources of mosquito predators in both treated and untreated locations in the Edmonton area. Enhanced monitoring and surveillance of mosquito populations will improve our understanding of seasonal population dynamics and assess the effectiveness of our control activities. Collecting data on mosquito predators helps to understand if, how much, and where they are impacting mosquito populations, and where it might be possible to try to enhance any predator populations. Overall, these activities contribute to our ongoing biodiversity and ecosystem monitoring, as administration will continue to assess impacts on non-mosquito species population as a result of our control activities. Monitoring data is part of an important feedback loop to improve the mosquito program over time, including supporting enhanced communications or changes to our control activities. Next slide, please. We are actively implementing an enhanced communications and education plan focusing on increasing confidence that the city delivers a programmed approach to mosquito control, respecting ecology and biodiversity, engaging and informing residents on continued city mosquito control activities, including raising awareness of the benefits of biologically derived technologies and biodiversity, communicating other city efforts that contribute to biological pest control through predator habitat support, such as urban forest canopy expansion and naturalization, recommending actions recommending actions for Edmontonians that they can take to reduce mosquitoes around their private property. Next slide, please. The city's mosquito control program will continue to be planned and delivered in accordance with the City of Edmonton's integrated pest management policy. The majority of the redirected $507,000 in funding will go towards personnel and monitoring related costs. This fall, program effectiveness and value for money will be evaluated based on a new public feedback survey, 311 notifications, and metrics around biodiversity and mosquito population data. The last public feedback survey was conducted in September 2018 through the Insight community. Overall, those survey results showed that 66% of respondents were satisfied or very satisfied with the city's approach to managing mosquitoes in Edmonton. As new communications, education programs, and biological controls are developed and implemented, administration will continue to take an ecological approach to managing mosquito pests, respecting biodiversity, safety, and effectiveness for staff and residents. To continually improve the mosquito control program over the next several years, administration will regularly collect and analyze public feedback and program data to make informed decisions. Happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. We'll now hear from speakers. Let's see. I think first of all, I'll introduce the concept here. So speakers will be heard in panels. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to present. The clerk will run the official timer here in council chamber. The timer lights on the podium will be green for the first 4 minutes, yellow for the final minute, and red when the 5 minutes are up. If participating virtually, you may wish to use a timer of your own. I will note that we have a lot of speakers on items today, so I'm going to be very exacting on the time limits. When everyone in your panel has had a chance to present, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. For this reason, you may wish to remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked of your panel. If you are participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking. If you're experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the city clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you're here with us in person, the clerk will guide you to your seat when it's your turn to speak. I think we'll have everybody come up to the front here. In the event of an emergency, please follow the clerk's directions to evacuate. City staff will direct you to your muster point. So we have 6 speakers on this panel, starting with Mark Stumpf-Allen, who I believe is joining us remotely, followed by Raquel Furrow, who's joining us remotely.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Good morning, everyone. As an environmental educator who has developed educational programs, I feel I can contribute to this discussion. This report includes a lot of detailed information that makes the issue very confusing, and it was exhausting to read it all. So I want to speak to what I feel are the 3 big truths of this topic. My first big truth is that mosquitoes are part of a healthy and vibrant ecosystem. Making their habitat deadly can't possibly create health and vibrancy. Science-based research continues to identify damage our pest control measures have wrought. We're watching ecosystems collapse and monitoring local extinctions of many species. The approach to IPM should be one that enhances biodiversity. Our historical approach of complaining must be replaced with understanding. As I outlined to this committee on March 21st, the use of toxins is not part of an IPM strategy. It is a failing of IPM and perpetuates a destructive cycle at the expense of biodiversity. I encourage the committee to consider the information in the report only a starting point, not a goal, and then ask what is possible and how do we better IPM policy to guide us to improve our approach to management and not get stuck at the bottom. My second big truth is that ecosystems are complex. Development has left nature depleted and out of balance. The approach presented in the report uses bats and toxins for control, which are natural, yes, but bat breeding programs and habitat are an important part of restoration. But without restoring complete, complex, healthy, vibrant, and functioning ecosystems, the bats will leave to find it elsewhere. Bats, BTI, and other killers don't result in health or balance. Our goal should be to create the complex web of aquatic and terrestrial plant species that is required to support a complex web of insect and animal predators. Soil ecosystems are also complex, and filling low spots with depleted soil just moves the problem to another location and does nothing to improve vibrancy. In fact, it further reduces biodiversity. These complexities, not killing, should be addressed in this educational strategy. The process won't be quick or easy, but we can learn a lot when we stop fighting what we can't control and make nature an ally and choose to learn from it. My final truth is that residents are supportive of natural alternatives. Survey data shows that residents are concerned and want the city to act, but the survey questions presented in the report that are worded to elicit a desired response are meant to reaffirm old paradigms, referred to here as the historical approach. In other words, they ask for an opinion on an old model, not guidance towards a new approach. The data also shows that when a natural alternative is presented, namely sheep grazing on weeds, residents are very supportive. This is strong direction to council to find better ways to address the issues. Find ways which reduce toxins and take an ecosystem approach. Residents are concerned and even scared of the damage that toxins and biocides are doing to nature, to our families, and to our future. We want an approach that values natural systems and works to restore balance. Those are my three big truths. I hope they bring some perspective to the confusing array of details presented in this report. I attached 5 book titles that would be very helpful to staff to properly implement your IPM policy and to develop balanced educational processes. Thanks for your time and for your ongoing commitment to making Edmonton a healthy and vibrant biophilic city.
Thank you. Next we have Raquel Farreau, followed by Rod Alstead. Ms. Farreau.
I have a PowerPoint, if it's possible to bring that up. There's 4 slides. So we should be on the first slide. Thank you, Council. I have in slide 1 a request that we ask administration to further refine this budget, and I'll offer suggestions for doing that in a minute. I think that part is very important after scrutinizing their budget proposal. Slide 2, my message here is that BTI takes out the base of aquatic food chains. At first, BTI was not really my hill to die on. Primarily, I didn't want helicopters blowing our carbon and financial budgets, but I've since been further educated by authoritative locals like Dr. Lou Carbon, John Spence, and others, and attended a webinar on BTI. It featured 2 independent researchers, and I think the independence of the researchers is important. No industry ties. Dr. Bridget Pullen and Dr. Karsten Bruhl found that BTI, when used to reduce mosquito larvae, can drastically affect non-biting midges. So that's super important to understand the effects on non-biting midges. Midges, the importance of that is that midges can make up to 70% of the base of the aquatic food chain in terms of mass. So the loss of the base of the food chain, of course, knocks on to affect insect-eating birds, dragonflies, beetles, spiders, bats, amphibians, fish. Everything is connected. So specifically, the researchers found 50% drop in dragonflies in areas treated with BTI, 75% drop in spiders, 64% loss in beetles. They also question the assertion that BTI is active for only 24 hours. Dr. Pullen explained how BTI can persist in the sediment for months. So decision makers, informed by independent science now, are making different decisions. The largest BTI ban that I know of is a federal law. In Germany, they ban the use of BTI and other biocides in natural areas. So I think we have cheaper, sustainable alternatives, and we can educate citizens who value biodiversity to focus on personal protection and also education, more education regarding what constitutes a healthy ecosystem. People's aesthetic sense can even change. a berm by my house that was all, had dead snags. I always thought, geez, why don't they put in some beautiful linear bushes of roses or something? And then I realized those snags are homes to pileated woodpeckers and chickadees. So I think people's aesthetic sense can change with education. So we know from the surveys that 74% of Edmontonians are concerned about the impact of pesticides. Oh, next slide, please. Sorry. And they're concerned about the impact of pesticides on aquatic health. So I think we can capitalize on those attitudes. We are facing, after all, the 6th mass extinction, and the taxa most affected are the insects. So we can't continue to kill off the base of the food chain and still address our biodiversity and climate crisis. So my ask today, something that I would love questions on if there's time, is the budget ask. I think we can refine the budget. I believe that council the administration misinterpreted the direction from the context of the debate. I really expected the Jans and Paquette motions would shift administration towards programming designed to shift the paradigm and give nature a lift. So only a very small part of that budget is directly going towards habitat restoration. Most is continued monitoring that has already been happening, tablet computers for data collection. But I think we already have the data sets we need to lean into the restoration work. And we have a lot of programs that could be better supported, like Root for Trees, forestry's efforts to achieve our tree canopy goals, programming. I've seen the city's IPM department do excellent work with Nature Alberta and Edmonton Land Trust and other conservation organizations. So I think we could add a lot of resources to the IPM website, educational resources already developed by existing partners. So I'd really like to be part of helping with that. I'd love to work with the IPM department on even posting the webinar that Pesticide Free Edmonton did on BTI, Nature Alberta's Backyard Biodiversity Guide, that kind of thing.
Thank you, Ms. Farrell. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your submissions. Next we have Rod Alstad, followed by Robert Wilde and Elizabeth Beaubien, who I think are here in person. That's what my notes say. So if you just want to make your way up to the countertop here, and your turn will be coming up next. Please go ahead, Rod.
Good morning, Mayor Sohi and councillors. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present to you. And I note that administration, I believe that they just kind of updated the report that was released previously, I think just yesterday. So I had a chance to briefly have a look at it. And I noted that, one of the things that was mentioned was that historically the city has used BTI to control mosquitoes. And really, that report omits the fact that the city used chlorpyrifos, a really potent and volatile neurotoxin to control mosquitoes for quite a while, really compromising biological diversity, and I would say compromising the health of the citizens of Edmonton, including children. So I think it's important to look at this issue in that context, that biodiversity has really been challenged in the city for a number of years, and so it's really time to do what needs to be done to protect and to mitigate the damages that were done in the past. And one more thing here as well is that my understanding is that there's also a proposal for our wonderful river valley to become a national park. And I would imagine that if we do have a national park here, that the use of pesticides, including BTI, would not really be appropriate. I mean, because we do want to protect our biodiversity, and BTI clearly has significant impacts on biodiversity. So I have a little report here. My vision is not very good, so so you don't have to put up with me stumbling over the words here, I'm going to use Siri here, and I've done that before, so please bear with me, and here's my presentation.
Honorable Mayor Sohi and City Councilors, I originally prepared my presentation for the June 13th committee meeting, which was delayed until today. Just a note that this presentation is slightly amended from the earlier one. I also note that administration's report in question was also updated and apparently just released yesterday. After reviewing the updated report, I stand by my comments below. I speak against the motion at hand, namely the motion to accept the biological, pest control communication and public education report for information. In my opinion, administration has made significant omissions in this report, and they need to make every effort to address these deficiencies. Well, they say that one man's junk is another person's treasure. In that same vein, according to BTI critic, Dr. Bridget Poulin, 700,000 pesky mosquitoes provide treasured sustenance in 1 year for a single family grouping of 2 adult house martins and their 4 or 5 chicks. Though the house martin is not native to Alberta, the purple martin and a number of insectivore swallows are, and we can extrapolate Dr. Poulin's research to these birds. This is the kind of information and focus that is missing in administration's report. A critical omission in this report is the severe lack of information about impacted insectivore birds. After all, on May 10th, Mayor Sohi proudly accepted Nature Canada's designation of Edmonton as a bird-friendly city. Part of the reason why Nature Canada made this designation is because Edmonton Council had earlier in April passed motions to eliminate funding for the aerial mosquito spray program and also made commitments to implementing a comprehensive cosmetic pesticide ban on public and private land by 2023. So, my first question to administration is, given Edmonton's recent designation as a bird-friendly city, why are birds, and especially those of the insectivore variety, hardly mentioned at all? Why isn't monitoring of bank and barn swallow featured prominently? I love bats as much as any Edmontonian, but I'm especially fond of birds, and so too are many Edmontonians and many travelers to Edmonton. In information presented by you of a Professor Mark Boyce at the April 4th meeting of this committee, the precipitous 98% declines of insectivore bird species such as bank swallows and barn swallows was comprehensively described. Did administration not believe the presentation from Dr. Boyce where he presented as evidence of what is arguably the pending extinction of these birds? Many Edmontonians recognize that there is a crisis of the loss of biodiversity with epic declines in bird populations and, coincidentally, of their insect prey. I urge city administration, in their communications and public education campaign, to clearly address this crisis and show how Edmontonians can play their part in saving treasured bird species from pending extinction. The problem here is that BTI is so effective at destroying mosquito larvae. According to another BTI critic, Dr. Kirsten Brull, BTI kills up to 98% of mosquito larvae and a range of other non-targeted insects in treated areas. This is bound to have impacts on biodiversity, on species that see their food chain nearly wiped out. Drs. Brull and Poulin's research show significant impacts in the viability of insectivore birds and amphibians in BTI-treated areas. My recollection, and the recollections of my colleagues and friends who also presented on April 4th, was that the protection and enhancement of biological diversity was core to the intent of the motion passed by the committee. Though biological diversity is mentioned occasionally, biological control of mosquitoes is clearly the focus of the report and appears to remain the focus of administration and, specifically, of the Pest Control Department. I agree with my colleagues' request that the vast majority of the funding for the aerial mosquito control program should be redirected to a new city of Edmonton Department of Environment and Protection of.
Sorry, that last little bit. Yeah, I guess my time is up. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Olsted. Next we have Robert Wilde.
So,
Has
Mr.
Mr. Wilde switched to online?
We received word from our offices that Robert Wilde is no longer available to speak on item 6.9.
Oh, I see. Okay. Then we'll go to Elizabeth Bobia. Good morning.
Thank you. Yeah, do you want to turn on my PowerPoint? Does she know which one it is? You have it. Okay, that's great. Yeah, my title is that mosquito control with BTI actually damages wetland food chains, food webs. It's coming. So just a bit of background on me. Since 1987, I have coordinated a citizen science program across Alberta where people track bloom times of wild plants. And this brings in amazing data actually on all kinds of other creatures every year around the province, including mosquitoes. And more relevantly here, perhaps, I am been coming to council for 3 decades on this issue of reducing toxins in the environment. So I'm glad to be back. Next slide. The toxin BTI, the long name is Bacillus thuringiensis israelensis, is produced by a bacterium that occurs naturally in the soil. But we need to be cautious. BT, which is just another type of this bacterium, is also used to genetically modify crops. It's been sprayed for years on GMO crops, and it appears it's building up in the soil. We don't know what it does to many insects, but here's one scary thing. The pollen from BT-modified corn plants can be carried on the wind, and when it lands on milkweed plants, that's a common milkweed right there, the food for monarch butterflies, it kills them. BT pollen is lethal to these already threatened insects. Next slide. Let's remember the DDT story. DDT was an insecticide commonly sprayed in homes and offices about 50 years ago to kill insects, and it was believed to be very safe. Then we found out that it traveled through the food web. I don't know if you know about food webs or food chains, but think of mosquito larvae eaten by dragonfly larvae, which are then eaten by small fish, then bigger fish, and then finally a bald eagle. Next slide, please. The poisons in TDT were concentrated until the top predators, such as this peregrine falcon, could not produce chicks. Their eggshells became so thin that they crushed them trying to brood the eggs. Scientists finally figured out that DDT was the problem. It was banned, and then the falcons started to come back. Next slide, please. So main issues with BTI. You've heard a bit of this. This is how you actually spell Dr. Brigitte Poulin's name. She was born in Canada. She's now working in the south of France, and she has studied many creatures, but her main love is birds. Oh, wait a sec. She found out that half the dragonflies, which are major consumers of mosquitoes, disappeared in areas that were treated with BTI. But she studies house martins. Now this is a bird that to me looks quite a bit like our tree swallow, but the nest is really different. It's obviously made of mud. She found that adults needed 700,000 mosquitoes to get off one batch of chicks so that they were grown up and ready to fly. So their major mosquito control are these aerial insectivores, the swallow group. But she found an 80% drop in food while she was studying these house martins. The insects in the air were just not there. So what did the adults do? They tried to feed their babies ants, which didn't work too well. 1/3 of the chicks died in the nest. So anyway, BTI seems to kill much of the food that these and similar birds eat, which is very likely one reason that similar birds are disappearing in Canada and globally. Next slide, please. Also, excellent research is being done by Dr. Bruhl in Germany. He discovered that it kills non-biting midges, which are important food for birds, dragonflies, fish, and frogs. I was just camping in Lac La Biche early June. The sky was full of these. They lasted one day. 2 days later, they were completely gone. He found that in wetlands, the areas with active insect-eating birds, yes, the numbers of birds decreased by 90% over 40 years. So our birds are definitely in trouble. Yes, note that these are just little breeding machines. They have no mouth parts. They can't bite. Next slide, please. In Germany, the law now prevents use of BTI in conservation areas. So I think that's something Canada needs to think about. And we definitely don't want to continue to lose more birds, frogs, and other insect consumers. Next slide. We really must manage mosquitoes with safer means. I worked 6 years in the bush in Quebec and Ontario, educating students about nature, and we were blitzed with 2 weeks of black flies and then 3 weeks easily of mosquitoes. But in the East, people are just used to mosquitoes. In fact, Quebec has the most powerful regulations against controlling mosquitoes. Just wear a light-colored shirt, pants that mosquitoes can't bite through, and use a bit of repellent. And actually, Alberta is amazingly lucky to have so few biting insects. So Edmonton really should stop spraying BTI. And there's lots of other ways that there's information. Quebec is using lots of traps. Europe has been using lots of traps near homes where it's absolutely necessary. And let's increase public understanding of the ecological impacts of mosquito control. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next we have Jackie Pallard, who I believe is remote.
Yes, thank you. I'm presenting on behalf of Dr. Lou Carbon today, who we should have a video of loaded up. if we can get that loaded. So I met Luke Carbon at the University of Alberta, where I'm a Master's of Science student studying fishery science and conservation biology. Dr. Luke Carbon is an internationally recognized biologist who specializes in ecology, conservation, and species management. He's an emeritus research scientist with science and technology of the Department of Environment and an adjunct professor at the University of Alberta with over 50 years of experience. So is that video all loaded up? Otherwise, I can share my screen.
Just bear with us for a second.
Okay.
The video is just opening up. Please bear with us.
I have it loaded here if you need.
Just bear with us. We're having some technical challenges. Thank you.
And to look at the technical information. Mayor Sohi and councillors, thank you very much for this opportunity to talk about a rather important issue from an environmental point of view. And before I get into some of the specifics, I would really recommend that you take the time and to look at the technical information that's been provided by some French and German authorities on the subject. It's very important to really make decisions on the environment based on facts. And the fact in this particular issue with BTI is that any kind of reduction of aquatic insects, be they the nasty mosquitoes or the less nasty and more benign midges, is going to impact on the health of these systems. Which basically means if we destroy some of the base of the food chain, we actually impact the various other levels in those ecosystems. Doing that, we will, over time, reduce the biodiversity of these areas. We are blessed with a lot of very interesting organisms, but I can tell you that in my time in Edmonton, this is starting in 1964, much of that biodiversity has been lost. We don't have the nighthawks. They depend on aerial insects. We have many of the swallow species that have been impacted. They depend on these aerial insects. Aquatic systems have been changed, manipulated, and terrestrial systems as well, by a constant barrage of human activities that simply reduces the diversity, the biodiversity. And so if we engage in the kind of activities that you're planning to sort of relieve the pressures on people's reactions to mosquitoes, and this is a short-lived problem. It's only about 6 weeks, really, June and part of July, maybe till the end of July, but it's a nasty, short-lived problem. We need to get through this stage by finding other means of protecting ourselves against mosquitoes. And we have to tolerate some of them. We will not get rid of them all anyway. So by actually using BTI and impacting the systems, we're doing great damage to our future generations. It's enlightened decisions need to be made that really provide a better environment for our kids, for our grandkids, future generations. It's important to make the right decisions at this point in time. And I do thank you very much for this opportunity. It's very much appreciated. And I wish you all the best in the process of going through the various aspects that are important in this issue and make the right decisions in the end. Thank you.
Did you have any other comments, Ms. Pollard?
No, that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That concludes our speakers then. So we'll now go to questions of our speakers from council. And while the list is populating, I'll go to Mayor Sohi, who exempted.
I don't have any questions.
Well, Mayor
I don't
Sohi.
have any questions to speakers.
Okay. Any other questions for speakers? Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much.
Can't hear you, Councillor Wright.
Mic's on now, sorry. Mr. Stumpf, you had mentioned about animal and plant species as a way to, I guess, combat the mosquitoes.
You're on mute again, Councillor Wright.
Okay, sorry, I don't know why that happened. What sort of plant species could we incorporate with our naturalization initiatives?
That's a great question. And I've been looking into research on that, and there hasn't been any done in that area this far north. But my expertise is in soil, and the way to improve drainage in stagnant pools is through deeply rooted native plants that will sequester carbon and improve infiltration year after year. These breeding grounds that are caused by human activity, that's nature providing a food source to draw in birds and larger animals that will plant the seeds that an area needs to develop biodiversity. So we have to expedite that process. And my suggestion is we just dump as much as we can, because these native species are expensive and difficult to propagate. So just start dumping those things in there and watch what happens and stop interrupting this natural process.
And just let Mother Nature do her thing.
Yes, but we have to learn along with nature, let her teach us and build on that.
Awesome, thank you. And Dr. Furrow, you had mentioned refining. Okay, first of all, I think you had another slide left on your presentation. I wanted to give you an opportunity if you wanted to speak to that. And then insofar as refining the budget, because that was a concern of mine.
You're muted again. Yep.
Okay, I'm not even touching it. Okay. I just wanted to give you an opportunity, Dr. Furrow, to, if there was, I think you had another slide left in your presentation, if you wanted to speak to that, and then perhaps talk about the refining of the budget, because that was my concern with administration as well.
Sure. If you bring up slide 4, that actually is more on how I think the budget could be refined. I see so many, like, I think what Mark Stumpf-Allen is discussing is so important. The soil health, the native plants. We have existing resources in Edmonton that, you know, the unsung heroes like the Edmonton Native Plant Group. I think the city already partners with them nicely. There's Root for Trees. There's work that Alberta Nature does on education, helping people download iNaturalist and Merlin Bird ID so that people are more connected and more loving of our natural abundance. I just think it would be lovely if administration was asked to lean more heavily into some of the existing programs and enhance some partnerships that they've already started. I went to recent Root for Trees events where they worked with Nature Alberta, and I think if the IPM department leaned more heavily into the existing programs. My concern with the budget that they've proposed is that really, in fact, very little, the bats 5,000, all of the rest was pretty much justification of the existing BTI program, further monitoring, tablet computers, further research. I sort of think the time for that research, I can understand, why that happened. It's kind of what they know best, but I think if they could explore new ways, rather than just kind of further doubling down on the old paradigm. So I really think that, rather than do more data collection on mosquitoes, we could shift to partnering with existing programs, partnering with city programs that already exist. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I just have one last question for Ms. Beaubert. You talk about using traps. Is that different from the monitoring? And maybe this is a question for administration, but is that different than the monitoring traps that they would be using?
Yes, these traps actually catch mosquitoes. There's a excellent CBC program in French, Radio-Canada. I don't know if it's been translated. Anyway, they describe what a group of Quebecers have been doing out in some wetlands east of Quebec City, I think it is, where they have lots of tourists and lots of problems with local marshes and mosquitoes. So they've had success just putting these traps in the places where the tourists are spending time. And thus they're not impacting the wildlife that needs those mosquitoes close by in the marshes.
Okay, thank you very much. My time is up.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. My question is also to Mr. Sunfallon. I'm curious, you mentioned that, mosquitoes are a part of the natural food web and certainly confirmed by all the speakers today. I'm wondering, in your research, is there an equilibrium for kind of the amount of mosquitoes? Because currently we're looking at sort of the surge in the larvae based on a very rainy few weeks. Is it possible to reach a point where the food supply overwhelms their predators?
I think that is possible, but it's not going to happen in the next 5 years. I'm sure it's going to take a lot of time for that to establish. And in the meantime, we have to continue to work with the science that we know. But my point is that IPM says that we're going to continue to get better through this. So we can't just stop at BTI as being a biological control. I would say it's control with a biological toxin. I would not call it biological control. So I think we need to really put the focus on improving and finding the systems that work. And we are relying very much on anecdote and observational evidence. We need to also do some research to back that up.
Thank you. So I'm wondering if you in your years of experience on this, do you have some examples of best practices where municipalities have successfully implemented biological pest control? I recently found out, some of our surrounding municipalities actually have never sprayed ground area or otherwise, and have done some of these measures, but not clear how impactful they are. So I'm just wondering if you have some examples you can share.
Yeah, and there could be a number of different reasons why they haven't sprayed. I think probably more budget-based reasons than ecological reasons, because the knowledge is quite recent. And I also believe that the city of Edmonton, because of our size and because of the amount of development that's been done surrounding us, we have knocked things out of whack in a much greater way, done a lot more damage. So I don't have any answers for you. I've done a bit of research on this, but all I could find is, again, mostly using control with biological toxins, not actually a control with ecosystem development and function. So I'm sorry, I don't have that for you.
Oh yeah, no, that's okay. And I think Ms. Pilar had mentioned the traps in Quebec, but that's not quite, I think, the kind of biological control that we're talking about here. And I also have been wondering if the other municipalities don't necessarily spray because of the aerial spray that is kind of around the city that will have, downwind, effect. And so that the other municipalities are feeling it as well. Anyways, thank you for your insights. I don't know if anyone else online wants to comment on that questions in terms of best practices and successes in other places beyond sort of the methods around traps and that kind of stuff.
Who is that to, Councillor Ting?
Kind of to anyone else, any of the other speakers, whether Ms. Pilar wants to comment or Rocky or Rod. But if not, I'm good. Oh, Rod, go ahead.
Well, I would just make one quick comment that, I mean, we remember quite well that the city did spray outside of their boundaries with chlorpyrifos, and I'm not sure if that's entirely relevant to the information that you were looking for, but, you know, and I don't think that was appropriate to do.
Yeah, I'm more looking for examples where, you know, biological control has worked quite successfully, but
I think that we're also looking for a change of paradigm, right? So it's not just about biological control; it's more about protecting biodiversity. I mean, and I mean, you know, in terms of like, there's not really any health dangers of mosquitoes. I mean, we know that West Nile has not been detected here in Edmonton since 2013, and that case came from southern Alberta. So I mean, you know, I think that and also I think that our ecology is really out of balance from the city's, I mean, use of chlorpyrifos. I mean, that
Can I ask a
chemical was
clarifying
so strong.
Work to do to clarify, Councillor Tang. You're asking for best practices where what has work to do what?
I'm also out of time, so that's okay. I was kind of following up on some of the threads around the biological control, but that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So my turn. Thanks to all of our speakers for coming today and sharing your thoughts and making your presentations, and particularly appreciate it since this item was bumped from 2 weeks ago. I really just have one general question, and I'll direct it to Ms. Farreau. Councillor Jans was kind enough to share a link last week about this potential ban of BTI in Germany, but I can't validate that, or I can't see where Germany has actually banned the application of BTI and relate it to how the city uses BTI. So can you help me with that?
Yes. Yeah, I had a hard time finding the validation as well. Karsten Bruhl is German and was able to tell us, so I took it at face value, but I had a friend who's a linguist and who speaks German search for that exact link and interpret the core, the essence of the ban, and it is just a federal, so a German-wide ban on using biologic controls, such as BTI, including BTI in natural areas. So I can send you that link and her translation of the, yeah.
Yeah, and well, my understanding is that's in protected areas in Germany, whereas we're using BTI in places like road ditches and fields. So I'm not certain of that, but if that is, like, do you see a direct overlap or a direct correlation there?
I mean, to me, the important thing is that they recognize that if the value that one is looking for is preservation, giving nature a lift, that BTI will work against you. So I think if the end point is having people enjoy the city without being bitten by mosquitoes, that is a endpoint that is, one, unachievable and unrealistic, and two, going to invite you to just do more harm than good. Yeah. So yeah, I'm not saying there's a direct, you know, this is relevant to exactly what the city is trying to achieve.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Well, thank you. I appreciate your comments there. I see no other questions for our speakers. Just allowing for technological lags. So not seeing any pop up. Thank you again very much for your submissions today. Very much appreciate your time and your inputs. We'll now move to questions of administration. And I'll start with Mayor Sohi with questions to admin.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Chair Cartmel. Couple of questions. One is the reallocation of resources from the aerial program to intervene and provide other interventions and control measures for mosquitoes. I noticed that vast majority of the money actually going towards monitoring. I don't understand why that is, right? Why we would not be investing that money into putting more controls in place instead of just monitoring.
So we really saw this as a starting point. We had the motion passed in the beginning of April, and we wanted to put together a plan that would increase the amount of data gathering in order to inform what a long-term plan would look like. So we really see this initial plan with the additional resources in terms of people, monitoring equipment and research, traps, to help us build that foundation for what the long-term future would look like given this direction.
I get that long-term, but immediately my worry is that if we see a spike in mosquito population, and decision is made by council, and I did not support that decision, but I respect that decision. So instead of making sure that we are putting money where intent was of the motion to control in different ways, right, more biological ways. What my concern is that we are focusing on the long term, we may end up actually creating situations where there'll be pushback from citizens if we see spike.
So, Your Worship, we did not remove the other components of the program.
Yes, and that's part of communication. That's another frustrating part. If I sound frustrated, please forgive me, because we did not cut the budget. We did not eliminate anything other than aerial.
Correct.
Program. And the misperception out there is that we're not investing in mosquito control.
So, totally hear what you're saying, and I think what we've tried to do is balance both the communications and education piece along with how the direction was to go to more of a environmentally based system, and that's where we're working towards. We do know that the existing piece, specifically the spraying, just targeted primarily the rural agricultural type areas. All of the other components were still in the program.
Yeah.
So if we need to enhance that communications piece, we can. But in terms of replacing the aerial program with something that would totally have the same output, that wouldn't be possible without the use of types of the products.
I get that. I still don't. What I'm struggling to understand is the amount of resources that are going to monitoring instead of going to control measures. That's where I see quite a bit. Can we not use some of those resources this year to do as better a job, or at least as control as much possible?
So, Your Worship, there's certainly an opportunity if we wanted to choose to do more of the other types of controls to shift those resources. So I'm from what I'm getting at is you're saying that potentially do more of the ground type applications. Is that where you're going with
Or
that?
other biological option choices that could be implemented instead of, I see of the $500,000, only 65, I think, is going towards some of the controls, other than the majority of the money going toward monitoring how things going to go. Maybe monitoring is part of the control. I'm not going into that, right? But just that's what I want to understand.
Yeah, the idea behind increasing resources towards the monitoring was to better understand how we can use other applications to prevent mosquito populations growing out of control in the future. So it was really to better understand, learn where the population's growing, learn where they're coming from, better understand the problem, and how we would tackle it moving forward. But Travis, did you want to?
I just wanted to add that the majority of the mosquitoes would be coming in from the rural areas in the adult stage of their life cycle. And so when thinking through this program, we really wanted to understand what that flow and what that population dynamic looked like. In terms of interventions or habitat restoration, it would be difficult for us to restore in a short period of time on private land in the outlying areas.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. Just, I guess, building on that question about the monitoring, don't we already have monitoring stations in these areas around the city?
The short answer is yes, there are some.
Okay, so I'm just wondering if we put in more monitoring stations and get higher mosquito counts, will the public then be led to believe that there's more mosquitoes? Or if we keep the monitoring stations as they are, then isn't that a better way to gauge if we're getting more mosquitoes at those same monitoring stations?
Councillor Wright, the existing monitoring will stay in place. I think there's 5 current sites, and we're going to expand, I think, up to 11 this year. So we'll still have the base statistics of those base sites. We would add additional monitoring, in particular in rural locations where we wouldn't traditionally have been monitoring. One more piece is outside the treatment areas, specifically so we understand the natural population dynamic where we have no impact or treatment currently.
Okay, my concern is we're always talking about comparing apples to apples, oranges to oranges, and I think if we have more monitoring stations, of course, we're going to get more mosquito counts, and like I said, the public will be led to believe that it's just because of more mosquitoes, not because of more stations. And I would rather see that those funds directed towards, you know, some more naturalization and other conservation type controls. My other question that I had, yeah, if we can use those funds as well for more, to promote the benefits, more education as well. And I think, how much have we got for education? 45,000. So maybe we can bump that up. I also had questions on the 311 inquiries. How does that relate? So we've had 83 comments that the public is critical of the decision. And I'm just wondering how that relates to other sort of high profile issues, things like transit safety, the crime in Chinatown, the snow and ice. Like, is this a real hot topic for all Edmontonians?
Councillor, some of those I don't have specific information on, but one I could speak to is certainly in terms of what we saw with snow and ice. This would be much less significant in terms of the number of concerns issued or received. But having said that, all of that feedback is important to give us a sense of how much of an issue it is to the public.
Okay, and with a couple minutes left, oh, in your report you talked about, and I guess that some of the dollars is to do a jurisdictional scan. So I've done my own jurisdictional scan because in one of your previous presentations, it showed that the aerial spraying was being done around the perimeter of the city. And so municipalities like St. Albert, Leduc, Parkland County, Strathcona County, they proudly promote that they don't spray, but yet they do benefit from the city's aerial spraying. Is that right?
So, Councillor, if there's any areas that would be on the boundaries of the city that are adjacent to other municipalities' boundaries, there would be a bit of a halo effect, certainly. So, they would have some benefit if we were doing that type of work.
Okay, but we don't. But that aerial spraying isn't just done within the city boundaries; it's done outside as well.
Correct.
Or was being done. Okay. And they hadn't shared in any of the cost of it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what about, where's the ground spraying being done? The ground control, is that being done within city limits?
Yes, Councillor, that's correct. Predominantly in ditch areas or other temporary water bodies, not in and around permanent water bodies like wetlands or stormwater management facilities.
Not around storm management. Okay, my time is almost up here, so I'll yield the rest of it and I'll come back for more if needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Thank you. Yeah, great. Thank you for the update. I guess just to kind of build on that thread of the jurisdictional scan, are you hearing from these neighboring municipalities any kind of spike in their 301 data?
None that I'm aware of, Councillor.
But are you in contact with their administration on this?
I can put an inquiry into our team to check in, see if they've had direct contact.
Yeah, thank you. And so, yeah, so I think the report mentioned that that this work will be done as part of the program development. Do you have a sense when that information might come back, and would it come back as a memo of some sort?
So, Councillor, there's a couple things. I think the path we were headed down was to build a longer-term plan to move to the more ecosystem type approach. So
Right.
that would be something that's basically an update to the IPM. We would be able to provide you updates on a regular basis as we progress through some of the milestones, should we continue to go down that path.
Okay. Okay. And I'm curious what kinds of information would be included in that scan?
I think as we hit the project milestones, we would be able to provide updates to council in terms of what we've seen from other jurisdictions in the scan, any other developments in terms of opportunities for environmental sort of controls as well. It was mentioned earlier about the connection between the integrated pest management and our naturalization program. So that is work that's underway, redeveloping our naturalization strategy, which was directed by council, and that includes extensive engagement there. So those milestone elements would have updates that we could present to council in the form of a memo or in the update when we look at bringing back amendments to the IPM.
And what's the timeline for that?
The naturalization work is taking place this year,
IPM,
but the IPM, we don't have a specific date, as we currently are just undertaking this work, as directed in April. So it would likely be sometime in 2023 that we would be back with an update to the IPM.
Yeah, and I also had a similar question around the funds, the use of funds towards personnel. I think I read that as the majority of funds went towards personnel, and then separately with monitoring. But I was curious what the personnel was for. Is it personnel for monitoring? Are you doing additional staff for ground control and the biological programs?
Yeah, so those staff would be executing on that work, visiting the different traps, checking the bat boxes, collecting data from the equipment that's going to be placed, executing a lot of the work out in the field in the various areas of the city, gathering, collecting, processing that data.
So
I can answer two other questions that came up.
Sure.
On the contact with the other municipalities, just connecting with the team, like while we do maintain contact with other municipalities on this topic, the short answer is no, material has come up on this topic recently. And the IPM policy update is scheduled for 2024 if it's not needed any earlier.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Okay, but I guess just to that last one. So no additional staff for kind of immediate ground control. That's just like the same number of staff we've always had. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, I guess what's your plan with that? Like, are you? I mean, one of the things that we're communicating out is that ground control will continue, and with a particularly rainy few weeks, are you thinking of deploying more of that ground control, or yeah?
On the ground control and on the personnel, so we are moving forward with the direction that we received in early April. Job postings went out, interviews are taking place, I believe, just last week, and those staff would be capable of executing on additional groundwork. However, that isn't how we interpreted the direction.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I guess my last question is, I think a lot of people are kind of concerned about, the rainy few weeks, but my question is like, how big of a difference would, even if those tools like aerial still stayed, how big of a difference would it really make? Because mosquito populations is really due to the wet season, and I think we're still gonna get a lot of, like, it's a rainy season. We're gonna get a lot of mosquitoes.
I think it's difficult to definitively say what the impact will be based on mosquito populations being dependent on weather. We are confident that it would impact mosquito populations, but I don't think we can definitively say by how much exactly.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. So I had the same questions as Councillor Tang. I guess just on that last one, you're not really sure of the seasonal effect or climatic effects on mosquito populations without doing further monitoring. And that's kind of where that further monitoring piece comes in. Fair?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. And I had the same question. I don't want to belabor this, but I see, purchase of additional traps and additional bat houses, $31,000, but $360,000 to do the further monitoring and essentially operations of those traps and bat houses. Is there a direct correlation there? Is that?
I think it's just the matter of how much the personnel and like how much they cost versus the expense of a bat box and the material cost for those types of items.
Fair enough, okay. And just to confirm, that's no additional ditch spraying or field spraying or anything, that's
No.
just monitoring? Yeah.
Correct, and that's simply based on how we interpreted the direction in April.
Right. With respect to BTI then, we've heard from our speakers that this product has been banned in Germany. Do you have any further knowledge or understanding of what specifically that ban speaks to, and if we would be effectively complying with that, the spirit of that ban?
I can touch on that. Realizing that I'm not an expert, and we do have the experts on the line, I'll try to summarize that how we interpreted the direction and the research we did in Germany. The application that they used it was notably different than how we apply BTI. So it appears as though in Germany they're using it in established wetlands up to 50 times a year, whereas the City of Edmonton's program is specifically in temporary bodies of water up to 4 times a year, typically 2 times a year. So the quantity is dramatically different and the area to which it's used is dramatically different. So it wouldn't be comparing apples to apples, and our current IPM policy would not allow us to use it the way that Germany had banned that particular process.
So our practice is, in very broad general terms, consistent with the direction Germany has taken. Is that fair to say, do you think?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, I just want to add, there was no specific reference that we could find in our research to BTI. And the prohibition that we were looking at refers to a banning of widespread use in the documentation. So we couldn't find the specifics that were referenced when we did our research.
So I guess a question that arises, and this may be rhetorical, but is BTI only effective if you use it 50 times a year as opposed to 4? Like, do you have to, blanket a space? No?
Short answer is no.
Short answer is no, okay. I'm sorry, ma'am. Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would concur with some of my colleagues to this point of I don't think the direction previously was to add more monitoring, and I do worry about the self-fulfilling validation that will create, as was highlighted by Councillor Wright. But I did have a question again on a different question on the budget as well, because on the bottom it says the balance of 40,000 and change will be held within the program to manage cost escalations and natural program fluctuations. I wanted to get a sense from administration what you anticipate those would be, because if I go back to my first fall supplementary budget adjustment, we had that dividend and was told only take what you need from the tax base.
Got to get to a question, Councillor Rutherford. Got to get to a question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I did get to my question, but I wanted to add context to my question, which I believe is completely valid, actually. So my question, again, to repeat, is what are your anticipated cost escalations, and why is that 40,000 held aside?
Councillor Rutherford, that would simply just be for price increases, whether it's materials or contract increases. We've noticed that citywide, so we're just trying to be conservative on cost estimates for that extra 40,000.
And Councillor, if I could add, and in the event that the monies aren't spent in any of our programs, that goes back as a positive variance at the end of the year for return to the FSR as with all the other programs at Council's discretion.
Okay. So why can I get more of an understanding then? Because that is a really big budget item. Why the need for monitoring? Because when the presentation happened previously, there was lots of data to validate the need for the aerial program, and now we're saying we need monitoring to understand the data that we don't have. So I'm just really confused. Could somebody explain to me why we need that extra monitoring in plain language here? Because it's a big budget item.
Sure. Councillor, I think there is a bit of a paradigm shift that's happening here, and to be blunt, to measure biodiversity and the complexity behind it, things like bird species or on other insect species at a broader landscape scale, both inside and outside of Edmonton, you need capacity to pull the appropriate data. So if you're really just measuring, program efficacy, that's one piece. But if you want to understand the impact of a change to a program, you really have to set up, a good system to measure that change. And the Mosquito program is both citywide and historically expanding into rural areas. So it's a large geographic catchment area, and we're talking about multi-millions of individual mosquitoes that we're trying to gather solid data on. And associated with that, we're trying to track the biodiversity that has, that lives in and amongst the areas in and around Edmonton.
So this monitor, because I did not read that from the report, I did not get that sense that you would be monitoring the biodiversity as well. I strictly read that as monitoring mosquito numbers. Can you clarify that we will get numbers on changes to dragonfly populations, to bird populations, et cetera?
Yeah, yes, that's exactly what we're going to do.
Okay. That's it for my questions right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Many of my questions were already answered, but I do have one more. Ms. Farreau actually mentioned this, and I agree. I'm a little bit confused as to what our actual goal is here. Are we looking to have fewer mosquito-human interactions here? Is that the point of this?
So given the time frame we have and setting up surveillance monitoring that we've been discussing, we need to do pretty comprehensive mapping of temporary depressions in the city. That should lead to source reduction of larvae. So that's the one application, and then introducing kind of novel biological controls, things like bat houses, should start to give us some additional information. But all these things, it takes time to build up biodiversity. It takes time to participate in landscape restoration. So going forward in the medium to long term, programs like Root for Trees, restoration in and around our stormwater management facilities, those are key pieces of our program that are ongoing and that we are seeking to expand. We have grants in with the federal government on restoration of a few natural areas. Should hear back in the next several weeks. But the changes you see today were a response to a request that gave us a short period of time to add value and potential control to the program. But what is really important, I just reiterate that the data set collection really helps us make informed decisions going into the 2023 mosquito season and beyond, so that we really broadly understand how we're working and the impacts to our ecosystems.
And Councillor, I'll just quickly add, I think you nailed it. The goal is to try and reduce the number of mosquito-human interactions. and make the city livable for its residents, but it's certainly not to eliminate any component of the ecosystem. So it's basically trying to minimize the amount of frustration citizens get from mosquito bites, keeping in mind we still need to have a viable ecosystem.
Okay, great, thank you. And then for the public survey, I know that we, as Councillor Wright mentioned, 83 were critical of the decision, but then on the second page of the survey, it showed how supportive are you of the city's current approach to manage. Now, is that from 2018 when we did have the aerial mosquito program in place, that 66% were happy?
Yes, from 2018, yeah.
Okay, yeah, so we're not really sure. I guess 83% of the 85 were opposed to it. Is it your understanding that 83% were critical of the decision to stop the aerial mosquito program?
I just want to say the second data set is notifications from 2022, so it's not an insight survey, not comparable to the 2018 data set. So that was people who had inquired after we'd been up to committee, so post spring this year.
So yeah, that's why I was confused, because it said 2018 and then right underneath it said current. I wasn't sure if that was in relation to the 2018 or the 2022. The graph. So my understanding is that's from 2022.
We're just taking a second look to make sure we're certain here.
Councillor, we could come back to that if you'd like. We just have to dig up a
Yeah,
little bit of
that's
information.
fine. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. And
So,
that's
sorry, Councillor, the graph is
Yeah.
from, the graph that you're referring to is from 2018 as well.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Starting the second round then, Councillor Wright. No,
Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Wright, pardon me. Thank you. 3 minutes on the second round. Thank you.
Thank you. So acknowledging that there might be a gap in how council's direction was interpreted as far as what the funds were to be used for. Do you need a motion to maybe revise the budget? Or does this need to be referred back?
Well, Councillor, I would say that referring it back would probably not be very productive in terms of the time of the season that we're at. If we wanted to take more steps to activate more ground control, for example, we would want to.
Especially if you've already put out the postings and are interviewing?
Correct. If there was direction for us to do more ground control as opposed to working on the development of the ecosystem plan or the IPM, then we could take that direction and certainly shift some of those resources. But that would be something that could be provided today.
Okay. No, my concern wasn't more ground control. My concern was more of the naturalization. I think one of our speakers talked about the deeply rooted native plants and starting that off.
So I think that work is already underway as part of the review of the naturalization strategy.
But not with these funds.
Correct. That's a separate program. Yes.
Yeah. And it's not. Yeah, I don't like the idea of more traps but you said that the monitoring is more checking out the amount of bird species, dragonflies. It's not just counting mosquitoes.
That's correct, Councillor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I see no further questions of administration. And lacking any other insights, I will move receipt of information per the recommendation in the report. And I will speak briefly to that. What that means is that the attachment 2 cost breakdown, which is essentially administration's spending plan for the balance of the year, is going to proceed as outlined. You know, that if there's a desire for a change in direction, then that would require some other motion. But I did not hear that, and I have not been notified of that. So, receipt of information is on the floor. We've had questions. Anyone that cares to speak to the motion? Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. Rather than delaying this and putting through motions, I just, I trust that administration does fully understand the direction that council is going with this, and that it will lead us to sort of a better naturalization. And it's not just for mosquito control, it's to improve our whole ecosystem. So that's why I've not put forward a motion to delay this any further. And I will be voting in favor for receipt of information.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, supporting receiving this for information. I think I think a paradigm shift is absolutely necessary, and that work is already underway. And paradigm shift also doesn't happen overnight in a very snap moment. And I think there's currently administrations doing the work to lay the ground for that. At the same time, we're seeing a pretty rainy season, much more so than probably forecasted, but. This is I think the challenge with our weather, and I think we'll continue to see we will see the amount of mosquitoes no matter what kind of control we have given the weather, and with some of the actions and steps being taken by administration, I think it's good to hear that the team will do whatever it takes to prevent and curb as much as possible. But with the season we've had so far, this is unfortunately part of I guess living in Edmonton. No matter what the control is in place, so I think we need to give the current approach the time for it to take place rather than completely kind of changing it. So I am more on the side of I think administration needs the time to carry out this work first and return and see what happens, and as well as seeing that work in the background in terms of a more ecosystem review. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Jans.
Yeah, I will also, not to belabor the points from my colleagues, but I'll take a different angle here, and just, I hope that going forward in the communication that administration draws on the resources suggested by speakers today from Nature Alberta and others about what we can do to build a better ecosystem for everyone, especially pollinators, birds, etc. I was reading about how the drop in the bird population across North America has gone down 12%, in some cases up to 95% since 2010. This has also affected bats. This has also affected pollinators. This is a huge threat to the future of our biodiversity, our food supply, our ecosystems, climate change, etc. So I loathe mosquitoes. I know all of us loathe mosquitoes, but when we look at the downstream consequences to our amphibians, our wetlands, our birds, our food supply, to bees, to everything else, we need to take a new approach, and this will help us take a step in that direction. In the meantime, I'm patrolling my spaces to make sure there's no pooling water, making sure that we can do whatever we can, because I know from the stats shared that if you're bitten by a mosquito, most likely that mosquito came from somewhere within your yard, your neighbor's yard, or within a kilometer of your house. So for the vast majority of Edmontonians, we need to clean out those eaves traps. We need to take those steps. We need to stop this still water. The change here with the aerial program, you know, it's going to take some time to see, as Councillor Tang and others have outlined. But in general, this is a very consistent step with our protecting our ecosystems and the next generation. So I remember in school, it's not too long ago, that I was learning about DDT and how bad it was. And those soft peregrine falcon eggs will stay with me forever. And I think the more we can help engage children today about protecting the ecosystems of today and tomorrow, that'll be vital. So thank you for this.
Thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried and information is received, which takes us to item 610.
Point of order, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Can I work?
Oh.
May I work?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
May I work with the clerk to prepare a subsequent motion to this item to be put before the committee later on in our agenda?
Certainly, that'd be fine. And
All
we'll
right.
be well into tomorrow before the end of this meeting, so you have lots of time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving to item 610 then, let's see, festival support and growth. Presuming there's a presentation, Ms. Flaman? No?
No, there is no presentation. We'll just be speaking to it.
Any initial comments? If not, we'll go to speakers.
There are a few comments.
Okay, please proceed. Go ahead.
Joining me today is Roger Jevney, Branch Manager, Community Recreation and Culture, Nicole Poirier, Director of Civic Events and Festivals, and Julie Stormer, Supervisor of Festival and Events. Also joining us is Sanjay Shahani with the Edmonton Arts Council. Festivals and events provide opportunities for Edmontonians and visitors to connect, be active in their community, and celebrate Edmonton's diversity and unique identity throughout all seasons. Edmonton's downtown and business improvement areas also play a vital social and economic role in our city and our region. This summer, the downtown core will come back to life with the return of many beloved festivals and events. The Works, Street Performers, Taste of Edmonton, Cara West, and more are returning to Sir Winston Churchill Square for over 49 days of family-friendly activities between May and September. The Edmonton Arts Council's noon hour programming is back, and the City Hall fountain is now open. Lunch hour food trucks and movies on the square programs are also scheduled to return this summer. Additionally, there are over 45 events taking place on central roads, including Downtown Spark, Pride celebrations, the Edmonton Marathon, L'Etape by Tour de France, and street hockey tournaments. And of course, the Oilers playoffs did add some vibrancy to the downtown. It is important, however, to acknowledge that festivals and events bring vibrancy throughout the city and are important to the communities that host them. Administration is committed to working with festivals and events to understand their vision and honor their desires and capacity for manageable growth. Engagement with Indigenous and cultural festivals and events held throughout the year, along with business improvement areas, have identified a number of themes that would encourage and support festivals and events to develop, grow, and flourish in our city. The four main themes that emerged are additional funding, capacity building, marketing and communication support, and support to address site constraints. The report provides an overview of how the city currently supports festivals and events in our city and highlights potential opportunities within each of the four themes. We'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have following the panel of speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flaman. So now we will hear from our speakers. Starting with Mr. Ron Walker, who's here in person, I believe.
He is now participating remotely.
Okay. So we'll go to Mr. Walker, followed by Sauvé McBean, who is also joining us remotely. There, Mr. Walker? You're on mute, sir. There you go. Thank you. Just a reminder, sorry, Mr. Walker, just a reminder, everyone, 5 minutes per speaker in panels. Thank you.
Sure. Is that 5 minutes city council time or 5 minutes Indigenous time?
Well,
Kidding, I'm
you've
kidding.
seen our agenda, Mr. Walker, so
You bet.
govern yourself accordingly. Thank you.
Very much. All right, Nasika son Ron Walker, Ochinia, Sucker Creek First Nations. My name is Ron Walker. I'm originally from Sucker Creek First Nations, Treaty 8. I'm the director at the Canadian Native Friendship Center and producer-founder of the Edmonton Indigenous Peoples Festival, founded in 2016. I have also produced over 20 festivals and Indigenous pavilions in the Edmonton area since 2011, including one of the world's largest multicultural events, the Edmonton Heritage Festival. Also, the Edmonton Folk Music Festival and the New Year's Eve celebrations downtown at Edmonton. I'm a pretty busy guy. I am also a contributor to the Connections and Exchanges, a 10-year plan to transform arts and heritage in Edmonton 2019-2029. This is Edmonton's 10 years arts and heritage plan. It seeks to infuse culture, arts, and heritage into every aspect of Edmonton's civic fabric, support cultural makers and interpreters, and grow Edmonton's arts and heritage audience. As one of the only Indigenous managed and led festivals in the city, we support communities in confronting racism and discrimination by promoting and engaging in discussions on multiculturalism, diversity, and racism while in a safe and family-friendly setting. We promote intercultural understandings and foster equitable opportunities for Indigenous people to participate fully in Canadian society while showcasing our culture in general. This is accomplished through the arts as well as contributing to the local economy through art markets, hotels, tourism, and by utilizing local talent whenever possible. We build understanding of the disparities and the challenges faced by Indigenous peoples through discussion brought on by performance, content, and promotion of community resource fairs in our events. We have assisted other organizations in reaching out to the Indigenous community by participating in our events. Yet, we receive very little funding to grow our own content. It still feels like Indigenous people are only here to assist mainstream society. We have advocated for non-Indigenous organizations to support us or stop facilitating Indigenous events, as that takes opportunity away from Indigenous Edmontonians in developing and promoting our own endeavors in the community. It is very difficult to see other larger festivals accessing funding to showcase Indigenous people when we have very little support for our own people to produce their own events. I also wonder why it is okay for these larger festivals to access those funds, yet they do not have Indigenous leadership reflected in their management. This is stated as one of the guiding principles of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Reconciliation must create a more equitable and inclusive society by closing the gaps in social, health, and economic outcomes that exist between Indigenous and Canadian society. So that's my opening statement, basically. But you know, I'm always open to having discussion in terms of allyship and how and what that means in regards to Indigenous participation in festivals. If you go to a lot of the large festivals, you will see Indigenous content in there. But as I said, it's only they hire facilitators to do this, and that is not fair for the rest of us who actually produce events. And actually, that's part of cultural appropriation. I'm really proud of the way Edmonton has moved progressively towards its relationship with its Indigenous people. I'm on a number of committees, including the River Valley Association as a director at large. And I think of endeavors and I think of partnerships and allyships like that. And it makes me proud to be part of that. My heart always was with Amisquichi Wiskahigun, as this was the trading place of my peoples from Treaty 8 as well. So with that, I want to say thank you to City Council, and I'll be open to questions, I guess, at the end of this. So thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. I'm sure there will be questions for you. Appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sauvé McBean, followed by Daniel Cornway, who I believe is here. So if you just want to make your way up, Daniel, that'd be great. Well, you'll be ready. Sauvé McBean, please go ahead.
So I don't believe that we have them online yet.
Somebody's not coming. Christy's here for her.
Okay, thank you. So they will not be joining us this morning.
think I just pressed an emergency button. I don't know what RTS means. There's a button here that has a different name and I hit it accidentally, so. If the fire trucks show up, it's my fault. Sorry, go ahead, Daniel.
Hello, thank you for hearing me out this morning. I'm here on behalf of the Flying Canoe Volant Winter Festival. The Flying Canoe Volant is a creative, interactive cultural festival event celebrating local founding, cultural history, and everything that is wonderful of a long winter's night. If I may quote a great Québécois artist that once said, "Mon pays, ce n'est pas un pays, c'est l'hiver." My country isn't a country, it's winter. So I'm speaking specifically to the special funding for winter production of our winter festivals. The Flying Canoe Volant Festival 10th edition was a resounding success on March 1 to 5th, 2022, with over 35,000 participants. This was made possible thanks in a large part due to the ongoing $200,000 winter production funding provided by the Edmonton City Council. Producing in winter is a challenge not different from many construction projects that happen over the winter months, our longest season. A few years back, we had Mike Ford, the former production manager of the Edmonton Folk Music Festival, as well as the International Fringe Festival, who production managed our event in 2019. Mike was at first a production manager who believed there was little difference between producing in summer and or winter. Weather events happen all the time, and I'm sure that Mike had seen them, many of them, over his many years. However, this opinion changed after production managing our event at -25 and -39 wind chill in 2019, the coldest to date. It is important to note that over 30,000 people came out that year over the course of 3 nights. The observations that Mike shared were that it is indeed much more challenging to produce an event in winter. Production crew energy picks up with the sun and drops with the sun. Crews really get going at between 10 a.m. and 3 p.m., making an 8-hour day a 5-hour day, thus shortening the productive work time. Cold slows everything down and equipment does not perform efficiently, and the list goes on, let alone sliding a bobcat down to the depths of the ravine subject to a $3,500 towing bill, to winch trucks down the hill to pull the bobcat out, to winch the trucks back out to get the bobcat out. Winter can be challenging. Our event takes place in the beautiful Mill Creek Ravine from La Cité Francophone to the Edmonton Ski Club, where the flying canoe races take place. The future Mutart Valley Line station will be an essential community connector in the future, reducing traffic congestion and concerns in our area. You can imagine the winter maintenance that must take place in order to maintain safe conditions over 5 kilometers of winter trails, from freezing rain to snow to water and puddles to freezing again at night. But the experience is worth it, as over 60,000 people attended in February 2020. To note, we produced Flying Canoe Volant during the pandemic with success and caution thanks to our event being outdoors. This special winter funding enables us to provide a safe patron experience and, more importantly, increase our production team's capacity in winter. It is important to note that Flying Canoe Volant is the largest of the 4 winter festivals in geographical terms, as well as the youngest of the 4 major winter festivals. Its geographic area runs from La Cité Francophone, the Bonnie Doon neighborhood, down to the Mill Creek Ravine to the Edmonton Ski Club, with the route being animated with lighting installations, live music performance, as well as the Indigenous, Métis, and Trappers cabin programming. Imagine dancing in the depths of the Mill Creek Ravine at night in winter. It's part of the magic. Celebrating 3 founding minority cultures through an intercultural experience is in our beautiful river valley, not to mention the kilometers of extension cords and generators, as no infrastructure exists in this beautiful park setting. Winter festivals are definitely more costly to produce due to the harsh winter conditions. I often compare added to the cost of new construction during the winter months, and the need for proper equipment and multiple heating sources to keep production crews comfortable, effective during production activities. I would also note that due to the time-sensitive reality of festivals and events, crews must often continue to work despite extreme cold conditions, -30-degree plus temperatures in 2018-2019. Construction crews will often stop at -25-degree temperatures and wait for better weather. Festivals cannot wait for the weather to change and must persevere in less than ideal conditions. Added snow removal costs to ensure patron, performer, and crew safety. In 2019, for example, other safety measures were needed as the Mill Creek Ravine was a fast-flowing creek on Tuesdays, with pathways becoming waterfalls at +9 Celsius, then quickly falling to minus 18 degrees Celsius on Thursday to minus 30 plus Celsius by Saturday evening. In 7 days, we went from flood mitigation to extreme ice to snow, ice under snow, taxing the energies and resources of the festival. And I see my time is coming to an end, so I will just speak to the importance of the funding for the winter festivals and the need to expand that, to continue growing that funding. And thank you for your time. And last thing was, how do we factor in inflation? But that's a bigger question.
Merci. Next we have Jack Hendy, followed by Christy Morin. Leave Mr. Hendy.
All right, I'm on there. Okay.
Okay, way you go.
Am I good?
Yep.
Hey, everybody, how's it going? Hello, His Worship, Mayor Sohi. Good to see you again. I'm Jake Hendy. I'm the CEO for the Alberta Indigenous Games. And we put on, we're the Edmonton Native Ball Association. We put on the Alberta Indigenous Games. And some of you know me from the Moose Hide campaign recently. I recognize some of you. That's my full-time job with Indigenous Sport Council Alberta, completely separate organization. I've lived in Misquachie, West Gahigan for the last going on 12 years in Edmonton with my wife. She's a third great granddaughter of Chief Crowfoot, who signed the Treaty 7. And there's a proud statue of him in the legislature building overlooking the Saskatchewan River. Just want to share a brief history of how the largest annual summer games in Canada and the largest annual Indigenous summer games in North America has come to be. The games started in 2011 with just 300 youth out. 2013, 400, 2015, just under 500 youth, 480. And then our founder, Alan Ross, passed away. There was no one to take over. We had no core funding. And I was a last ditch resort option. I was on the board. It came on in 2015 there. And Martha Campew, our president from Driftpile Cree Nation, and I've worked hard and reduced a lot of barriers. In 2017, we had over 1,100 youth. 2018, we had it back-to-back. 2019, over 2,100 youth. 2020, COVID hit. 2021, with 6-week notice when the Stampede opened up, we jumped in there. We had over 2,700 youth come out. This year, we anticipate well over 3,000, close to 3,500. And again, we've become the largest annual summer games on a yearly basis in Canada. It's pretty significant. We have 15 sports, ages 9 to 21. We have 40 plus of the 46 First Nation communities that will be sending teams to our games, 4 of the 8 Métis settlements. They're becoming. Our opening ceremonies are going to be at West Edmonton Mall. It'll be the largest Indigenous gathering ever, breaking our record from last year in the Ice Palace. We invite you all to come. Many of our youth, throughout the province, it's their first time playing on an organized team, first time on an all-Indigenous team, first time against all-Indigenous kids. We have athletes from coaches and scouts from university colleges recruiting our older athletes, scholarships for our youth that are older. We have an adult division we're adding in this year. And we're looking at putting in an adult Alberta Indigenous Games, so masters from ages 22 plus. We find that, everybody is obviously healing from intergenerational trauma from the effects of residential schools, 60s scoop, forced sterilization, systemic racism. There's many resources for mental health for adults, emotional and spiritual health, but next to nothing for physical health. And, Elder Francis Whiskey Jack, I was in a pipe ceremony once with him. He taught me that you got to be balanced in all 4 areas of the medicine wheel. And our games provide a wonderful opportunity for our youth, and also looking forward to the future for the adults. And it's tremendous. And so we have a bid package out that's putting in, I think Explore Edmonton, we're working with them. They're putting it in to keep the games here. A lot of places throughout the province want us to go there. We estimate a $2 million economic impact this year. One thing I just wanted to highlight is, it's great for the city. We have teams from Saskatchewan, BC, even second northernmost community in Quebec has registered some teams this year, an Inuit fly-in community that are coming in. So many areas, it's great. Comparison to give you an idea, the context of our games, how big we've become, the Alberta Summer Games, that's the mainstream games. It's in Okotoks, Black Diamond in 2023. They announced, so you can look it up on provincial government website. They have over 2,700 athletes, coaches, and technical officials that are registered for those games. It's a 4-day games. If you live outside of 100 kilometers from Okotoks, they will bus you in if you're an athlete. They will put you in the athletes village. They'll feed you. It's great. So 2,700 athletes, coaches, technical officials, 4-day event. They get $420,000 from the province of Alberta. Our games, this year we'll have over 3,000 just athletes. Coaches, technical officials will have close to 4,000. Next year we'll have close to 5,000. Ours is an 8-day event, and we have to beg and hope that we get a fifth and a half of the amount that the mainstream games get. And so, I'm the only sole staff for our games year round. It's a seasonal position in addition to my full-time job. And we'd love to have other staff, but basically just wanted you guys to be aware of it. I suggest you recommend looking at the Truth and Reconciliation Calls to Action on Sports, 86 to 90, which deal with governments and sports and physical activity. We are so grateful for Edmonton, Indigenous Relations Office, Natalie, Jamie, Amelia, they're incredible. And we would love to continue to get your support to keep our games here and to help enhance Edmonton. It's the largest Indigenous populated city in Canada, if you count within 100 kilometers of the city. And can I keep talking? Anyways, we're number 3 in North America. New York City's number 1. Winnipeg's number 2. Edmonton's number 3. But if you count within outside 100 kilometers, Edmonton is number 1 because there's 8 First Nation communities outside of there. It's just a no-brainer, tremendous event. We just would love to get the funding that other similar type events get. We've engaged with Mayor Sohi.
Thank you, Mr. Henday. I've got to cut you off there. Thank you very much. Appreciate your, and I'm sure there'll be questions for you. Thank you, sir. Next we have Christy Morin.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, councilors. Nice to be here, and beautiful outside, and we talk about winter, which isn't always exactly exciting, but the festivals and what we're doing, we want to first of all thank you as Arts on the Ave for the support that City Council has given over the past 18 years that we've been together. What we really have recognized as a festival city and as an organization that has been building in one of Edmonton's most vulnerable communities, which is Alberta Ave District, is the great partnership between civic events and Arts on the Ave and the BIAs and everyone else that's working together. It would never happen if we didn't partner together and find ways to make things happen. What I'm realizing when I was reading through the report really quickly is that we support 100% this report. We thank the team for putting it together. It's excellent. What we are realizing is how winter festivals are also extremely, extremely difficult. We do both Kaleido Festival in September, and then in January we do the Winter Festival. To Danielle's point, with sleet, rain, hail, winds of 70-kilometer winds to continue on. And I know that prior councils actually recognized that and said, you know what, the winter festivals need extra support to make this happen. Working with Edmonton Arts Council has been fantastic, and they recognize that as well and supported the extra funding that we needed through Winter Cities at that time. So what I'm looking at today is just to be able to support it and say that we want to continue. The multicultural facet of what we do is really important. MJ Belcourt-Moses is our Métis programmer and has been with us for 12 years. So seeing that the Ukrainian component of the festival is so important this year with what's happening with Ukraine. And so I just continue wanting to say thank you and to recommend that we find ways to make things happen. The consideration of the BIAs and them being like why they came to the table as one of the organizations that would take some of the funding, and it being seed funding is great. A lot of the smaller BIAs don't have strong experience in event building, so they look to us, to Danielle or myself, as people that are experts to be able to help. So it'd be great if there was actually funding for us to be able to mentor those BIAs, because they just don't have that understanding of how to do it, so it would take extra work for them to learn to do that. And we're prepared to do it, but it would just take staffing to be able to share that and be able to make that happen. The other consideration for us is also looking and seeing that, that we are wanting to help the little guys. So we as Arts on the Ave started, as you know, as a little guy, like a group of artists in the Alberta Ave district wanting to make our community better. And we want to see other groups in the city, not just downtown. So when I was reading through, it talks a lot about downtown, but I see the arts and completely support Sanjay's whole thinking of it being spread through the whole of the city so that there's not only the concentration of downtown, but it's in all the areas of far northwest, far southwest, you know, southeast, and across the whole entire city. And often people will ask us, well, Christy, can you help us? Can you give us some of your resources? For sure we can. It just takes extra time and extra resourcing to be able to make that happen. So if there was a way to be able to do a sharing, we've talked about that a lot, but no one has really jumped to the pump to do it because it takes extra, like where is all that going to be stored? Who's going to manage all this? So I think there's lots of real great opportunities in being able to move this forward and for us to be able to support it. I think, again, I don't know how we would do this without you, and be able to continue with the funding. What we were told is that we would be cut as winter festivals if you don't completely support it by 10 grand. That 50,000 that we receive is super essential. And so we don't want to see any cuts happen. We would really ask that you would continue supporting it to the full amount that we have been giving, and then even to find ways to be able to make things happen further in future years. So thank you very much again for all your support.
Thank you, Ms. Warren. So we'll now go to questions of our speakers. Oh, don't go anywhere quite yet.
Okay.
Sir. And I'll go to Mayor Sohi, who exempted this first. Yeah.
Thank you. First of all, thank you to each and every one of you for being here today and also engaging with my office over the last 8 months. This is very big for me personally. I see this supporting arts, culture, entertainment integral to our economic growth as well as vibrancy and building dynamic cities. I just want to let you know that I have a motion coming forward increasing support for activities such as subsidization of the civic service cost and expansion of the Winter City program and micro grants for smaller festivals and events. So I just want to let you know. My question is to Mr. Walker on the Indigenous support. You talk about capacity building, right? And making sure that the Indigenous component of non-Indigenous events is actually more integrated in a way that instead of being seen as expropriation of cultures, it has to be more led by Indigenous communities, right? So I just want to get a sense, if that capacity building resources are provided, you think will help us deal with that?
Yes, I think it definitely will help. Like, I understand that there's a larger question involved with the cultural appropriation. I've been studying this for years. And to be honest with you, it has not made me very liked with a lot of other festival organizations because I'm coming from the agenda of understanding how, as Indigenous people, are we really supposed to be fully contributing to society if others are doing it for us all the time? I mean, that's the whole concept of what of the understanding of colonialism is. When do we find solidarity and understanding in our own, to promote our own, to help our own as well? The city of Edmonton, like we're comprised of so many cultures, you know, and I appreciate that. But if we do not have the infrastructure and the capacity building in place, we're just going to be providing services again.
Yeah.
You know, we do at the Canadian Native Friendship Center, we do a lot of programming for homelessness, food security programs as well. You know, and it's always just a Band-Aid solution.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. Really appreciate. We'll ask that question to Arts Council as well, because they're main funding body for this kind of work, and they've been doing some good work as well on that area. So thank you for raising that. That's an absolutely important point that you
Thank you,
raised.
sir.
Yeah, good. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Jans?
No, I didn't buzz in, so sorry.
All right. Any other questions for our speakers? Seeing none, then, thank you very much, all of you, for your submissions today. Thank you for taking the time to come down. We've got 5 minutes left, so I'm going to go to Mayor Sohi in just a moment as we bring administration back up. I know we've made all of the housing items time specific for 1:30. I'm going to suggest we finish this at 1:30 because I'm sensing it won't take too long, and then we'll start the housing pieces immediately after that. Fair enough? Okay. Mayor Sohi, please go ahead.
Yeah, just to get the ball rolling and keeping in mind limited amount of time, Madam Clerk, I do have a motion, and we sent a copy of the motion to you. If you will, I'll make that motion now, then we can ask questions on that. And I'll read it, that administration bring forward an unfunded service package as part of the 2023-2026 budget deliberations for a total of $500,000 to increase support for activities such as subsidization of civic service costs for signature events, expansion of the Winter City program, micro grants for smaller festivals and events, and other event capacity building as outlined in attachment 1 of report CS 00949. You want me to introduce that?
Yes, please do.
Okay. Yeah, I know we all know that the festivals and events are an important part of what makes Edmonton such a great city to call home and for tourists to visit. And we talk quite a bit about branding Edmonton as a festival city, and is an important part of placemaking that allows us to attract visitors and benefit a robust visitor economy, right? And this has been quite a bit discussion that we had during the campaign as well as after the campaign. And I believe that supporting and capacity building and focusing on Indigenous multicultural communities as well as big signature events, that's something we need to do more of. And I'll speak more to maybe when we close to this. So that's the intent, that we need to build that capacity of the organizations as identified by the administration, as well as some of the funding that is required in some of the specific areas. So that's the intent of the motion.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. We'll now go to questions of administration and or of the mover, starting with Councillor Tang.
Okay, great. Yeah, just one quick clarification on this 500,000. So that's what's being proposed in the report, and with a portion of that will be dedicated to the micro grants. Is that correct, Mayor Sohi?
Yeah, that's right. We if in the motion we do specifically specify the micro grants.
And did you have a sense of like what proportion of that would be specifically for micro grants? Because there's a few things going. I feel like there's a few things going on.
That I don't know. Maybe I'll turn to administration for that.
Sure. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, we would allocate 250,000 of the 500,000 to the micro grants.
Okay, great. I guess, yeah, thank you for that clarification. I have some questions for administration. How many emerging festivals are there each year? Do you have those numbers? Like every year, like new?
That's a really difficult question to answer. On any given year, we could have a number of new festivals or events that come forward. Some no longer exist and other new ones come forward. In 2022, we're anticipating quite a few that will not have operated in the last 3 years.
Okay, gotcha. Because I guess the reason why I was wondering about that is I know 250,000, how many would you anticipate applying for this? How many would be realistically supported with that amount, given that this is citywide?
Council, I'll start with that, and Ms. Poirier can bring the details. But they would also go to niche events that are on an annual basis, that are small and growing and need some additional support in order to stabilize, to work with the other festivals, that mentorship piece that we talked about, the capacity building. So it wouldn't just be new and emerging, but it would also be the ongoing smaller events.
Right. Right. And do you have a sense of like how many would realistically be supported through 250,000? Because I guess just in my mind, that feels, considering how many festivals we have every year, that doesn't feel like a lot. But they are micro, so I suppose.
Yeah, they're micro, so they would receive up to $1,000 or $10,000. We anticipate the majority of them will be in the $1,000 to $5,000 range. With, if we just use our recovery grant that we've proposed this year and funded, we had 84 different applicants receive funding through that. Many of them were micro, smaller, $500 to $1,000.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I think in the report you also mentioned that there's other opportunities. For example, the emerging immigrant, I think funding. Do you see opportunities to leverage with other grant opportunities like that within the city, like the existing ones?
So that is through our multicultural area for sure. We'll also work very closely with the Indigenous Relations Office. And Civic Events alone will be providing a number of opportunities through workshops, grants, newsletters, et cetera, et cetera. The big piece of this, though, will be working with the Edmonton Arts Council and the connections and exchanges, and many of their initiatives within that are around capacity building for festivals and events and other artists. Sanjay, did you have anything to add?
Go ahead.
No, I'll just wait for the councillor to finish your question. Thanks.
Oh, no. That's, yeah, okay. Well, I was going to move on to, I had a different question about some of those capacity building opportunities. Do you see an opportunity to potentially link these micro grants with, those capacity building initiatives, like, for example, receive a grant and the option to participate in whether it's mentorship or attend a workshop? I don't know.
Yeah, so absolutely all festival and event producers in Edmonton are invited to those workshops. And then I would ask Sanjay to speak a little bit about the capacity building that they're doing within Connections and Exchanges.
Thank you, Nicole. So we have a number of initiatives that we've launched in the last year. We have one initiative which is specific to building leadership. And this is at the individual arts professional level. So it could be an artist, could be an administrator. We are we're evaluating that, and we're thinking about expanding that program. We do run a number of workshops also. With COVID, it's been a bit difficult. On the one hand, it provides more access when you're online, but on the other hand, the learning that you get when you're together is different. We do have another program which is specific to organizations, which has a rolling deadline, so it has no particular deadline. Applications can be entertained at any time. That one is called Invent and Adapt, and it's specifically around capacity building and innovation for organizations. Everything from building your new festival to doing creating new business models or creating new opportunities to connect with an audience that you don't have currently. So it's a very broad program which is self-defined by the applicant, and
thank you.
We work
thank
with
you
the
so
applicant.
much. I'm very much out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. That takes us to our noon break. So as suggested, we'll pick this up at 1:30. I think we'll be able to finish it off fairly quick and then move to the housing items after that. See you at 1:30. Thank you. Good afternoon. And welcome back to the June 27th meeting of the Community and Public Services Committee. We are, just by way of agenda management, we are going to resume with item 610 because I believe that'll be completed in a few minutes. Then we'll move to items 6.1 through 6.6, 6.12, and 6.13, which are all a bundle. We have 15 speakers. There's a couple to add. And I frankly expect that to take the majority of the afternoon. If we did finish those items, we would then be on to, in the order of items, snow and ice control would begin after that. So if you are here for the vehicle for hire bylaw amendment, or 6.11, the transit safety plan, chances are that will not happen until tomorrow. I fully expect we'll be making a motion to extend orders to resume this meeting tomorrow at 9:30. We haven't made that motion yet. Perhaps we could. Why don't I move that? I'll move that we extend orders of this meeting to resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning, continue to 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon with a lunch break between noon and 1:30. Sorry for your troubles if you've come down here for that. I apologize for that. Just waiting for the vote to come up. Yep.
We're just sending that now.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That is carried. So we have until tomorrow at 5 to finish the work of this committee this time round. So let us move back then to item 610. We have a motion on the floor, and we have questions either to the mover of the motion, which is Mayor Sohi, or to administration on the report. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I just have a few quick questions on to administration. Just going through the attachment 1, I believe it is, just adding up the funding that has been provided so far. I get a total of about 4.2 million, not including the COVID one-time $1 million funding. Is that accurate?
We'll check out. So the attachment 1 certainly has some of the funding that goes to festivals. Certainly it doesn't include the funding that goes through the Arts Council on an ongoing basis. I think the 4.2 would include the festival grants as well as the things that we've proposed, but we'll just double check that.
And what about the civic service subsidies? What does that equate to in a dollar value as well? If you could just check on that as well.
So on an annual basis, the civic service subsidy is currently at about $675,000.
Okay, so if my numbers are right, we're looking at about 5 million. Okay, and then I just had a question on sort of a definition of Edmonton's core areas. Looking at some of the ones that the festivals that we funded are not in the downtown core. So I guess how do you define that? And also local signature events, like, is that by attendance numbers or?
So when we classify festivals and events, we look at a number of criteria. We look at everything from attendance to how long the organization has been in existence, their total expenses, revenues, the economic impact, as well as the social benefit based on the city plan. We look at number of volunteers, participants. So there's a whole formula that goes into determining whether or not a festival is signature or foundational. And all of the remaining festivals, along with the charitable runs, walks, et cetera, are normally niche, smaller community level events.
Okay, so those run walks, those niche ones would be more apt for a micro grant?
Some of those will be available or eligible for the micro grants. We are currently developing the criteria for that. We are looking at, there's also a number of private events that we would not necessarily be considering. So we do need to do a bit of work if council were to approve the $250,000 for the micro grant to determine who would specifically be eligible. We would prioritize, of course, cultural, Indigenous, and some of those smaller festivals and events in communities over charitable runs and walks that take place on a regular basis in Edmonton.
Okay, and since we're talking festivals, I just want to give a plug to the Canada Day Festival going on at Millwoods Park on Friday. Everyone's welcome to come out and enjoy with all the entertainment and cultural diversity that goes on there. Thanks.
Well played, Councillor Tang. Councillor Tang.
Thank you. Just a quick couple last questions. And I think I'm on second round, so 3 minutes. Have we ever done any analysis around kind of economic return or impact, either by the Arts Council or Explore Edmonton, from a lot of these festivals? Because I imagine a lot of, especially the signature ones, bringing a lot of visitors from out of town.
Yes, so I don't have a specific number, but we do work with Explore Edmonton. They have an economic impact calculator. When I indicated we classify events versus foundational signature, they provide us with a number based on the inputs that we provide to them. What I don't have is an economic impact for the totality of all of the festivals and events that take place in Edmonton, because we don't necessarily have all of the data in terms of expenses, how many visitors to Edmonton, et cetera, that go into the economic impact assessment that is completed by Explore Edmonton. But on a festival by festival basis, we are able to ask them to provide some information.
Yeah, and I guess in the future update, I'll be very curious to know what that is, and I don't know if that's possible through a memo or something.
Sure, we can work with Explore Edmonton to get a memo to council on those numbers.
Yeah, thank you. Just I saw the note about the December 2021 motion for that 200,000, and that's civic services for EPS, and there was an increase because the cost increased from 50 to 75%. I guess I'm just is that the, because I remember having this conversation back in the fall about we're essentially paying for our own service for events that we're funding. We're kind of double paying, and I remember at the time we were going to look at this conversation, but there was no active motion around it, because I think there's an intent that eventually we will want to try to move away from that model because we're essentially double paying on our own services. I'm just wondering if that was the context to that particular line item. I think I was a little bit confused when I read it.
So we are working with each of our festival and event producers, especially those that have a roadway component to them. And we are looking for other ways to fund, or not fund, but support those festivals and events, not using police wherever possible. So whether it's full road closures or it's using flaggers and marshals, additional marshals from the festivals and events, that is helping us to keep the costs down. But there are more festivals and events, there are more roadway events, and with that we have increased costs for policing. Gotcha.
Well, anyways, I'm just to say happy to support the motion, and I will also be curious, through this work, how much of some of these micro grants can really support festivals across the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. On the first round, Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. So just wanting to close the loop on that, because I think we did send a letter to the provincial government. I think Mayor Sohi, on behalf of council, did do that. And I'm just curious, have we heard from the provincial government about the Traffic Safety Act and maybe making some changes so that we can better stop paying for ourselves?
Our traffic colleagues have not heard back with regards to that. We're not aware that they're going to be opening the Traffic Safety Act.
Okay, so there's been no formal response from that. Okay. That's great. Okay. Well, nothing you can do on that. I think that's something that we still need to pursue because this is not a great use of our resources, but I'll think about that separately. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Principe, also on the first
Thank,
round.
yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is in relation to the signature events. I was just wondering how many signature events are there in Edmonton, and truly signature events?
I believe it's between 9 and 10 signature, and approximately 10 to 15 foundational. The rest are all niche or private events, or attracted events through Explore Edmonton and our events attraction area.
Can you send a memo as to which are the signature events?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Further to Councillor Neck's question, when we're having to contract Edmonton Police Service security for these festivals, do we know what the dollar figure is in totality for how much we as the city are required to pay for the festivals?
So currently we are subsidizing signature and foundational festivals and events 75% of their policing costs. So the festival would cover 25% of that.
We don't have the total number though.
Could we get that in a memo? Like, it's probably quite significant.
We'll just see if we can get it right now for you.
No worries. Second question, and this one's via Councillor Stevenson. She had asked about if there's, for sake of argument, a common thing that all of the festivals need, be it stage, sound system, etc. Have we looked at some sort of a co-op model or other ways that we as Edmonton could sort of act as the broker, if you will, and lend out, share, or help share costs and share assets between different festivals who may not need all of the same things at all of the same times?
Yeah, so one of the models, festival and event producers are able to apply for grants through other agencies, other levels of government, other support agencies. A number of our larger festivals and events do make their tents and infrastructure available to smaller existing or smaller up-and-coming festivals and events at the cost to essentially set those up. So they don't charge a rental fee for them. So there is some of that sharing model that is going on now. Our winter festivals do have that model in place for some of the winter infrastructure that they require, but it's not something as a city that we've looked at taking on behalf of the festivals and events. They're all so different in their needs, how they set up, what type of stage or tent or stage that they will require. So we haven't looked at that specific model, but festivals do share amongst themselves.
Okay, great. Well then, very quickly, did we have an answer or? Did you want to supplement or?
Oh, I think we'll get you the number on the police memo. We'll just put it in one bigger memo with the 3 questions.
Of course, thank you. So, yeah, if I may speak to the motion at this time quickly.
Sure.
Full support of this motion. This is excellent. One of the reasons I remember coming to Edmonton and staying in Edmonton, the first time I ever came to Edmonton was because of the Fringe. And one of the reasons I stayed in Edmonton during university was because of Shakespeare in the Park, Heritage Festival, just the amazing fun things to do here. So full support for this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing? I see no other questions, first of all. And again, just waiting for any technological lags. Then anyone wishing to speak to the motion? Okay. I don't see anyone waving frantically into their camera. So I will then go to Mayor Sohi to close.
Yeah, very quickly. Thank you everyone for considering to support this motion, as well as to the members of the public who came to make presentations. We all know that live events and festivals have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. And we as a city need to figure out a way to make those intentional investments to to help with the recovery of this this sector. We all know that coming together to celebrate, to share our cultures, experience the arts and music and storytelling are all important for our social well-being, as well as the sense of community and belonging that Councillor Jens was talking about earlier, as well as the economic growth opportunities. So I look forward to some of the information, even though at a broader level we know that investments in arts and culture produce significant return in economic for the growth of the economy. But I think if there's a specific way of focusing on festivals, that'll be good information to get, right? So really look forward to coming during the discussion during budget on this motion. Yeah, that's all.
Great, thank you. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. Thank you very much. Takes us then to our time-specific items 6.1 through 6.6, 6.12, and 6.13. So while administration is getting settled, we have a couple more speakers. So I'm going to move that we also hear from Susan McGee from Homeward Trust Edmonton in person, and Taylor Soroka from Jasper Place Wellness, also in person. Please vote to hear from those speakers as well.
We're just waiting on one vote. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that is carried. So, to Ms. Flaman for our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I can get the slide deck displayed. So with me today, I've got Ms. Crystal Kajener, Director of Affordable Housing and Homelessness with Social Development, and myself, Deputy City Manager for Community Services. We have a number of folks online who'll be prepared to answer questions at the conclusion of our presentation. Next slide. We are here today, as I'd mentioned, to deliver the presentation which will walk you through the updates on major work underway within the corporation on affordable housing and homelessness. We'll begin with some information about Edmonton's affordable housing context. We also have some positive progress to share about our work over the past 4 years and where we're planning to go moving forward. Then we'll move to some specific reports and then conclude with some closing comments. Slide. Today's presentation covers a wide range of reports. 7 are for information and 1 involves a decision. Some are bigger picture, such as the Affordable Housing Investment Plan and the new Housing Needs Assessment, as well as new strategies aimed at addressing the overrepresentation of Indigenous people in housing need and homelessness. Others are more specific, such as tax relief grants, shelter standards, and an innovative co-location opportunity. Since the reports go into considerable detail, this presentation will be primarily focused on the big picture work to deliver better outcomes in affordable housing and homelessness. This is the overall approach administration has taken, what we have done, how we have adjusted our work, and some possibilities for the future. We'll take time near the end to focus on the one report which requires a decision, that being the Walker Fire Station Co-location Update Report, which will require a scope change. Slide. Having hopefully scoped out this conversation, we will now move into the first part of this presentation, which focuses on describing the Edmonton context for affordable housing. This includes the city's housing needs, the state of the current supply of affordable and social housing, and what role the city plays in a complex ecosystem. Slide. The city plan outlines the choices we need to make to become a healthy, urban, and climate-resilient city of 2 million people that supports a prosperous region. Part of this means ensuring our city is inclusive and compassionate, which means we are rooted in concepts and efforts to improve equity, end poverty, eliminate racism, and make clear progress towards truth and reconciliation. The city plan's goals around homelessness and affordable housing are simple and ambitious. No chronic or episodic homelessness in Edmonton, and nobody is in core housing need. These goals are critical to achieving other equity goals. It's difficult to imagine progress on reconciliation and anti-racism if we fail to do whatever we can to meet the most basic needs we all share. Core housing need is fundamentally a form of poverty, and homelessness is its most extreme form. The most significant lever available to municipalities in Canada to reduce poverty is increasing the supply of affordable and supportive housing. Slide. We often hear that Edmonton is already an affordable city, and if you're a prospective homeowner, Edmonton's housing market is relatively attractive, particularly when compared to other large Canadian cities. In Edmonton right now, someone earning the median income can just afford the purchase price of the average resale home. Yet, this story may obscure the reality experienced by a significant portion of households in our city, including the tens of thousands of people who struggle to afford their rent and those facing years-long waits for affordable housing. For these Edmontonians, home ownership is a near impossibility. So from one angle, housing in Edmonton is attractive and attainable, and on the other, Edmonton is facing some gaps. I'd like to suggest 3 numbers that may help provide additional context. 1 in 360 Edmontonians. The by name list is managed by Homeward Trust, and it is the source of data that we use when talking about homelessness. It's a real-time list of people by name in Edmonton that are known to be experiencing homelessness. Currently, the list sits at just over 2,800 people, or around 1 in 360 Edmontonians. Of those 2,800 people, about 1,150 are either currently staying in a shelter or sleeping outdoors, while the rest are living in short-term arrangements like short-term transitional housing. 1 in 7 households. If you step back further and look at census data, you'll see another picture. 1 in 7 households are in core housing need. Core housing need is a national metric used by the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation and others to assess the affordability of housing. It considers whether a household has enough space and bedrooms or if major repairs are needed. Core housing need also factors in alternatives. This number represents the people who can't afford suitable and adequate housing in their local market. Households in core housing need struggle to afford the cost of housing and have to make difficult decisions between covering the rent and affording other essentials like food, clothing, transportation, and educational supplies. When we hear stories of overcrowding, 7 people living in a 2-bedroom apartment because that is what they can afford, these households are examples of those in core housing need. 1 in 4 renters. While core housing need affects both renters and homeowners, renters are at a greater risk. Renters are 4 times more likely than homeowners to be struggling. Among renters in need, households where someone lives with a disability, single mothers, those with very low and fixed incomes, and Indigenous and racialized households tend to be the most vulnerable. Slide. Government intervention in the housing spectrum is necessary primarily because the private market is unable to meet the needs of all Edmontonians on its own. The City of Edmonton is involved in all parts of the housing spectrum. Our land use, planning, and zoning shapes the city. So does our role in creating and incentivizing affordable housing. During the pandemic, the city has also been involved in providing supports to the unhoused as well as emergency shelters and bridge housing. In areas where the market is able to meet demand, less intervention is required and the government plays a smaller role. The City of Edmonton supports market housing by setting the regulatory framework necessary to ensure it can be provided in an affordable, sustainable, and safe way. All 3 orders of government have a role to play in the subsidized portion of the affordable housing spectrum. For people earning below median incomes, a range of solutions may be necessary to support their access to shelter and housing. On one end of the spectrum, we find solutions geared to the needs of people experiencing homelessness. Emergency shelters are meant to be temporary measures aimed at ensuring everyone can access shelter no matter their circumstance. Bridge housing is geared to supporting people experiencing homelessness in a timely and supported transition to permanent housing and allows people the ability to start accessing services to help them stabilize and start resolving the factors which led to their homelessness in the first place, while they go through the process of moving into permanent housing. Supportive housing acknowledges that some people will require additional time and supports to maintain their housing. It ensures access to intensive supports, but unlike bridge housing, it is not time limited. Social housing is sometimes called community housing, but it generally refers to an inventory of publicly government-owned housing that is made affordable through deep subsidies to households with the lowest incomes. Most of these units operate on a rent-geared-to-income model that meets rents are capped at 30% of a household's income. Near market or shallow subsidy housing is geared to households who are in core housing need but require less support to close the gap between the incomes they can generate and their housing costs. Affordable housing itself is very diverse, ranging from supportive housing all the way to near market housing. We'll talk later about our success in prioritizing supportive housing, the need for deep subsidies, and even the diversity of options needed within near market housing. Slide. This slide combines the last two concepts, the need and the types of response. It also connects homelessness and housing. The visible part of the iceberg reflects the Edmontonians experiencing homelessness that we see on our streets and in the River Valley every day. These community members are in need of a crisis response. Their number is comparatively small, but the interventions, investments, and work are resource intensive. There are often multiple complex barriers that need to be addressed to support their ability to access and maintain safe and appropriate housing. Below what you see on the surface, however, is a much broader and greater population of people in need. Generally speaking, the kinds of investments here will be less resource intensive, but the scale of need in these groups, over 22,000 households in severe housing need alone, shows the significance of the challenge that we don't typically see. While the relationships are not always linear, households in core housing need can easily become households in severe housing need. Many factors out of an individual's control, like increasing rents, changing labor market conditions, illness, can all accelerate transitions like these. Households in severe housing need are at high risk of homelessness. For these households, an unexpected expense, a missed income support check, a personal crisis can set off a chain of events that leads to a loss of housing. While the people we see experiencing homelessness are the most visible manifestation of housing need in our city, the folks we don't see, those below the surface of the iceberg, are still facing incredibly tough choices, and many have complex barriers. Addressing needs across the entire spectrum is important to fully address the causes and challenges of homelessness. We can't solve one problem without addressing the others. Slide. The CMHC collects city data about social and affordable rental structures in cities across Canada. In 2021, Edmonton had 14,837 affordable and social housing units. More than 80% of Edmonton's inventory was built prior to 1990. More than half of these units are either bachelor or one-bedroom units. Roughly 1 in 3 are in poor or fair condition. Alberta has the least affordable housing per capita in the country apart from Quebec, which has very slightly fewer units per capita. There's only 1 unit of affordable housing for every 108 residents in Alberta. The national average is 1 unit per 56. These statistics illustrate the vulnerability and risk of Edmonton's affordable housing inventory. We have a combination of insufficient supply, aging structures, and limited capacity within these units. Without reinvestment, these factors will likely translate into higher rates of core housing need over time. Slide. The challenges related to affordable housing and homelessness has created a complex ecosystem of actors working to solve the aspects of housing need. The City of Edmonton is just one part of a complex ecosystem of organizations and government. That ecosystem has evolved and changed over time. This slide gives a snapshot of the categories of actors and roles in the ecosystem. While the visual gives you a sense of what types of stakeholders are involved in this space, it does not fully capture the interactions, partnerships, and relationships that make up our collective response to meeting the housing needs of Edmontonians. We achieve the most progress when all of these institutions and actors are aligned and moving together in the same direction towards achieving the same collective goals. Slide. As mentioned, the City of Edmonton is just one actor, but it has a long history of involvement in the development of affordable housing. During the 60s to the 80s, the city partnered with the federal and provincial governments to directly develop over 3,000 units of social housing. In the 1970s, the city banked land in Millwoods and established HomeEd as the city's nonprofit housing corporation. In the 2000s, the city supported the creation of Homeward Trust and created the Cornerstones program to administer both municipal funds and provincial block funding on behalf of the government of Alberta. During each of these periods, the city formalized corporate policies to support nonprofit housing and dedicated land. And while the city is no longer in the direct developer of affordable housing at scale, its leadership role continues to this day. All orders of government play a role in responding to homelessness. Municipalities tend to experience the impacts most severely and are most aware of the specific dimensions of local need, but have the smallest resource base and cannot address the problem alone. Slide. Edmontonians overall enjoy relatively high median incomes, and Edmonton's housing market is able to accommodate those earning median and above incomes. However, there are close to 50,000 households in core housing need, and those are in need are really struggling. Our rates of severe housing need are greater than the national average, and we also have fewer affordable options than other municipalities. We're experiencing a dramatic increase in homelessness, and tens of thousands of Edmonton families and residents are struggling with the cost of housing. To summarize, the goals in the city plan may be clear, but it's also clear that Edmonton's housing needs are significant. These issues are complex and interconnected, and leadership will be required to ensure forward progress towards our vision of an inclusive and compassionate city.
Well, it's a mistake to underestimate the challenge ahead of us. It is also important to acknowledge success. The next few slides will demonstrate how, by adopting a new strategic approach, the City of Edmonton has been able to build momentum over the last 4 years, which has us set on a trajectory for progress. Next slide. 4 years ago, the city had a problem. The city auditor had declared the city's affordable housing strategies were failing to meet targets. Affordable housing was not getting built fast enough, and the units that were being built were not addressing the most significant needs. A large proportion of the 778 units built over that period were part of the city's secondary suite program, which also offered minimal affordability, guaranteed only for a period of 5 years, for instance, but supportive housing was not being built at all. The city was failing to compete for funding from other orders of government, effectively leaving dollars on the table. At the time, the provincial government had announced hundreds of millions of dollars in investment in a new affordable housing strategy, but very few new projects in Edmonton were getting funded. Some nonprofit providers were hesitant to start new projects after a number of high-profile project failures due to community opposition. And by not building enough affordable housing, the city was failing to protect itself for the years to come. In response to the audit, administration developed a new approach. The goal was to build more and to do so to take advantage of funding from other orders of government. But instead of waiting for block transfers that weren't going to come, the city council approved administration taking a more proactive approach, which would see the city become a limited funding partner and willing to make land available proactively for affordable housing development. By taking a small amount of risk by being willing to be the first funder in, the goal was to ensure that affordable housing providers would always have a predictable and consistent investment partner in creating compelling shovel-ready projects that could eventually attract further investment to Edmonton. Next slide. Since that shift in approach, the city has committed to funding significantly more units. There are still 6 months left in this year, but in the past 4 years alone, we have already easily surpassed the progress made by the city during the previous decade. We've achieved our 4-year supportive housing targets and are expecting and will soon surpass our goal of 2,500 units by this fall. In addition, when provincial MSP dollars were made available, administration and our partners at HomeEd, GEF, and Civita were ready to take advantage of that funding and use it to shore up more than 1,500 mostly city-owned affordable and social housing units. In large part, all of this work is thanks to the support and direction of previous city council. In addition to funding, policies were put in place to ensure we would make progress. A couple of those pieces are mentioned here. Policy C601, which provides transparency, predictability, and consistency in the administration of capital grant funding and land dedication, and allows council to prioritize the types of affordable housing projects it wants to see the city invest in. And Policy C437 sets out the terms for making city-owned land available to nonprofit providers for the development of affordable housing at below market cost. Those are just 2 examples. Next slide, please. This chart breaks down some of the successes of the 2019 to 2022 plan. Affordable Housing Investment Program grants, the top bars, are our capital grant funding program, which provide up to 25% of capital costs. 3 rounds of grants have been approved so far, and a 4th is in the works. Many of these projects have involved partnerships with nonprofits without development experience, and many have gone on to attract significant funding from the CMHC. Notably, each round of the Affordable Housing Investment Program to date has had more and more successful applicants. This demonstrates that affordable housing providers are ready and willing to meet the needs in our city and are looking to these grants as a source of predictable support. Next slide, please. It is impossible to speak about the last 4 years without talking about the effects of the pandemic. While the city has managed to make progress on its own affordable housing targets, it was simultaneously challenged to respond to a growing crisis. The number of people falling into homelessness has doubled. The homelessness serving sector faced a problem of increased demand and reduced capacity due to public health restrictions and staff burnout. In the end, an expansion of services for vulnerable Edmontonians was supported by all levels of government. From the start of the pandemic, the City of Edmonton's role was not business as usual. A crisis situation would have been likely far worse without collaboration between the 3 orders of government, Homeward Trust, and the homeless serving sector. While the effects of the pandemic are still with us, many of the measures and responses have changed. The city has continued to shift its response from crisis response to proactive planning, but it is quite likely that significant needs will continue to challenge us in the months to come. Next slide. The pandemic dramatically increased the number of Edmontonians experiencing homelessness. It also demonstrated that City Council's 2018 prioritization of supportive housing was a prescient move. Our active role in enabling supportive housing development and shovel-ready projects helped reduce the gap in supportive housing that was identified in both previous plans to end homelessness and allowed us to take advantage of new funding via the Rapid Housing Initiative, which was announced during the pandemic. Zoning bylaw changes have also been implemented to enable supportive housing as a use in more zones and areas across the city. Building effective working relationships with other orders of governments has also led to improved outcomes on funding received in Edmonton for affordable housing and progress on the delivery of emergency shelter services. Next slide, please. In addition to the extraordinary measures implemented by the city during the pandemic and our efforts on supportive housing, we have also been able to formalize policy change, evolve our encampment response, and highlight the need for improvements to the city's shelter system. Successful activation of extreme weather responses to supplement the sector's activities have resulted in life-saving efforts to protect vulnerable Edmontonians in hazardous weather conditions. And our commitment to continued improvement and expansion of the response to encampments and unsheltered homelessness has led to process changes and the introduction of new outreach teams in order to more effectively serve those in need. And again, the previously mentioned involvement in shelter services and bridge housing has created opportunities for the city to improve collaboration and coordination efforts with our existing partners. Next slide, please. We have managed to exceed our targets in the past few years, and in spite of an unexpected pandemic, have still managed to build momentum and success needed to effectively address the critical affordable housing shortages in our city. The pressures created by the pandemic and the projected need are still great, however. We have much more work to do and a long road ahead, and continued investment will be needed for sustained impact and success. Next slide. Taking the lessons learned from recent successes, administration has developed a sequence of key next steps that will enable us to continue to evolve our efforts by developing effective short-term responses for the immediate need of those experiencing homelessness, as well as effective long-term efforts to address affordable housing need. These key next steps are designed to allow the City of Edmonton to be prepared to take advantage of any available investments from the provincial and federal governments, respectively through the Stronger Foundations Affordable Housing Strategy and the National Housing Strategy. Acknowledging that changes in the political environment over time are inevitable, the steps being put in place will continue to employ the proactive shovel-ready approach that puts Edmonton in an ideal position to leverage opportunities as they may arise by working with our nonprofit partners to ensure there is a pipeline of projects ready to go. The next few slides will lay out the fundamental components of administration's key next steps. Next slide, please. A new comprehensive housing needs assessment is currently underway, with 2 out of 3 phases complete. A thorough and complete housing needs assessment will be a foundational tool to support evidence-based investment decisions and will allow us to understand housing gaps more precisely, enabling even more targeted investments and the ability to prioritize particular groups based on data. The 3 phases include quantitative data collection and analysis, which is complete, qualitative data collection through stakeholder engagement with over 47 community organizations and service providers, which has also been completed, and the final phase, which seeks to better understand the needs of those with lived experience. Qualitative data collection for this final phase is being conducted by 2 different consultants using separate engagement strategies that employ different methodologies with a focus on the priority groups identified in the needs assessments methodology. Next slide, please. On this slide is a preliminary list of the priority population groups that are experiencing the highest need in our city. While the needs of many of the groups have been a focus of our team's efforts over the past year, for others, more work is needed to identify strategies for better addressing specific needs. More work will need to be done in phase 3 to integrate the qualitative findings into this analysis and through the upcoming refresh of our affordable housing strategy. But this demonstrates how the needs assessment can help identify more precise housing gaps experienced by Edmontonians and subsequently more specific potential solutions to address those gaps. The needs assessment is planned to be a regularly recurring exercise as data becomes available, and administration will work towards publicly sharing the results of this data in an accessible form online for our partners in the sector to use in making their own program and investment decisions. The needs assessment is based on the HEART methodology for assessing housing need developed by the University of British Columbia with funding from the CMHC. The methodology is designed to provide a standard tool for comparing housing need at the municipal level across the country. Administration also fully expects this methodology will meet all of the requirements of the Government of Alberta under its new housing strategy, which has identified the desire for municipalities to undertake housing needs assessments. Next slide, please. Armed with a comprehensive understanding of the affordable housing need based on our needs assessment, and in an effort to align the strategy with the investment plan cycles and opportunities from other orders of government, now is the time to refresh the affordable housing strategy to ensure we continue to undertake the most effective and relevant actions to address the unmet needs in Edmonton. Evaluation of the previous strategy is already underway along with engagement with key stakeholders. The refresh strategy will seek to integrate more focus on priority groups that the needs assessment has highlighted. Indigenous affordable housing in particular will be a key part of the refresh strategy based on what we have known for some time already about the overrepresentation of Indigenous peoples and among those in core housing need, and validated by the results of the need assessment. Next slide, please. The 2019-2022 Affordable Housing Investment Plan is coming to an end, and the city has an opportunity to take the lessons learned from recent years to focus more effectively on its affordable housing goals and future investments. In order to continue the momentum on the development of supportive housing, a number of activities are planned for the remainder of 2022. First, ensuring comprehensive submissions for the Rapid Housing Initiative, round 3 capital submissions. Second, undertaking a review of policy C583 on surplus school sites that has not been formally reviewed since 2015 and needs to be updated to reflect current market conditions. And thirdly, bringing forward resource requests for council's considerations as part of the 2023-2026 budget deliberations. In order to inform our budget requests for the fall, administration is developing a number of scenarios for consideration. These scenarios cover different funding levels by the City of Edmonton and identify potential differences in other levels of government funding. The scenarios present an increase of overall funding activity per stream between each other with some notable escalations. All of the scenarios contemplate a continuation of the Affordable Housing Investment Plan and grant program, continued supportive housing development, surplus school site development, as well as the creation of a funding stream specifically for Indigenous-led affordable housing. The main differences between each relates to the number of overall units, the extent of reinvestment in the city-owned social housing portfolio, and the number of surplus school sites developed. As well, the number of targeted deep subsidy units varies between each scenario. Next slide, please. Administration is confident that the scenarios we've prepared are realistic and achievable given what we understand about the current environment in which we operate and given our experiences over the last several years. However, as with our previous investment plan, there are some risks we must monitor that have the potential to impede our ability to achieve our goals over the next 4 years. These risks include inflationary pressures, which pose a challenge in meeting housing plan goals and impact construction costs by eroding the number of affordable housing spaces that can be built, and operational costs, which decreases the ability of our nonprofit partners to offer deeper subsidies to their tenants. As well, a lack of dedicated operational funding is a risk we must monitor. Operational funding for permanent supportive housing sites. Council and administration are working with our provincial counterparts to confirm the need and secure funding, and we are hopeful it will be provided. If operating funding is not secured for the first 5 sites, Homeward Trust will be required to reallocate within its existing budget by defunding other programs. This may be challenging given the increase in homelessness Edmonton has experienced over the past 2 years. If additional units are built if additional units are built with the Rapid Housing Initiative's Round 3 funding, this would further exacerbate the operational funding shortfall, and the city may need to choose between continued development while bearing the real risk of ultimately assuming the operating costs of these units, or leaving available funds on the table. Notwithstanding these challenges, administration has good working relationships with our counterparts at the working level at the Government of Alberta, and we remain optimistic that the opportunities and efforts to partner with the provincial and federal governments will continue to yield to better affordable housing outcomes over the next 4 years. Next slide. Edmonton has the second largest population of urban Indigenous people in Canada. Results from our needs assessment indicate that there were 24,865 households who identified as Indigenous in Edmonton. Indigenous people were more likely to be renters than any of the other priority groups. Approximately 57% of Indigenous renter households living in Edmonton are in core housing need. These figures underscore the need to address and understand the current state of housing for Indigenous people in our city. Over the past year, the City of Edmonton has worked with an advisory committee made up of Indigenous stakeholders and their selected consultants to develop recommendations to advance the creation of an Indigenous-led affordable housing projects in Edmonton. The development of the strategy and its recommendations by the consultants and the advisory committee was grounded in the city's commitment to reconciliation, building stronger relationships with and supporting Indigenous people in Edmonton. Intentional efforts were made to ensure that this work was aligned with the city's Indigenous framework, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action, the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls National Inquiry Calls for Justice, and would further support the city's community safety and well-being strategy. Administration will begin implementation immediately on actions that can be undertaken with our existing capacity and resources. Dedicated funding for Indigenous-led affordable housing is also included in our draft 2023-2026 investment plan scenarios. Next slide. As mentioned, the experiences of the pandemic crisis response has evolved the level of city contribution and involvement in homelessness. While this has presented challenges in terms of the resource allocation and service delivery, there have been opportunities to further our partnership with key stakeholders like the Government of Alberta, Alberta Health Services, Homeward Trust, shelter operators, and other service providers. Building on these lessons and deepened relationships, our new corporate homelessness response plan will be an opportunity to enable a more integrated, aligned, and efficient plan with an evaluation framework to ensure that the city is achieving its intended outcomes. The corporate homelessness plan will be developed by the end of 2023 and will also be aligned with the refresh of the updated community plan to prevent and end homelessness expected to begin later this year. Other key homelessness response activities are also underway, including winter 2022 emergency shelter planning, a review of our extreme weather policy, expansion of homelessness prevention programs and services, encampment response evaluation, which includes engagement with people with lived experience and procurement for a new Indigenous-led outreach team. In addition, further encampment response service standard increases may be considered by City Councils through the 2023-2026 budget process, and the planning phase for Indigenous-led shelter will begin later this year. Next slide. Administration has put in place important next steps to support continued success and momentum on the city's affordable housing and homelessness goals. A comprehensive set of actions across the spectrum of need and housing, informed by experience and data, is in motion to place the city in a position to support and leverage the efforts and resources of our partner organizations. Components of this plan are presented by a number of the reports in front of committee today. The Needs Assessment Report shares preliminary findings that serve as a start of the foundational evidence needed to inform a refresh of the city's affordable housing strategy. The Investment Plan Report shares administration's proposed modeling and scenario planning details, which, in conjunction with a complete needs assessment and strategy in the fall, and continued integration of the successful approach described in the Supportive Housing Report, will inform the resource requests for the 2023-2026 budget deliberations. Administration also continues to work on strategically important opportunities identified both as a result of our own evidence gathering and by our stakeholders. While the overarching guiding plans and strategies are developed, some examples of these strategically important opportunities include both reports on Indigenous-led affordable housing and shelter, which are critical pieces of work to support Indigenous people and maintain the city's commitment to reconciliation. The report outlining the progress on implementing the minimum emergency shelter standards, which demonstrates the evolution of the city's role in homelessness and emergency shelter provision. The tax relief report, which discusses a potentially valuable tool in supporting housing providers to deliver and operate affordable housing. And finally, the Walker Fire Station report, which is an example of administration's willingness to explore innovative approaches to developing affordable housing.
Next slide, please. While that summarizes the overall update of the major work underway in affordable housing and homelessness and what is contained in the batch of reports for committee today, we will take the next few and final slides to focus specifically on two reports which require specific advice and direction from committee. Next slide. While not a recommendation report, Council may choose to act on this report regarding the tax relief for affordable housing properties through a motion to bring forward an unfunded service package. In general, affordable housing properties are considered taxable as identified through criteria with the MGA and the Community Organization Property Tax Exemption Regulation. However, exemptions set out in provincial legislation do exempt some types of property held by organizations that run affordable housing. These include properties owned by Alberta Social Housing Corporation, properties held by a management body established under the Alberta Housing Act if they are used to provide senior citizens with lodge accommodation or if they are owned by the city, and properties exempted. These exemptions in place have recently been expanded to include properties formerly owned by Alberta Social Housing Corporation that continue to provide affordable housing following their prospective disposition to other owners, and the province is considering further legislative changes. Administration has been engaging with the Government of Alberta on potential changes and has expressed a desire for an expansion of the exemption to affordable housing properties owned by non-profit providers. The City of Calgary has also requested this consideration. Until new legislation is tabled, new affordable housing developments are not considered exempt unless they meet the specific current requirements, which are limited in scope. Additionally, to ensure compliance with legislation, a number of previously exempted properties may no longer be deemed eligible for an exemption. To prevent this from occurring, and on direction of Council, administration is developing a grant program that would offset property taxes for properties that are not already exempt. One of the primary difficulties in developing tax support for affordable housing is the wide variety of organizations providing housing and their diverse range of business models. This makes it difficult to clearly define and categorize affordable housing in a way that identifies where support would be appropriate. Our solution is not to use a definition, but instead rely on legal obligations to provide affordable housing that providers have already undertaken. In many cases, this would be a funding agreement with an order of government. The application process for the grant would be quite straightforward in most cases, with a simple application supported by evidence of the legal commitment to provide affordable housing. Providers must also meet a set of basic eligibility requirements. They must be at least partly owned by a nonprofit, they must not have any outstanding tax arrears, and there must not be any significant legal issues. Slide. This slide shows a few examples of how the program would work. The first property is a mixed-use building with commercial spaces on the ground floor and affordable housing above. The property was developed with provincial funding, and the provider has a legal commitment to renting half of the residential units at 75% of market value. The grant for this property would be equivalent to half of the municipal property taxes for the residential portion of the building. The second property is purely residential, and the provider has a legal commitment to renting 60% of its units at 30% of median renter income for 10 years in order to qualify for mortgage insurance through CMHC. The grant for this property would be equivalent to 60% of its municipal property tax bill. The third property was constructed using capital funding many years ago with no existing legal obligations remaining, and half of the building is rented at market rates to support the other half rented at 75% of market value. No operating subsidies are in place. In this example, the city could enter into an agreement with the provider where the city would provide a nominal operating subsidy in exchange for a legal commitment to provide a certain amount of affordable housing for a certain period of time. This grant would offset the municipal residential taxes to the degree that the provider commits to providing affordable housing. In this case, the grant would offset 50% of their municipal residential property taxes. Next slide, please. The report before you is an information report, which does not require any further direction. If Council wishes to proceed with offering a grant program to offset the costs of exempting affordable housing providers, funding must be made available before grants can be dispersed, and a motion should be made to request that administration bring forward an unfunded service package as part of the 2023-26 budget process to make funds available. We are currently estimating that fully funding this program may cost about $5 million, but there are several uncertainties in this estimate. It does not account for the proportion of units within each building that would qualify for the grant, and it does not account for properties that have very recently become exempt under new provincial legislation. The list of affordable housing properties is likely incomplete, and new properties may be identified through grant submission process. Next slide. The only report here today that truly requires your direction is regarding a new fire station, the Walker Fire Station, in the southeast area of the city that was approved in the 2019 to 2022 capital budget. Administration learned of other municipalities co-locating a fire station with affordable housing as one example of integrated land planning, and internal conversations since have led to the development of a business case to determine feasibility and cost. As the project could produce efficiency in development as one project opposed to two separate projects, administration believes there are benefits to pursuing this approach and is seeking a change of scope to the original capital project. No funding request is needed at this time. If Council approves the scope change today, additional planning can begin on the co-location project, and it is anticipated that by 2024, the project will be at the PDDM Checkpoint 3 stage. At this stage, Council can expect to see a budget request through a supplemental budget adjustment process. Additionally, administration will be bringing a report back to Council in the fall on current and prospective enhanced practices of identifying city land for affordable housing and integrating affordable housing into new facilities. Findings from the design process on the Walker Fire Station will help identify future processes and practices in this regard. In conclusion, administration recommends that you vote to receive 7 of these reports for information as indicated on this slide. You must vote on a decision for the Walker Fire Station co-location report. Lastly, if committee wishes to proceed on the Affordable Housing Tax Grant for item 6.13, a motion should be made to request an unfunded service package as part of the 2023-26 budget process to make funds available. I thank you for your patience as we walked you through this presentation. We are happy to answer any questions you may have about any of these reports. Thank you.
Thank you, both, for a very comprehensive report. So we'll now hear from our speakers. And we have a combination of folks in person and online. So what I'm going to first ask is those that are here to come up and take their seats so that we can be a bit more efficient with time. And I'm going through my list, so Madam Chair, just speak up, or pardon me, Madam Clerk, just speak up if something's changed. So that'd be Dan Cormack in person. Michael Fair in person. Sam Colias. We'll just start from this chair here, sir. Right, the first one with the microphone. Yeah, there we go. Nick Lilly in person, number 4. Chair number 4. Samantha Colias-Gunn. Gord Johnson. Mark Hussein. Cam McDonald. Murray Soroka.
We've been informed that Murray Soroka is no longer able to present.
Okay, thank you. We're running out of microphone spots. Are we okay with our arrangement, Madam Clerk? Yeah, okay. Susan McGee? Susan here yet? Maybe come over here, Susan, and we'll work up that edge too. And Taylor Soroka. Pretty soon you can just push us right out and away you go. You'll have the keys to the vault and our work here will be done. This feels more communal doing it this way anyway, so this is good. All right, so we're going to have a combination of those in person and those online. So first up is Dan Cormack, followed by Paul Cabaj, who's joining us remotely. Please go ahead, sir. Thank you. Sorry, just a moment, sir. We're just going to make sure your microphone is on so that they can hear you online as well. There you go. Perfect.
Thank you. My name is Dan Cormack. My fascination in life is anthropology, the study of cultures. My favorite is Aboriginal. 1 year ago, I ran for public office. On Happy Canada Day, we did, mine is homesteaders. Our belief in working together with truth, bravery, and honesty build a province of great wealth. But at what cost to the native people who allowed the homesteaders to be here? I am a kindred spirit of the almost forgotten. Based on humanitarian reasons announced at the Coliseum rally July 1st, 2021, running for City Council Métis Ward for the October 18th election, my campaign promise is to refurbish the Coliseum into a native hospital. I cannot do alone. Without you, I please need you. Daryl Cates, please find in your heart. We all need you to stop demolition on the Coliseum. I would be so proud if you would get ahead on the native hospital yourself. But if after October 18th, I will be at City Hall, and I'm here today. Finally made it. Our light rail transit will take university doctors and Native people and medical students and patients both ways. Students eat, sleep, and enjoy life, study at the Coliseum. With no stress, healing will encourage being. The Northern Indigenous Urban Aboriginal strategy is something that we need to do. The Aboriginal people that are living on the streets are approximately about 60%. Are Métis and displaced Indigenous people. A long road for every city in Canada, because we have all the Aboriginal people for a lot of reasons, as you know. And we must find a way, as in city, the home champions for Canada. We demand as citizens of the greatest democracy in the world. Because we wanted to do, as a Ukrainian, we wanted to do a hospital for the Aboriginal people. And this is from the homesteaders, not from me. The homesteaders wanted this. And a lot of them now are gone. But they asked me as death wishes at the bed to do this. This is something that, as Ukrainian never surrender. The elders appealed to me, knowing I am a lovely Ukrainian sausage. Write your feelings, they said. We started the peace ceremony for my Slavic brothers and sisters forever under the sun till the end of time on December 8th. Peace pipe, sweetgrass, gold dust, black sand, sage, for peace and love, the strongest force in the cosmos. Canada wishes you much happiness and a beautiful Christmas and your New Year to all. This letter is basically something that you'll understand here in a couple more minutes, if I can get there. Further recommendations for Darrell Cates, Edmonton Mayor, Premier of Alberta, Prime Minister Trudeau, Mr. Putin and Mr. Zelensky are great Alberta chiefs. Yes, it is a formal challenge to Mr. Zelensky and Mr. Putin to the greatest hockey the world has ever seen. 100%. The Athabascans want to play hockey. But now it's a little bit more complicated because Métis also want to be part of this. Nobody wants Czechs. They want to play hockey. But this is something that is a hockey awakening, is something that we all need, but we want to do it after COVID. The funds raised, of course, for this challenge was to go to the Aboriginal Hospital. I almost lost $10 million doing this because we were going to put $10 million at City Hall, irregardless if nobody wanted to listen to us because my family is Russian and Ukrainian. Well, but the Aboriginal idea for hockey is the most humane idea I've seen come forth in our war with Ukraine and Russia. The most brilliant idea. Welcome to a brave new world. Dear Premier, Mayor, City Council, my friend, personal friend, Dr. Bielzak, refused me to go to Ukraine as a medic, which I would just go as a medic. I would never hurt anybody. As we know, I ran a good, clean election. Since public forum was canceled, I thought I would give my 5-minute speech with the mayor concerned in refurbishing the Coliseum into an Aboriginal hospital, but we follow our Aboriginal training.
Thank you, Mr. Cormack.
Okay.
That's your 5 minutes. I should have mentioned before that we're each limited to 5 minutes, and
total.
We have lots of speakers today. So thank you for your comments. We'll now go to Paul Kabaj, followed by Cole Cantor, who's also online. Candor, sorry, Cole.
Basically, actually, it's Paul Sabai here in the room with you, to your left, to your right, I guess.
Oh, my other left. Very good. Well, welcome aboard. Nice to see you.
And actually, if my colleague Cole could go first, I will follow up my comments after him.
All right, sure. We'll go to Cole first then, who I think is online still. Yep, there he is. Okay, and then Paul. Please go ahead, Cole.
You bet. I have a slideshow that should be up. Hello, can you hear me?
We're just working on that. Just a sec.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Okay, I think we're ready to go. Go ahead.
Oh, that one's not mine.
That one's not yours? Well, go with it anyway. See what you can, yeah.
On Boardwalk now. Should be the ACCA's presentation.
You know, while the clerks are pulling this up, it's like driving the enterprise, these meetings these days, right? There's a lot of moving parts, so we appreciate their efforts. They'll be with us in just a sec. There we go.
Yeah, that one's it.
Okay, way to go. Thank you.
Perfect. So thank you for meeting with us. My name is Cole Kander. I'm the Manager of Government Relations for Alberta Community and Cooperative Association. Today we have two goals. The first goal is that when affordable housing is presented to city councillors, that cooperative housing is simply presented as an idea to councillors. The second is that City Council take advantage of the $500 million set aside by the federal government for affordable cooperative housing. Next slide. Now, I went over the last 5 announcements that City Council had spent on affordable housing. And as you can see by this graph, it varies in how much per unit was spent. The average is actually $72,769, as seen by the next slide, as you guys spent per unit of taxpayer dollars for affordable housing. Now, cooperative housing simply asks for land leased at a reasonable rate. That's all we're asking for. We're asking that the City Council set aside land and advertise that this land is available for cooperative housing to use to provide affordable housing for the City of Edmonton. Next slide. As you can see by this graph, affordable housing is provided by cooperatives. The average rate for a 2-bedroom house in Edmonton is $1,200. And these are the affordable cooperative housing currently existing in Edmonton. And that's not even the subsidized housing that's also provided through various government grants. That's the market value of these houses. Then there is lower prices available if you qualify for those. Now, the next slide talks about how the city plan needs 48,000 affordable housing units before the City of Edmonton reaches 2 million people. And unfortunately, cooperative housing is not mentioned a single time in the entire city plan, even though there are 42 cooperative housing units in the City of Edmonton with an average of 34 houses, some as high as 80. So cooperative housing has already been shown to be viable and useful here in the City of Edmonton. And so that's why we're asking that cooperative housing is provided as an alternative to councillors. Now, the next slide talks about the goals of cooperative housing. Now, the goal is to provide low and moderate income Edmontonians with modest affordable housing. Cooperative housing is almost always very diverse and provides affordable housing to families of different incomes. And it provides security of tenure for those who need a house. You can't be actually evicted from a cooperative. And even if you aren't paying your fees, the cooperatives are communities, and they come together to help each other and to ensure that they can stay. Now, the next slide talks about the benefits for the City of Edmonton. The land leased for a cooperative housing will ensure that it's always for affordable housing. The purpose of a cooperative is not for financial gain, but it's to provide affordable housing for the owners who are the members, and not to turn a dollar. It's also less municipal tax dollars than other options. Now, the next slide talks about the potential action items for the City Council. What we're asking, or what some suggestions that you could do is, again, set aside land for cooperative housing, provide administrative startup for new cooperative housing, reduce construction permit red tape, which can be useful for all types of construction. Now, financial assistance is always welcome, but again, it's not required given the $500 million set aside by the federal government. You can also do what several other municipalities done across North America and co-invest into existing cooperative housing to increase their units. And the last slide talks about the $500 million that's set aside by the federal government. It's the largest money invested in over 30 years by the federal government. In fact, many of the cooperative housing in Edmonton were created the last time that happened. So if City Council can set aside some land and advertise that you're open to creating more cooperative housing, they will come and they will build it, and you'll be able to provide affordable cooperative housing for the City of Edmonton without having to spend much money. So again, thank you for your time, and I'll be around to answer some questions.
Thank you. We'll go next to Paul Cabage.
Thank you very much, committee. I appreciate the time, and thanks to Cole for ably presenting well ahead of his slides. I'm Paul Saba. I'm the Executive Director of the Alberta Community and Cooperative Association and the BC Co-op Association simultaneously. I'm also a resident of Sundance Housing Co-op. I was the former Vice President of that co-op and still live there, and glad to live there, and proudly so. My experience with co-op started 25 years ago, actually, working overseas and seeing how co-op housing, particularly larger housing co-ops, of substantial size, 100 units or more, are communities unto themselves. They are affordable, they're sustainable, and they work for the long term. And they're particularly good in those areas where you're trying to avoid ghettoization. And I think people have noticed that in terms of development on city property. If you try to push a problem or result into one concentrated area, you're going to have overflow from that. And the experience in other jurisdictions, particularly Europe, Germany, where co-op housing is a significant portion of the affordable housing stock, that demonstrates that can be mitigated by co-op housing. So just to emphasize from this, and the reason I mentioned BC, many of you know that cooperative housing BC is quite substantial. The land trust process that took place in downtown Vancouver was led in part by the Cooperative Housing Federation of BC, and they are now working very closely with Vancouver City Council on land trust to expand affordable housing in that area. Edmonton isn't quite as expensive as Vancouver, but we are certainly heading in that direction. And I would like the city to consider, including management, the integration of a cooperative housing strategy within the city of Edmonton, including larger plots of land for larger co-op housing units. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next we'll have Michael Fair, followed by Sam Collias.
Thank you very much. I'm Michael Fair, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the committee regarding housing. I'm also part of Edmonton Pride Senior Group, which just came together in 2013. The Edmonton Pride Senior Group is a self-organizing group of volunteers dedicated to addressing services, programs, and housing issues and barriers faced by Edmonton's LGBTQ2S+ older persons. My comments today relate to item 6.5 in the initial preliminary findings, specifically under section 2, item H on page 4 of the report. The item reads, housing for LGBTQ2S+ individuals. Quantitative, census, or other national data was not available for individuals who identify as LGBTQ2S+. The research team, through the engagement process, heard consistent themes regarding the dire need for safe housing for LGBTQ2S+ individuals. Our group was pleased to see this section in the report, and we have had contact with the city staff here and with others in the city administration regarding older LGBTQ2S+ persons. For our group and for older persons, that acknowledgement in the report is hopeful, reassuring, and significant. As noted, there is no real national quantitative data available. However, I am pleased to indicate that our group has completed 2 surveys over the past years with financial assistance through grants from the city, the support of Sage Edmonton, Ashburn Seniors, and the Edmonton Pride Center. In our first survey, we had responses from just over 100 older persons. It was a rolling survey. There's not a directory of gay and lesbians you can go to, so you talk to someone who knows somebody else, and that becomes a rolling survey. It did follow the protocol of university surveys. Our second and most recent survey included 212 respondents, focus groups with LGBTQ2S+ seniors, and we contacted over 30 groups covering about 25,000 plus members from our community. There was strong consensus from individuals and groups of the need to feel safe and secure. To quote one voice from the survey, it would mean I could live in a community with like-minded individuals where we could thrive, not have to go back in the closet, where we wouldn't have to be inauthentic just to survive. I believe that here in Edmonton, through surveys, groups, and individual interviews, Edmonton Pride Senior Group has the best data about the local LGBTQ2+ older persons in Canada. You will not find better data in any other city I challenge you on that we have it here. And much of that is because of the city funds and staff who have supported these efforts. We support the report in front of the committee and will be pleased to continue working with the city administration on the next steps. And I thank you, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you. Next we have Sam Collius, followed by Nick Lilly.
Could I just ask that I'm followed by, I'm actually Samantha Collius-Gunn, and this is Sam Collius, and sorry, we would like to be together.
You want to, okay, so we'll
Yes.
go to you first then.
Yes, please.
Okay.
And we also have a presentation, the Boardwalk REIT presentation, please. Thank you. Good afternoon, Your Worship, Mayor Sohi, and members of the Council. My name is Samantha Collius-Gunn, board member of Boardwalk REIT, a multifamily community provider with a resident member and community member focus. We are so grateful for the opportunity to be present today and speaking with our worship, the mayor and council members addressing the affordable housing needs of our resident members in the great city of Edmonton. We are all already working together to provide available and affordable homes to those in need, delivering increasing affordability through proven methods and best practice policy. I would like to take a few moments to introduce who we are at Boardwalk and how we would like to be part of the housing solution. Slide, please. Starting on slide 2 is the beginning of our multifamily community service, inspired by our immigrant parents, my grandparents, who shared accommodation with 2 other renters in their single-family home, converted into a triplex to increase affordability. This was their first family home. The basement and upper floor was converted to 2 separate apartment units to help other families live in. Fast forward to 1984, when my father and his brother, both unemployed students, purchased their first 16-suite apartment with the encouragement and backing of my grandparents. The apartment was empty. They renovated it and put it back on the market, sold it, and continued to purchase and fix up apartments. This was the humble beginnings of Boardwalk. In 1994, we became a public company and gave away 25% of our float of common shares to our employees. In 1999, we introduced our self-regulation policy, implementing sustainable rental adjustments. We then expanded into other regions such as Saskatchewan, Ontario, and Quebec. And in 2004, Boardwalk transitioned to a REIT. In 2012, we partnered with the province of Alberta and federal government to develop a brand new community on our excess lands, receiving a government capital grant for providing 54 of the 109 units developed as affordable housing at a rate 10% below CMHC market rents for a period of 20 years. This is a successful case study on how government investment in capital grants can be used to provide long-term affordable housing. In 2004, we continued to develop in Saskatchewan and received taxation relief, property tax holidays. From the City of Regina, these property tax holidays significantly reduce the operational cost of rental housing and makes development more economical, increasing needed supply, which then creates more competition and benefits our resident members, who in turn receive more affordable units. We continued our development journey in Calgary with our joint venture Brio, which is part of our lifestyle and affordable luxury brand. To quote our largest lending partner, the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, today's new is tomorrow's affordable. All housing is part of a continuum. As resident members move to more expensive new homes and condominiums, it increases availability for others by way of affordable units. We are currently entering the British Columbia and Ontario supply-constrained markets with 500-plus units planned for development. This again will assist the many citizens who are in desperate need of housing. We currently have over 33,000 units across Canada today, with Edmonton being our largest region, representing 38.5% of our portfolio, or 12,882 units serving over 18,000 residents in this great city of Edmonton. Slide. We demonstrate how strongly rooted we are in our values. Our values create a unique culture, and what truly sets us apart, our purpose of providing the most affordable multifamily rental communities where love always lives, is what drives each and every one of our team members. Our mission, vision, values, purpose, and virtues can be summed up by 2 words with which you are now familiar with: love always. This is who we are and what we strive to do every day. Simple and so easy to do. Homes where love always lives is so essential for all great communities, and truly love is what transforms every human heart. Slide. Some quick facts. We are a family-driven company providing multifamily communities across Canada, and we are unique because our family ownership is over 25%, and this strongly and passionately reverberates into our culture and family values. This is why we repeatedly say, and can say with great pride, that we are one big Boardwalk family. Slide. This slide provides a glimpse of our ESG highlights. Boardwalk continues to focus on ESG practices that positively impact our communities, associates, and resident members. We participated in the City of Edmonton's Building Benchmarking Program and won Leader in Transparency this year, as well as highest performing in the MERB multi-unit residential building category last year. Slide. You will see that we are committed to diversity. We attract and retain a diverse team that honors and celebrates experiences, perspectives, and unique identity, regardless of age, ethnicity, race, color, abilities, religion, socioeconomic status, culture, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. On to Sam.
Thank you so much, Samantha, and thank you, Your Worship, Mayor.
Just a sec, sorry. We just got to reset the timer. If that concludes your comments. Okay. Please go ahead, Mr. Collias, then.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Your Worship, Mayor Sohi, and councillors, ladies and gentlemen, for allowing us to share how we continue to provide affordability in housing in this great city of Edmonton. Slide 7 shows how passionate we are about giving back to our community. Some examples here in Edmonton that we have successfully launched are food pantries in 4 of our communities this year. These pantries allow resident members access to basic food staples in our communities. Other initiatives include Share the Warmth, our RISE Scholarship Program, Small Business Innovation Challenge, along with conservation challenges and more. In slide 8, we are so proud to have launched our Boardwalk Kids Club, which has the highest level of adoption in Edmonton. We will be expanding this program next year as a result of its success, giving back to the next generation of our resident members. Next slide, please, highlights our commitment to affordability and subsidized housing. We are a proven partner and part of the solution of affordable housing. Some of the highlights are the $235 million in rental reductions we have provided in the last 5 years in Alberta and Saskatchewan. Further, we have partnered with the City of Edmonton's Capital Region Housing to provide even more affordable housing. We constantly work with all levels of government and CMHC to create better regulation and policies to increase affordability for all who need it. Slide 10, please, speaks to sustainable rent adjustments. Our occupied rents have not kept up with inflation since 2015. As we see greater inflationary adjustments going forward, it is important to keep in mind the trailing compounding inflation, which continues to grow and affect rental rates as costs continue to increase. We continually find innovative ways to implement technology and decrease our costs so we can pass on our cost savings to our resident members, because we are and will continue to be a company of people taking care of people. Slide 11, please, on increasing affordability illustrates that existing housing is much more economic than new construction, because the cost of new construction is almost twice as much as existing supply, realized in higher rental rates of new construction. We are always open to working with the City of Edmonton and would be happy to sell some of our existing assets to the City of Edmonton and other community housing providers to provide our community with more affordable units. Some community providers are not subject to property taxes and therefore can pass along these savings to make rental communities even more affordable. The simple solution of working together can solve a very complex problem. Slide 12, please, highlights 4 main ways we can increase affordable housing with proven solutions: less regulation, less tax, reduce the cost of capital, and provide rent supplements. Regulation and rent controls comes up a lot. There is clear evidence that supports that the most expensive jurisdictions in the country are a direct result of decades of rent control and are a clear example of how rent control has failed to increase affordability. Alberta and Saskatchewan are the best case examples of how less regulation provides the most affordable housing. Free markets create the most incentive for driving new supply and affordable housing, and is therefore very important for us to keep in mind that minimizing regulation, keeping our housing affordable, is how citizens are best served. Reduce regulations works. Regarding less taxation, we saw how housing supply increased under previous Canadian reduce taxation policies and credits, such as the MERB program in the 70s and 80s. Reducing taxation increases cash flow available for reinvesting, making higher quality affordable housing, and providing for capital to invest in increasing supply. Again, we have to ask who ultimately benefits: the people we all serve. Reducing the cost of capital is why the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation remains a key partner to all housing in Canada. More favorable lending policies and programs promote more affordable rental levels and supply. More rent supplements allow resident members who immediately need it the most to stay in quality communities. Yes, it does help rental housing providers, but we have to focus on how it helps residents who are struggling right now, today, which prevents and reduces homelessness and is a fraction of the cost of new construction and the operation of shelters. Homelessness has a significant cost in our communities, and studies like $1 Million Murray clearly show the investment in rent supports is far less than the cost of homelessness on our community health, police, and emergency services. This is truly how we support all people in our communities. All four pillars encourage reinvestment into existing housing stock and new development. Together, we are working with our federal, provincial, municipal governments, all levels of governments everywhere, to be part of the solution for affordable housing. We are so grateful, and we are open to any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Collius. Next is Nick Lilly, followed by Cynthia Rain. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Your Worship, and members of Council, for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Nick Lilly with HomeEd. I just want to start off today by saying thank you to City Administration for the extensive work that's gone into these reports, and more importantly, for all your collaboration and efforts over the course of the last few years as we've made significant progress together as a sector with affordable housing. And you know, I think it's important for Council to realize, if you're looking for the everyday heroes in this city, a lot of them are in this room right now, and across the sector. So I think it goes without saying there's been incredible progress. How do we keep that going? Because I wish we were able to take a victory lap today. But if I were to hazard a sports metaphor, I might say that, you know, you've been in the ring above your weight class, and you've done pretty well in the first few rounds. But the final bell here is far from ringing, and the competitor is only getting stronger. And when I say competitor, I really mean the challenge, which is the fact that the need for affordable housing is only increasing, and the cost to deliver it is increasing as well. So I hope you're not thinking about getting out of the ring, because we need your leadership now more than ever. From my view, the most important thing you can do for this sector is long-term property tax relief. And there's a report here that puts forward a framework. You know, I think however it gets delivered, it's important to realize this is our highest operating cost. HomeEd alone will spend a little bit less than $1.4 million on property tax this year. All money that can go directly back to families in subsidizing their rent or increasing the supply of affordable housing. If you do nothing else, address that. The most probably challenging thing outside of the financial constraints that we're dealing with right now has to do with community safety in our inner city. And HomeEd doesn't even have that many properties within our inner city, but I think on the whole, the sector does. And yet we're spending a disproportionate amount of time dealing with violence, with intimidation, with harassment, with property theft and damage outside of our buildings. There's a lot of fear for folks that we are housing about going on in the communities, and we got to think about, you know, all these investments in affordable housing. How good are they if people don't feel safe leaving these buildings and enjoying their community? I know there's some great work being done and some resources being applied to our community safety and wellness strategy, but I do know that'll be a consequence of prioritization. My ask is you make these neighborhoods around our properties your priorities. Specifically to HomeEd, you know, I think we're doing everything we can right now to be your primary partner in developing more affordable housing outside the core across the city. The reality of the market conditions today is that we are spending a lot more to get a lot less. And so I think the strategy needs to shift. We need to think about what are the right opportunities we want to invest in together and collectively throw everything we have at them to make them happen. And if I'm you, I'm looking across all these surplus school sites that I have, all these land and joint use sites that are seemingly great opportunities for affordable housing, and I say, how can we make this as simple from a cost, to time, and an effort perspective to see this come to fruition? From my perspective, that really is pre-zoning, that's land and construction cost grants coupled together, that's prioritizing our development permit within the queue, and potentially some fee waivers, realistically trying to make this as streamlined as it can for these opportunities. All of that's not easy, but I think it is simple, and we're ready to move on it if you are. So with all these different reports in front of you, I guess my biggest concern is that the priorities sort of fall by the wayside or get lost in the shuffle. So I'll say it again, from my perspective, it's long-term property tax relief, it's inner-city community safety, and it's getting aggressive with city-owned lands for affordable housing. Do that, and we're going to be in a much better shape moving forward. Do that, and we're on our way to a home for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lilly. Next, we have Cynthia Rain, followed by Rob Appleyard, both remote.
Aposhte, Danse, Mayor and Council, and everyone else that's on the traditional territory of Treaty 6, 7, and 8. My name is Cynthia Rain. I come from the Paul First Nation, just on Treaty 6 territory west of Edmonton. I'm speaking to you with regards to housing for Indigenous people in Edmonton in particular. It was really concerning to us, the Paul First Nation leadership and the people, with a lot of our members that are living in Edmonton. In the past 4 years, I've been working on an officer of housing project for the Paul First Nation, from rentals to transition them into ownership. The Alberta government did provide our nation with funds to carry out a feasibility study that was able to provide us with information to support the need. Throughout these 4 years, I've worked with the City of Edmonton, Alberta government, and CMHC in applying for funding to develop a housing model that will meet the needs of the Paul First Nation members. And from this model, it is to address the concerns and could be used for other Indigenous communities. As you're aware, with the report that was done, I've taken part in your Indigenous committee for Edmonton and have taken part in several meetings with your staff. And as we're aware that in Alberta alone, we have roughly about 260,000 people in Alberta that are Indigenous, that come from 48 First Nations, 8 Métis settlements, and about 2,500 Inuit people. Based on the information that's provided, some of the things that were very concerning, I guess, is we're a small representation in the city of Edmonton of 5%, but yet, we're 62% homeless, and that's the Indigenous people. So that's very concerning. When I take a look at how Paul Ban came to work with the city of Edmonton, it really opened my eyes as to relationship building on how mayor and council should work with Indigenous governments, and because a lot of the people from these 48 First Nations do live in Edmonton. So that needs to be taken into consideration, because not everybody, including the leadership, you have your third-party organizations that are created to address affordable housing and homelessness. And it's pretty hard for a lot of First Nations to, to be able to work with those organizations. We've had a lot of concerns, on how that plan is carried out. And it was expressed in the report that was will be provided in your 6.4 of your agenda. So when you take a look at, I think the information that's being provided, even on the AFN website from 2010 to 2031, even they recognize that Indigenous housing, is needed right across this country of 130,000 homes. So it is very important. When I take a look at the 94 TRC calls of action, only 11 have been met to date. There are 7 calls that focus on health, and TRC 20 speaks to health and the well-being of Indigenous people not living on reserve. So housing is considered an essential service for any person to live a healthy, productive lifestyle. Funding is very important, and in this, just through my experience working with your staff, you have excellent staff that work very well with, when you work with them. They're there to support, the Paul First Nation in every step of the way. And, I think one of the things that, as an Indigenous person, we're always concerned about is data sovereignty. We need to protect our data. We need to know how our information is going to be used. That is really important. So with that, I just wanted to make mention, that the City of Edmonton really needs to work with, the First Nations governments, the tribal councils, and continue to work with the treaty offices here in Alberta. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Rob Appleyard, followed by Gord Johnson. Mr. Appleyard, you're up. You're on mute. There you go.
Sorry, yes, the mute button. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. I really appreciate it. And I'd like to say thank you to the city's administration. I think they did an incredible job with the reports that they put out and the property tax programs they're suggesting. So I'm not going to take too much time today. I just want to take a minute to highlight a couple of things from their report. One is that iceberg model that they brought forward, where they talked about the range of housing, all the different types. And I always present it to people more as a hospital model. If you took all your dollars and fed them into the emergency department in a hospital, every single case you have would have to go to emergency. Whereas you spread it out to different parts of the medical system and it stops overloading one area. And it's the tough decision of where to allocate the dollars that sits inside of supportive housing and near market housing and support for the homelessness. But it's important to have all those elements or things will break down and you'll overwhelm the endpoint. Second thing I wanted to highlight was picking up the dollars that are on the table. We've, as a city, I think, missed a couple of opportunities with the provincial and federal governments. And I'd love to hear that they're looking at making sure their programs align so that we can take advantage of that when our city has the opportunity. And the third thing I wanted to touch on was the property tax. We always want to look at grants and those sorts of programs as operating in the most efficient model possible. And being in a position where the you're granting money, it creates extra work. I think the program as a grant is well founded in the way that it's been presented. But if it could be done as an exemption, I would think it would take even more red tape out of the system and make it simpler for everyone involved. And to that end, as I said the last time I presented to City Council on affordable housing, if that goes into place, it frees up the dollars so that tomorrow I can convert more units, 98 more units into affordable housing without having to swing a hammer. And that's the power it has for me and for all of the other providers. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me today. I'll pass it on to the next speaker.
Great, thank you very much. Next we have Gord Johnson, followed by Mark Hussein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and hello, Mayor Sohi, Mr. Chair, and other members of council. My name is Gord Johnson. I'm the new CEO of Svita, formerly the Capital Region Housing corporation, and I use the word new. I've always said that when you begin a new job, you can use the new title for 6 months, and I've got exactly 3 days left. So I will continue to use that to my advantage. Joining me to my right is Mr. Mark Hussein. He's Savita's VP of Property and Asset Management, and I'm going to be making one presentation on behalf of Savita, but Mr. Hussein and I will both be available to answer any questions from the committee. I'd just like to begin by expressing our gratitude for your administration's cooperation in exploring ongoing opportunities to renew our existing housing for those in need, as well as meaningfully plan for redevelopment on others. We continue to make much needed investments in capital maintenance as a result of funding provided by both the City of Edmonton as well as the Alberta Social Housing Corporation. Based on the reports presented by administrations today, it is clear to us that the city leadership is committed to establishing predictability for providers and incentivizing investment and creation of affordable housing. Savita has a long history of working very successfully with Edmonton, the government of Alberta, and others such as CMHC, to build partnerships to support those in need of housing in our community.
Maybe we'll get you to stop just for a second, Mr. Johnson. It's a cheerful ringtone, but it's a ringtone nonetheless.
Yeah. I actually thought it was some background music to my remarks here.
If you want to pick that up at the break, we'd love to hear it.
The music's probably more entertaining than my remarks
I
here.
wasn't going to say anything. Over to you. Sorry,
Thank you, sir. No, that's good. Through the provision of quality, safe, and affordable housing, Savita is proud to be one of the many community partners contributing to increasing the safety and well-being of Edmonton residents. We know from our significant and growing wait list and those that we currently serve that deep subsidy housing continues to be an increasing need in our community. To enhance the vibrancy and well-being of our community, this type of affordable housing needs to be a main focus of all of our efforts. This council's continued leadership in the area of affordable housing is greatly valued and a critical component to supporting the people of this city, and in particular, those who are living on the margins. On behalf of Savita, we would like to express our support for the potential continued municipal capital investment in housing for those in need through the renewal of the Affordable Housing Investment Plan. We look forward to continuing our work with your administration and other levels of government on value-added investments in both existing and new housing, should dollars be approved in your upcoming budget deliberations. We would also like to express our sincere thanks for the potential move towards grants in lieu of municipal property taxes for housing providers like Savita under the Affordable Housing Tax Grant Program. Savita, alongside other subsidized housing providers, as you've heard today, would prefer, however, greater certainty in relation to not having the risks associated with non-receipt of these dollars in any given year, as may be the case with grants. Specific to the recently received 2022 property tax notice, Savita has been invoiced close to $1 million across all of our property tax, or property types rather, inclusive of provincial and municipal taxes. These dollars could certainly be devoted to housing investments such as property maintenance, capital maintenance, as well as equity for potential new construction. We also support continuing to work with the government of Alberta to find legislative or regulatory solutions in this regard. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Hussein, you're just to answer questions? Or, yeah, okay, thank you. That takes us then to Cameron McDonald, followed by Susan McGee and Taylor Soroka.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll go really quickly because I had the strategy presentation and then the tax one, so I'm going to combine them and they might get a little choppy. But I'll start with the taxes, and I really appreciate Right at Home Housing Society. We're a community-based, not-for-profit housing society. Been providing supportive housing for people in poverty for 40 years. About 700 housing units now. But jumping right into the tax issue, I appreciate that there's a new tax rebate program coming, and that is going to provide Right at Home Housing Society much needed tax relief. But it's a big change from previous times when we were exempted from paying property tax, and that is our supportive housing, dealing with people in poverty and providing supports. And so I think in the short term, that grant program will be of benefit. But just a quick note, under this grant program, we're going to have new tax charges of about $150,000 a year. And to put that in perspective, economies of scale, that would be like a brand new bill to Savita of $1.5 million, because they're about 10 times bigger than we are. But you can see how that can negatively impact our operations, and how do we react accordingly? Well, we'll do the best we can to try and make it work. But I think the long-term goal here is to work with the province to get the copter regulation changed, and really put that at the forefront and work hard to accomplish that. And if we can get that legislation changed, then I think nonprofit housing, if it becomes tax exempt, could put a lot of dollars to work and increase the capacity in the sector, provide more units, and provide more supports and lower rentals for people who really need that really low rent. I'm going to also just speak a little bit specifically about the Right at Home Housing Society situation, and I believe that we were kind of caught in a transition period when nonprofit housing was no longer allowed to be exempt, recent interpretations by the assessment department, and how we're moving forward next year into the new grant program. And we opened 3 projects of supportive housing in 2021, where the new interpretation said we're no longer exempt and we have to now pay the full tax, which we really can't afford. And we have to wait until next year until the rebate that we would qualify for under the new program takes effect. But in the interim, we're facing real financial hardship, and I'm hoping that there might be some kind of solution put forth where we can address that and mitigate those costs. So I'm hoping that there's room to do that, and maybe it can be spoken to today. Now, moving quickly to the Affordable Housing Investment Plan and the updated scenarios, I think what caught my attention, and had been talking to administration about this a little bit and hope to work together more about it, is in the scenario planning, we see an increase in the percentage of investment by the city into a supportive housing unit. I think that's really important, because if you're moving from 25% capital grant and you start to get into 35 or 40%, that really helps the charitable housing providers develop and provide more housing. And just to talk about that a little bit more, so when we're focused on supportive housing in that continuum and the strategy, we really need more investment in that area. So permanent supportive housing for people that are leaving homelessness, but also families that have real high needs and supports and can really only afford 60% of market. I see I'm running out of time here. But some added investment in that area and an increased level of capital investment moving from 25 up to 35 or 40% with the city, that would be most helpful. I mean, just very quickly, we're opening a new supportive housing development in Beacon Heights in September, and it's working really well. But when you compare the budget that we had in 2020 when we priced it and made it work, those costs have gone up 40% if we were to do it today, and we have to double our own equity stake, which is really hard to do when you're a charitable nonprofit, to come up with an extra $500,000 to make a project work. So these are the inflationary pressures that are on us now, making it very hard for us to develop new housing right now. Thanks for 5 minutes and a bit. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. McDonald. Next, we have Susan McGee.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the committee. Mayor Sohi, I appreciate being able to be here, and I will be concise. I'll try to be concise. I really wanted to be available too to answer questions because there's a lot of information here, and I want to, express, as my colleagues have, this has been a Herculean effort to put together this much in a short period of time for administration. And interestingly, not a lot is here for a decision, but a lot of speakers are here because this is such an important issue. And it certainly is something that we're mentioned several times, and we're tied very much to the success of a lot of the projects and the go forward in terms of costs. And I wanted Homer Trust to be able to answer questions and also really stress some of what has also already been shared, but particularly on supportive housing, that separation of rent, operating, and supports, and we often bundle those and we get one number. But what we are seeing, and it's noted for all housing operators, is just the cost of operating and how much it's going up. Certainly salaries are going up. But I flag that as we go forward, and the challenge that administration for the City of Edmonton has had to be really precise with such moving information. And as we go forward, making sure that we're really planning sustainably for these projects as they come along. But I also wanted to speak to some of the other items in a large number of items, but how committed we are to the Indigenous-led work, and throughout the pandemic, we've been able to provide additional Indigenous specific dollars to Indigenous organizations, primarily in the context of COVID and working with some nations. And we see the federal government going forward with so much more, and we really need to coordinate those new dollars and allocate them, and we're working, and the federal government is working on governance models for that, and we really share in that commitment. And whatever is decided as the city goes forward with its role in promoting an Indigenous shelter, will certainly support that, and there's funding specific to Homer Trust. And we're at a time where we are really reevaluating a lot post-COVID, because it really disrupted a lot of our programming allocations. So I'm excited about that opportunity. I think most importantly through all of this, I wanted to also speak to scale. I mean, it can feel overwhelming, and I think council has stepped up so much in an area where other jurisdictions have the resources, and it can feel that sometimes I'm quite sure when is enough, what does this kind of, in terms of scale, when other governments are perhaps tentative. The federal government has made many announcements, but still things to be seen in terms of the programs that they're rolling out. And I really have been so fortunate to work with a number of organizations internationally and see the difference. And one of the big things with homelessness, and what has frustrated our processes and our success in more recent years, is definitely affordable housing. And it isn't just supportive housing, but to scale, we just are so far behind other countries that we read about. When we read about Finland and their Housing First program, and I'm often in the middle of why aren't we seeing those results? Well, in Finland, the proportion of social and affordable housing and investment is so much greater. And that's where we're at as a country and as a city. I think the leadership that's being demonstrated by council to really prioritize this investment, and also can really ensure that we maintain that focus and alignment and continue to stress for that alignment. There's been some recent media, even actually I noted, and some of my colleagues, there's some celebration of Houston as a city having done great work in the last couple of years. And it's interesting that Houston was one of 10 cities featured in a Bloomberg book that was recently, Bloomberg Cities published a book during the pandemic of 10 cities. And it's innovations that work in homelessness. And of the 10 cities, including Paris and Athens, and there's a number of others, Edmonton is one of those 10 cities. So we've been doing great work, and we need to continue to be this and that city. We need to do prevention, and we need to have responses that really deal with the urgent needs of folks that are currently sleeping outside. And there is a temptation right now, I think, sometimes to be an and/or. There is scarcity, there's budgets, absolutely. But as we go forward, and I think, to Cam's point, we do have priority investments in supportive housing, but broadly, the affordable housing framework and what's been presented by administration, and as comprehensive as it is very important, because that is really important to the work of to end homelessness. It's really important to Housing First that we continue to have a really significant investment and change our investment. A lot of that's going to have to be nationally, but situating Edmonton and setting us up for the greatest success for that is really, really critical. Otherwise, we'll continue, you just can't do this work by a program. It's not a program alone that can succeed. So we'll continue to be frustrated in our efforts without more investment.
Great, thank you. final speaker in this panel is Taylor Soroka.
Hello, I'll be speaking to item 6.13. My name's Taylor. I'm the co-founder of the Jasper Place Wellness Center. The Jasper Place Wellness Center operates affordable supportive housing across Edmonton with on-site support 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. This support is individualized. It meets our residents where they are at in life and is situated to empower autonomy while maintaining tenancy. As you may or may not know, as an organization, we work towards sustainability and independence for all of our initiatives, including housing. We don't often fundraise in traditional methods, and we have not received permanent supportive housing operating dollars from any government order. Without a tax exemption or grant in place of taxes, housing providers like us would be pushed to push past the property tax onto our residents by increasing rents, pushing back our primary goal of rents geared towards income for every resident at every building. While preparing to speak with you today, I've read details that provided operators eligibility. I've read potential financial outcomes, and I've read the general guiding principles of why a grant could potentially work better than an exemption. However, there are two things I think are missing: best practices from other municipalities across the country, and input from those with lived experience living in support of and affordable housing. That could concern how rental increase could impact their ability to maintain their tenancy. And because these items are missing, I'd like to share a real-life experience of a long-term resident from one of our buildings who has agreed that it would be beneficial for me to share his situation, which I would consider not unique. Mike has lived at Kenora Place for 5 years. Before residing at Kenora Place, he lived in an encampment. He was housed off the by names list, and he self-identifies as having substance use issues and some mental health issues. His monthly income is supplied by Alberta Works, and he's been identified as barriers to full-time employment, so that means he gets $866 a month to live. At Kenora Place, where we have support on-site 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, Mike's rent is $642. As I've previously mentioned, without an exemption or a similar grant process, we would be forced to pass on the property tax to our tenants. If you can take a look at the slides I've provided, you'll see the breakdown of Mike's current income. You can see rent is already the majority of that small income, and that's something we're actively working to change independently. But with property tax added, if you could go to the next slide, you'll see that Mike's rent would increase by $129 a month, making that a staggering 86% of his income. As an organization, we genuinely hope that these items, the best practices and lived experience, are taken into consideration as you're set to make a decision and move forward. But if the City of Edmonton is truly dedicated to ending homelessness and maintaining that change, then decisions like the tax exemption must be grounded in human equity, not equality. These are decisions that, yes, impact municipalities, organizations, and our budgets, but these are people, Edmontonians, that have to live with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes our speaker presentations, so we will take our 15-minute break now, recommence at 3:45 or thereabouts with questions to our speakers. Thank you. Good afternoon. We'll now resume the June 27th Community and Public Services meeting. I'll just do a quick roll call. Mayor Sohi.
Here.
Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon. Councillor Tang.
Here.
Good afternoon. And Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And we're joined by many other of our colleagues. So, questions of our guests. Mayor Sohi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will start with Mr. Lilly on the 3 points that you brought forward for permanent property tax reduction. Absolutely. It's costly, but easy to do and necessary. I agree with you. On safety, very complicated because we're already seeing the impact of enforcement in Chinatown that's spilling out issues into other communities. But hear you on that. What I need on the third one, if you could elaborate a little bit more in a very concise way, using city surplus lands and removing some of the other barriers to unlock some of the housing.
Certainly, I'll be as concise as I can. I think I framed out there were sort of, call it 4 core opportunities, and one, at the start of it is around zoning, wherein I think there was sort of an approach taken to date to put some of these lands out to market with an idea, an earmarking for affordable housing, but the zoning hasn't yet been set. Okay. Wherein those lands are pre-zoned with something flexible like an RA7 that gives a sense of the built form. It really does give us opportunity to suggest what could be built and engage with the community on what could be built, whether anything should be built.
Sorry, point of order. There's a couple of council members who are saying they cannot hear the speaker through the live stream.
Okay. Oh, just wait.
I'm not sure if the clerk's able to. I just don't want the speaker to.
I think it's the mic.
Yeah, my light's on, but
can you just
can I just speak up? Is that any better? No? You want me to jump to a...
Oh, that's better.
How's that?
Yeah,
okay.
Okay.
We'll give that a try. So,
Yeah, go ahead.
you want me to repeat that last bit, or?
I know. I think I got the core of it, right? So thank you for that. And quickly to the folks on the cooperative housing. My understanding is this, and I will confirm this with the administration, that all the programs that are available through cities programs are accessible for cooperative housing, right? So I think we'll confirm that, but I think it's a great idea. Absolutely, we need to support, but we'll make sure that we provide you that clarity. And to, I just want to understand this as Mr. McDonald, the long-term exemption to property taxes, good idea, but you're dealing with some specific issues now that you need some relief about.
Yes, that's correct. So going forward into next year, the grant program will work.
Yeah.
But we had projects opening up in the 2021 tax year, and those weren't exempted as we expected. They would have been under previous practices. So it would help us if we could address that in some capacity. Would be most helpful.
We'll definitely ask that from administration. And also I'm going to prepare a motion as well, dealing with some of the issues that Mr. Lilly talked about, how we can create more supply in the affordable housing. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Councillor Tang.
Thank you. I want to start with the COA folks, Cole or Paul. This is actually really timely. I was just with the Kigano Co-op folks over the weekend and learned quite a bit about the model. And your slide said a reasonable rate. Is it Kander still on the call?
No, he's not on the call right now, but I can take the questions.
Oh, sure, yeah. I think one of his slides said reasonable rate for a land lease. Like what specifically does that mean did you have any kind of numbers in mind? And
Well, it depends on our project-by-project basis, but I think some of the points we'd like to make in terms of the co-op housing projects from the ones I've seen in other jurisdictions, BC, most of Northern Europe, it's also an issue of size. If the size allowances, and if we're looking at land set aside for co-op projects, they should be substantial, 100 units or more, and at those points, they can actually start to afford some reasonable rates around that. So it's a combination of factors around that in terms of planning, but size is certainly a factor in these things. Particularly, one of the big advantages of co-op housing is its mixed income approach to it. And so there's folks in our co-op right now, we're paying $160 a month. Others are paying well higher than that, close to market rate. And it's that blending process. And to get that to work well, you need size.
Yeah,
and
well,
if there's size, then you can also look at a reasonable
that.
rate. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is a gap. I also see some other gaps in the reports that I'll ask administration about later. To Michael, to Mr. Fair, for the Price Seniors, that proposal is not part of any of the reports being discussed today, right?
I'm sorry, I missed that. That was.
Oh, you had mentioned for the Price Seniors housing project, which I'm very supportive of, but that proposal is not part of the reports today. But you're talking about when that proposal does come forward.
We've been, excuse me, successfully working, I think, with the administration moving ahead. I just wanted to emphasize that the report does say that there's not national information available, but locally we have some fairly good information and better than almost anywhere else in the country, because we actually have surveys completed and work that was done to show some of what our concerns are.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great, thank you. For Nick from Home Ed, I'm just wondering about your thoughts on, we've had a pretty extensive report a while ago about tax exemption versus granting, and the challenge tax exemption is now, that tax will still be spread out to to the rest of the tax base. And I guess I'm just wondering, do you ever see a possibility where, once these kinds of amounts get passed down to other taxpayers, because that still has to be collected somehow, that many of the folks, I'm thinking seniors, will be forced to downscale and turn to affordable housing options? Or do you feel that that's a scenario that's, likely a ways away, because we don't have the scale? Or
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Tang. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, yes, I can hear you.
I think in this current cost environment, anything that can be done to lessen the burden on some of these organizations who have the flexibility within their sort of structures to modify their rent rates should be supported. Ultimately, within the property tax scenario, obviously we're a very significant property owner, and $1 million can effectively be turned around and really structured as a rent subsidy program, internally delivered on that basis to help shore up that gap, or utilize as equity for other things. But I think, to your question, if I got it right, it's if we do nothing, are we in jeopardy of seeing pressures increase on our residents? And I think the answer is yes.
I'm actually talking about the pressure on the other taxpayers who will have to absorb that exemption.
No.
And I'm thinking, certainly there are families that there are people who will be able to afford it, but we've had a lot of conversation about relief, et cetera, for just taxpayers, seniors, those who are kind of on the cusp of various income brackets. But I'm also out of time, so if I have time, I'll circle back around. Thanks.
If I could respond to that question?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Realistically, I would view the property tax relief for our sector as a drop in the bucket of the broader pie that would be supported. I think the initial report around this spoke to $5 million potentially across the sector, of which about $1 million is from me, $1 million is from Savita. When you look at the broader tax implication, this is not a lot to support, but it's going to have a huge impact on the families that we serve.
So still a ways away. Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Wright.
Oh, thank you very much. And I'm trying to focus here on the tax exemption or grants as well. Mr. Kander, under the cooperative system, would you be looking for a tax exemption or grants? Would you prefer?
Mr. Kander is on the road right now. I'm the executive director, Paul, answering your call. Anything would be appreciated, but once they're set up, housing cooperatives can operate on their own without additional supports around that, and many of them are internally subsidized as well. Certainly, the more subsidy received, the better they do in terms of being able to offer affordable units.
And for your model, which would be preferred, tax exemption or grants?
Well, the more certainty, the better. So tax exemption would be better.
Okay, and Mr. Fair, for it's the Ashburn, is it, I believe? Are you looking for tax exemptions or grants?
I'm sorry, Mr. Fair, you just need to click your mic on. There you go.
I'm sorry, I said that we aren't that far. They actually have land, so we haven't thought much about it, and we'll think about that as time goes on, and we hope to have land. We are currently working with at least one partner. We expect another one as well. They may have much more opinion about it than I would. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I just sort of want to get a sense of, I'd like some consistency across the board. So, I just want to see where everybody stands on it. And then I guess I'll have questions for administration as far as under the MGA. I think there are some restrictions that we have on tax exemption. So I'll get some more information there. Mr. Lilly, I think your preference is for the property tax relief, you said. But do you rely on any operational funding from the province to operate?
Currently, we only have one property that is tied to the province on a rent geared to income model. Everything else is realistically being self-funded under some parameters within the city Cornerstone program.
And is that a result of reduced funding from the province, or is just your models don't require it?
That's just a legacy of, I think, where we've landed to date. Maybe some of the initial early days of development may have had some framework tied to that, but we've since past the time frame of those. So even that one property that I'm speaking to doesn't have tax exemption around it.
Okay. All right. I think that's all the questions I have. The rest are for administration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Councillor Salvador.
Thank you so much, and thanks to our speakers for joining us today. I have a question for Nick Lilly as well from Home Ed. And I apologize. I heard Mayor Sohi's question, but your answer cut out. I did not hear that. So hopefully I'm not repetitive here. But you talked about pre-zoning, streamlining surplus school sites, and really capitalizing on city-owned assets. And I wanted to ask specifically about the pre-zoning portion of that. I guess, could you give me an example of what you're referring to when you say pre-zoning? And I guess, is the intention there to kind of de-risk projects at the outset?
Yes, great question. So from the way that the current properties are being brought forward, they've been effectively earmarked for affordable housing. That's sort of the intention, but there is no current zoning to suggest the built form. And so, we could suggest that, a broad and sort of diverse built form like RA7 might be a way to establish that this is something that will be built under that frame of reference, but then allow the development process to really articulate through community engagement how and what will be built.
Okay, and so are you saying if the properties that were earmarked if they were automatically RA7, for example, that would be helpful, so that you're not having to go through the actual process of rezoning? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Then I'd also ask, are you at all familiar with some of the process changes that I don't know if they're being contemplated or if they've actually passed in Victoria quite recently that allow for projects, affordable housing projects, to be built to sort of the maximum envisioned density that's in line with their underlying plan. So affordable housing projects actually get to go forward without a rezoning process and without coming to council. Are you familiar with that at all?
I am familiar. It on the surface looks very innovative. Not an expert, but from what I saw, that sort of in line with the thinking here, although it is a bit of a different construct in Victoria.
For sure. Okay, I'll ask administration about that as well. Great. Well, that answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you so much, and I apologize for not being physically present, but was able to keep tabs on the meeting today, so thank you all so much for coming in to speak. I apologize in advance if I'm repeating any questions. Ms. Soroka, you mentioned the importance of incorporating the lived experience of people into some of our strategies and documents. Just wondering if you have precedents or work that's underway that you think we can build on.
We're always engaging with our residents around their lived experience in our buildings, how we can better it and what that looks like for them. I think all of the providers here would say that we would be willing to engage our communities on providing that lived experience and how specifically the tax grant program or lack of exemption could impact their daily lives for sure.
And do you see opportunities through the housing needs assessment as well for them to provide their input? And
I do. I think we always have to remember that their experience needs to be honored financially, that wisdom does not come for free, but for sure I believe there are opportunities for that.
Great, thanks. I'll follow up on that. I think that's an excellent point to speak to administration about. And maybe just quickly, I apologize, the representatives from Boardwalk. Hi, sorry, good to see you. Just trying to understand, and again, apologies if the question has come up before, but just wondering how, with tax exemptions, we can have assurance that that funding is going to support lower rents or individuals in need.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Just looked up our sorry? Oh, I'm sorry, and you're?
Councillor Stevenson, but yes.
Stevenson, I'm so sorry.
Don't apologize.
I'm so sorry.
No. That's just fine.
We just looked up our property tax to the city of Edmonton in 2021 was $22,170,059.40. In 2022, our property tax budgeted is for $22,788,420. And so we would prefer and prioritize a transaction of dispositions of our non-core smaller communities to not-for-profits and housing community providers that are exempt in taxation. So what our providers, our community providers that are exempt from property taxes would require is equity investment. And that's what we've heard today, and that's what we also heard volunteering with the Minister of Housing of Alberta. We volunteered on the Affordable Housing Task Force last year and a year before. And we've, with the government of Alberta, studied with consultants, the housing providers, and cross-jurisdictional best practices. And we've come, as the report and the province of Alberta, come to the conclusion that all housing providers are essential because affordable housing is a much bigger need. And so our way would be to transact with the housing providers that would keep our housing in the most affordable way. And that would be a way for us to maintain and even increase affordable housing because existing housing costs approximately 50% of new construction. And so we can accelerate the inventory.
Great, thank you so much. And then just last, Ms. McGee, thank you so much for all the work that you and your organization are doing in this space. You know, we recently had, I think was it just last week, we had an audit report in terms of the city as an organization, our work towards the 10-year plan to end homelessness. And I think, you know, there were some good learnings that came out of that for our organization. Just wondering if Homeward Trust has that same audit process or just sort of any reviews that your organization has done?
Well, all of our funding, through all of the funds that we receive through any order of government, we report on some of them with the federal government monthly, and there's auditability to all of that. But the outcomes specifically are tied to different orders of government and priorities and reporting on outcomes specific to targets. So we use all of our data and our financial reporting to provide reports to government as well as our general audit as a nonprofit organization.
Okay, and so does that include then the 10-year plan to end homelessness?
The 10-year plan to end homelessness in terms of like managing to outcomes and reporting on outcomes, we've typically, prior to the pandemic, every November produced a specific outcomes report. A lot of those targets became very different targets within the context of COVID, of course. So we will be we'll routinize that work again and report to the community annually on all of our outcomes, and certainly still, you know, have more to report on with COVID because it was a very, very different environment for us.
Thank you. Any further questions of our speakers? Let me find a way for you, just a moment. So, Mr. Cormack, is there any additional comments you would care to offer? Use your microphone, sir.
Boy, I tell you, I would like to be back here several more times, to be honest, to get what we need to get.
Well, summer's coming, sir, so you got about
betcha.
4.5 minutes
I'd
left.
lastly like to do this comment. Pope Francis and the delegation deserve, together with Canada, the Nobel Peace Prize. May the Great Spirit bless all people till the end of time. I leave that in your hands, and I'm looking forward to this July to be the most fun in the city that I'll ever have with Pope Francis. And the Aboriginal reconciliation, I have new letters ready to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Any other questions for any of our speakers? Thank you all very much for your submissions and for your patience in having this conversation. We really appreciate it. We will now turn to questions of administration. You may care to hang around for that because I'm pretty sure there'll be some further work coming. And now you know what it looks like from this side, so don't tell our secrets. Okay, so to my colleagues, first of all, just to sort of set the table here, notwithstanding advice from administration in their presentation, I understand that there is a number of motions coming. So I'll go to Councillor Tang first. In the interest of agenda management, if you have a motion as your turn comes up, make it. We'll have questions on then the motion that comes to the floor and to administration. If you didn't get a chance, if you're not the first one to make a motion, then everything else will be subsequent to that. And there'll be a series of subsequent motions. And I would just offer to administration that if you feel a motion is not necessary, please state that plainly. Some advice to my council colleagues, if I may. I don't want to sound too parental, but every motion is a report. Every report is work. There is a ton of work to be done here. So if we send administration off to go write reports, they're not actually going to be doing the work. So let's be very careful about how many reports we ask for and how much summertime we consume writing reports and not working. Okay, Councillor Tan, you're first up.
Yeah, great job on the very comprehensive presentation and the reports. There's so many, and I have questions on every single one of the reports. But I think I'll start by putting the motion for the Walker Fire Station on the table, just to maybe start my questions there. So I'll just read it in, but I think you all have the wording as is it was in the presentation. That Community and Public Services Committee recommend to City Council that the approval of the revised scope of the Walker Fire Station project from a standalone fire station to an integrated fire station and supportive housing project as outlined in the June 27, 2022 Community Services Report CS01295 be approved.
Thank you. Just pause for a moment, please, Councillor Tang. Can we put that up on the board, on the screen? So that'll be the motion on the floor, and as we move forward then, we'll go through questions to the mover and questions of administration. I'll come back to you, Councillor Tang, to introduce it here in a moment, just as soon as it comes up.
Okay.
Just a bit of a...
But I can still ask questions.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. Okay, the motion's on the floor, and your time starts now. Go ahead, thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Yeah, I was actually, I thought I had to vote on this. I was actually quite excited to see this report. I'm very interested in this approach of co-locating housing support with civic services. I guess, you know, I think if I understand that is this the first of the kind in the city?
Yes, yes, it would be the first time we've collaborated by putting housing and fire services together.
And I think you had mentioned that other cities in North America, but not necessarily. Is it in Canada? Are there other examples in Canada?
Yes, actually, there is an example in Calgary, in the city of Calgary. They have one downtown, and I think there's two actually existing, and we just heard that they're on their way to approving a third.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I really want to see this project, you know, certainly succeed with lots of buy-in. I guess one of the things that I'm hearing quite a bit from the community, which I think is really necessary to ensure that, you know, this goes well and then we can continue to scale this approach, is making sure that communities are looped in. I guess one of the questions I had was, you know, there was extensive conversation about the fire station itself, and, you know, Wilde recognized the need for it, but when the scope of changed, this information wasn't necessarily communicated to local resident groups. I'm just wondering why.
Typically, Councillor Tang, when we're communicating changes to residents, we usually do so when it's appropriate for them to be engaged. And so because we're still early in the planning and the scope change hadn't been approved, there's still several steps that would need to take place and council decisions that would need to be made before before it would be a decision would be made on whether or not supportive housing will be going in the community. So it is a little bit early in our process to begin engagement, but once the scope change comes, if it's approved, then certainly that would be part of the planning activities in determining the feasibility and the business case overall for preparing the budget to go forward would be community engagement.
Yeah, and I think for some people, they just worry that by the time they get to even provide feedback on this, the decision will already be made and there's no more room for any kind of influence. And I think just creating that opportunity to answer questions as much as possible will be appreciated. And I'm very much willing as the ward counselor to host any of those conversations with administration to answer questions, just to, I think, alleviate whatever concerns or even fear that people might have. I think will be incredibly important to set this project up for success. Would you be open to that?
Oh, absolutely, Councillor Tang. We'd be really happy to work with you on that, and can, pending the outcome of today's decision or discussion, yeah, we can do that without delay.
And I was wondering, when you were learning about, what some of, whether it's Calgary or other cities, did you learn anything about the relationship between, uniformed frontline responders and the residents who move into the supportive housing? Any insights in terms of that relationship building aspect?
I think we're still early in the process to be able to speak to how that might work in Edmonton. I mean, we saw that certainly a lot of thought and consideration went into ensuring that there was no conflicts between the uses. So, making sure that parking arrangements are clear, making sure noise rules are clear, and those types of things. But this would actually be the first. I don't believe that any of the cases that we looked at actually had supportive housing, which it was more affordable housing. And so I think we would be looking at, working with our providers who are experts with the populations that they serve, we'd be looking at going beyond, I think, what would normally be expected to figure out ways that would make sense to ensure that there's harmony and, mutual benefit from the co-location.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
First of all, thank you so much, everyone in the administration, for your hard work. I'll start with the shelter standards. I heard that in the report, you state that 100% of the shelter operators are open 24 hours and 7 days. That's not what we hear from the community. So I just need to understand where the gap is in the information.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Sohi. So I'll just start by clarifying the methodology that we used for assessing the compliance. So we administered a questionnaire that was sent to shelter providers in Edmonton with up to them to decide to participate essentially voluntarily. And so they completed the self-assessment. So the information that's in the report is based on their self-assessment. I can say that I think most shelters have a portion of beds that would be open 24/7, but it may not be all beds that are open 24/7.
I think that is very critical distinction to make, because when I walk by Hope Mission, middle of the day, there are hundreds of people hanging out on the street. They have no place to go. That's what we heard from community as well. So I think we need more information on that. The other is that I also heard that majority of the operators comply with minimum shelter standards, right?
No provider is fully compliant with the minimum emergency shelter providers.
None of them comply?
None of them, no.
Okay, good. Okay, so that's another thing that we need to absolutely work on. And I'm looking forward to the report from the Mr. Luan's task force that Andre is sitting on. On the Walker station. Can we get more information from Calgary? Because when I look at the cost per unit, I can't support it, that cost. It's just huge cost. So I'll support the motion because we need more information. Maybe we need to get private sector involved in that further exploration, because $500,000 per unit cost is pretty high, right? So I think we need more information on that. I look forward to that. On the issue around the supportive housing units that will be coming on board, I know Susan is here as well. That there might be some unfunding of some of the existing programs that are funded by Homeward Trust in order to fund the additional units that will come on board. Have we analyzed the impact of that on the existing services?
I think it's fair to say that that's work that's underway currently. So none of the decisions have been made to finalize that yet, but that's certainly work that Homer Trust is undertaking at the moment.
Okay. And Ms. Flamen, the two areas where we have identified inequities for funding compared to Edmonton and Calgary, one of them is permanently supported shelters. We get about 1/3 of the support what Calgary gets. Any movement internally? I know we had a very good meeting with the ministers, but is there any administration to administration movement on that, closing that inequity?
Yes, and we've been in conversations with my counterpart in Calgary to gain an understanding of the numbers, because having agreement that what we're all looking at is the same and that we are defining things the same, so that is currently underway. And I'm also in conversation with my counterparts with the province. There's interest in really getting into the understanding of the legacy that has brought us here. So yes.
Okay, that's good to know. The other area where inequity exists is that Homeward Trust or Calgary's equivalent of Homeward Trust receives 50% more funding to end houselessness initiatives in Calgary compared to Homeward Trust. Is the conversation going on that area as well, or do we need more refined data and evidence on that?
More research and analysis is underway to really assess the differences in the funding for both of those bodies. But you are correct, it is unequal at this point.
My understanding that we are receiving the lowest per capita funding to end houselessness initiatives in Edmonton compared to any other city in Alberta. That's my understanding. I'm seeing some heads being nodded. Yeah, no, it's good. So I think we need to confirm that data. Thank you so much.
For sure, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. Along the same line, sort of as the shelter standards, I was surprised to hear that none of them are meeting it. And I'm just wondering, is there anything that we're doing to help them get there?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Wright. So primarily our efforts are education. So when there's lower opportunity or lower cost items that are in the standards that may not be complied with, we're working with the shelter operators, just to explain to them what the rationale for why it's included, and then to see if there's any tools that we can do or provide to support them in adopting those sort of lower hanging fruit. But generally speaking, the largest obstacle is funding and the cost associated with some of the standards. And so I would say that the main thing that's happening in that regard is obviously, administration and I believe also through the mayor have been raising the need for more adequate shelter funding through the Coordinated Community Response to Homelessness Task Force. That's been discussed there. And so we're essentially waiting that report to see if there will be any uptake on that. But every time we're working with administration at the province, we're encouraging the adoption of those standards. And also when the City of Edmonton is directly funding any of these crisis response or shelter interventions, we also ensure that minimum standards are adhered to, so we can provide an example of how that's possible. So those are sorts of a few different approaches that we're taking to encourage their uptake.
And historically, what's been the practice for that funding? Has it been the city that would usually provide that operational funding? Or is it the province or the federal? Or
it's the province. So emergency shelters fall under the mandate of the province, and traditionally it's been the province that's exclusively funded their operating costs in Alberta.
Okay. Now, and Mayor Sohi talked about we're underfunded to Calgary. I'm just wondering, is there any, like in the past 5 or 10 years, to indicate how much this funding has reduced?
There was a report about a year ago that provided public information about the shelter administration disparity between Edmonton and Calgary, and I believe that report said that Edmonton receives approximately $10 million per year for emergency shelters, and Calgary receives approximately $30 million a year for emergency shelters. So that would be the last sort of public touch point of information that we received.
But that there's nothing to show like what the funding was 5 years ago or 10 years ago.
No, we monitor, so the public documents show the total amount available for the entire province as a whole with regard to shelter and homelessness supports. So it's not broken out by city. So when we are able to provide that information, it's because we've made a specific request to the government of Alberta for that information. And so
And what does it show for the entire province then?
the budgets for shelter has more or less stayed the same.
Oh, it has? Even through the pandemic, okay.
It was increased temporarily through the pandemic, though, to fund a number of temporary emergency shelters, including several which were funded in Edmonton.
Okay, thank you. I just looking at my notes here. Oh, I was just wondering about the data that CMHC uses, the census data. That's not based on like the federal census, is it? Is it their own data that they're gathering?
It's the federal census, Councillor Wright.
Sorry?
Yes, it's the federal census data.
And so when was the last census done then?
2016, and the results for the 2021 census, some of the initial results are out, but the housing specific data is coming out this fall.
So that information is quite dated then. It doesn't really show the current state?
There is also more recent data from CMHC, which we've leveraged in the assessment, but the way that our tool is designed is basically it's designed with receiving that 2021 data. So as soon as we receive the data, we're going to be updating our needs assessment. So it's essentially a live document, and it will incorporate that data that we receive. But no, we haven't received the full set of housing data from that census yet. It's still to be released.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay. But yeah, it'd be nice to know actually where we do stand and how CMHC is making their decisions.
Council Wright, I will mention though, that's why the methodology is so robust and includes stakeholder interviews with 47 organizations, as well as a number of other CMHC data sets, which have been collected and provided since the pandemic on. So we're not solely reliant on the census data. That's just one part of information that we're using for the assessment.
Okay, that's good to hear. Thank you very much. My time is up.
Thank you. My turn next then. So I'm sorry if I missed this, sort of directing traffic here. About co-ops, that involves a land lease, as I understand it, right? From the city to a co-op operator. Do I have that right?
The speaker requested that form of support, but I mean the form that we would provide of support we would provide to co-ops, it could take multiple forms, and they are eligible for our affordable housing investment grants currently. But I believe the presentation the speaker was requesting more support through the provision of more land specifically for co-op housing.
But that hasn't been a point of emphasis for us necessarily, or is that?
No, we're happy to work with co-ops, and in the last 4 years, we've extended 3 co-op leases on a long-term nonprofit basis. So
it doesn't sound like a lot, though, so just correct me if I'm wrong.
I think there's only 7 on city-owned land currently.
Oh, okay. So that would be half, which
yes.
is yeah, okay, all right. The cost estimate for the supportive housing next to the fire hall, the name of which has gone out of my head. Did we develop that cost estimate?
Yeah, I'm going to ask Ms. Ladisar to speak to that.
Oh, okay.
Good afternoon, Council. Yeah, so we did develop the cost based on our understanding of previous fire stations and supportive housing experience. But as you can imagine, it is very early in the process and at a very high level. And so we are going to be exploring all the possibilities during the planning and design to provide a more accurate cost.
So I was involved in a 84-unit project about 3 years ago, the cost of which was about a third of this, the capital cost, not including land. So this just seems like really, it sounds like a lot of money. And typically at this point in the process, this would be minus 50 plus 100%. Is that the same level of estimate?
That's correct. And what we are presenting is really the early indications from what we're seeing and taking into account the variability and the contingencies at this point in time.
Okay, well, I'll be really interested to see what comes back should this motion pass because, well, I guess as you may have come to understand, I think it should be a lot less than this. I'm supportive of doing it, but that's a lot of money. Yeah. What was my next question? gone out of my head. I'll move along. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. So just three main questions. So just the first one, a quick one. Do we have an idea of when the provincial government's coordinated community response to homelessness task force is supposed to release their recommendations?
We don't have a firm date, but we're expecting it shortly, sometime this summer. How's that for really specific?
Sure, that's helpful. Thank you. Okay, and then one question on the motion. This might seem very basic, but and I should preface it by saying I think it's really fantastic that we're looking at co-location. I think there's some really good efficiencies that could be gained there. I also had questions around cost, but the basic question is noise mitigation. And I'm wondering, in the report it did mention that other jurisdictions have done similar co-location models. How will that be mitigated? Is that just through, the actual design of the building? That's just something that I'm thinking about to ensure high quality of life for the folks who are going to be living there.
Councillor Salvador, I think it would be both and, but I think we have Mr. Singleton on the line who may also have some more specific suggestions about that.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to answer that. First of all, I would say it's not that different than a lot of our current fire stations that are in residential communities have residents, multi-family residences or single-family dwellings right across the street or right beside. And so, I think we would work with IIS to design as best we can to limit that, the sound, the sound for the residents. But I think a big part of it is fire rescue does try to be good neighbors wherever we are. And so we do have to follow the Highway Traffic Act and do that. But there are ways to mitigate the impact on, of the noise of sirens, basically, wherever we are. So I think we would continue to do what we do now, which I think would help the residents that would be living in that situation.
Right, okay. And just looking at some of the other jurisdictions that have done co-location, has there been a specific example where it's fire and supportive housing in particular?
I don't know for sure. I'd have to maybe pass that off. I know there's one in Vancouver and then a couple in Calgary, but I don't know the actual designation of the residences.
Mr. Carrig, do you have more information on that?
Yes, in Calgary, it is an affordable housing provider that operates directly above the fire station. Vancouver also has the same. Victoria is currently under design to create a model that's similar to the one in Calgary and Vancouver and what we're proposing. As to some of the design pieces that we have talked to them about, some of it's additional panes of glass on windows. So in Victoria, it was 2 panes as opposed to here where we would make sure it was 3. As well as just a similar kind of design principles to a mixed-use building where you might see actually a bar on the main floor and then have residential above, and so that they do special cement or different kind of load-bearing and soundproofing on that main floor to the second floor, and that's been very beneficial. They've actually said in Calgary that they have tenants that are seeking out to live in that location directly above the fire hall, and that it has been quite successful, and so that's why they're emulating doing it again.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for that answer. I'm just going to switch gears really quickly with my last minute and loop back to the question that I had asked Nick Lilly from Home Ed around opportunities for sort of streamlining our permitting process, potentially even pre-zoning. And I brought up the example of Victoria, where affordable housing projects are basically allowed to seek out the maximum allowable density that would be outlined by their official plan, which I believe would be equivalent to either city plan or district planning for us, without having to go through the rezoning process and without having to come to council. Has that ever been contemplated?
Councillor Salvador, Ms. McCabe here. We have looked into that, and the legislation in Alberta doesn't allow for that at this point, but that is perhaps something as we, for advocacy to the provincial government in terms of MGA changes, something for us to contemplate.
Okay, great. Yeah, that'd be really interesting. I mean, we're talking about sort of a provision of a basic, human right here. So thank you for that.
Great, thank you. Councillor Rutherford tells me she's just to speak, I think. So, Councillor Stevenson.
Well, thank you. And thank you so much to the team for the excellent work on all of these reports. Just to be really mindful of time, so just to speak to the Walker site, it's incredibly, incredibly exciting. I actually got weepy reading the report. I thought it was beautifully written and really highlights the value proposition that this offers. So as others have noted, just, flagging the high capital costs of what's been put forward. And I even thought that it would be cheaper since, the foundation of the fire hall would be built. So just curious to learn more about that. But just wondering if there's been consideration of the potential for an operating partner to bring capital to the table to reduce the city's capital portion of that. Or to be a fully, is the intent that the city would pay the full capital amount?
No, we will definitely be trying to seek out other funding sources for this. I'm not sure that we'll find them, but absolutely, this is something that we plan to engage CMHC on.
Well, and even just in terms of financing, right? Operators being able to bring in a mortgage, for example.
I think we would have to work with our colleagues in finance to make sure that whatever creative solution we came with would work for within the constraints of us as owning the building as a municipality. But for sure, we would be looking to see if we can access other sources of funding to support it.
Okay, great. I think maybe now just jumping to so fully support. I think that's an incredibly exciting initiative. So I can't vote, but I fully encourage my colleagues to support the motion. Jumping back, okay, maybe I will just be a bit more organized. So jumping now to 613, again, really appreciated the report that was done. I have to say, I just want to, we are talking about 613, right? It was cross-referenced?
Yes.
Okay. Really want to commend the team for that report. I was very skeptical of a grant approach, but I think that they've come up with some really elegant solutions for minimizing those barriers. So really want to applaud that. Just wanted to get some clarifications on the implications for non-residential area not being included. I'm just wondering what that would mean for communal gathering spaces for permanent supportive housing, so dining areas, programming space. My suggestion would be that including an entire building and the functions that support the residential uses of that building would be an important approach to remove barriers, but just wondering if the team could check in on that.
I can speak to that.
Thanks, Mr. Sasma.
Yeah, happy to speak to that a little bit, Councillor Stevenson. So what I'd probably say there is we probably want to look at those properties specifically. There are already quite a few supportive housing facilities that would have those kinds of 24/7 supports built in that would be exempt as it is. So, within the smaller subset of properties that we think might be currently taxable, those might not apply. But within the current program, ultimately the way it's been designed is going to be based off of providing housing, and there's some kind of legal agreement in place. So depending on what that legal agreement says, we'd be able to provide it.
Okay, and again, just sort of clarifying that it wouldn't have to only be the square footage of the bedrooms, but it could also include the programming spaces that supports the residential use of the building.
Yeah, it's entirely based off the way that agreement is arranged.
Perfect. Okay, thank you so much. And, well, maybe I'll just actually, I really support bringing a motion forward for an unfunded service package, but also just want to touch on some of the properties that have been caught in the gap as we transition from, the city's previous practice of providing tax exemptions, moving to this new grant approach. There are a number of properties that have kind of been caught in the middle. So they, were built, created operating pro formas that were even reviewed by the city as part of the grant application process, capital grant application process, that did not account for property taxes. They've now been hit by those property taxes. They will probably be eligible for the granting stream, but in the midterm, there's sort of a 2-year where they're facing really significant tax bills. So just wanted to confirm, I believe my colleague will be moving a motion to address that gap. Does that make sense to you in terms of just providing that stopgap between the two different approaches that the city's taken?
Are you asking for administration's perspective?
Yes, please.
So, yeah, I mean, ultimately it's council's will how they wish to proceed with that. I'm familiar with that particular motion, and it's including a list of property owners who have either approached you as council or us as administration asking for that stopgap. And so we're happy to bring a report forward that speaks to those. And at the point of when that report returns, assuming the motion is made, council can make a decision at that time.
Great, thanks so much.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to Councillor Rutherford.
Hi, thank you so much. I just had a question about the shelter standard, actually, because I found it really interesting that in the actual standard report itself, it talks about the need to create a housing plan, but then later on it talks about respecting client choice to access services. But in order for them to access the shelters, they have to work to create a housing plan. Can administration speak about that a bit? Because I did find that a bit contradictory and potentially a barrier to use of shelter.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Are you referring to the operational standards that we have in the attachment?
Yes, I'm referring to attachment. I'm sorry, I'm just looking on my iPad here. Just give me a second. So it's under 6.1, attachment 1.
I do want to make it clear, though, that our standards don't require that people be working towards housing to access shelter. For what it's worth, Councillor Stevenson, I think the reference in there is to how a shelter can become more housing focused. And what we've seen from examples and best practices in other jurisdictions is that often people who are working towards housing within a shelter environment are able to access additional privileges that may not be available to everyone. And part of that is because due to the needs that they have as being engaged in a housing process. So if they, for example, I think the Calgary Drop-In Center has a few floors that are reserved for people who are working towards housing. So it's not meant to be a barrier.
Okay, because when I read the report, this is on page 11, expectation of shelter guests, point 3. These expectations should include required participation in housing programs and a commitment from guests to work towards a housing plan. It's in the is this not our shelter standards? 6.1 attachment 1.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. Councillor Stevenson, I think that we got this from
Councillor Rutherford.
Sorry, Councillor Rutherford. Thank you. No, you're right. It is there, and I think that is an expectation in housing-focused shelters that we've engaged with. It doesn't mean that someone would necessarily be barred from accessing shelter if they, didn't extend their engagement, but certainly when we're talking about housing focus, there is like a delicate balance that needs to be maintained between strongly encouraging people to resolve homelessness, but then also making sure that people's safety and basic needs are met. I don't think any shelter operator that's housing focused would be looking at denying people shelter on that basis, but if that's not clear, we can certainly work to clarify that.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely, it says required. So to me, that is not, and this is when then if we're encouraging shelters to adopt these standards, because quite frankly, when I read the risk report, we really have this lofty best practices, but no levers in which to actually in any way compel providers to do that. And in fact, most of them that have any cost associated, there's a reluctance to do them from what I read between the subtext. But I do think that is a huge contradiction to what is a best practice of that client-centered, respecting client choice to access services. So I would, that one did really flag for me, and I wanted to get clarity on that, because I know sometimes when we're approving these big packages, these little words don't mean anything. And maybe, I guess my question is, what really does this standard affect? Because is it just nice words in a document that has no pull, or what are we trying to do with this document?
So I guess just quickly, I'll say the document is meant to be a living document, Councillor Rutherford, so we can definitely take that feedback and look at how we can make the intent more clear, because I think the impact and intent are not aligned there. But then with respect to your question, the goal of the shelter standards is to be sort of a long-term aspirational goal around how people's needs would be met in a way that encourages the resolution of their homelessness and on the path to ending homelessness. And so you're right to acknowledge that the city has minimal levers for implementing the standards. We don't fund the shelters, and even through our own regulatory framework, there's a lot of limitations about what we could actually compel. But at the time when City Council approved it, they did so in knowledge of those limitations, but felt that there was a need to advocate for a better standard of service in our existing emergency shelter facilities to ensure that we could reduce the number of people sleeping outside and the number of unsheltered Edmontonians.
Okay, I appreciate those answers. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Councillor Carmel. Really appreciate all the work that went into this report here. I have a number of questions here. The report talks about the 453 units and the $11 million required to fund the operations. I just want to confirm, I think it's clear, but I want to make sure I ask it out loud. How much new money has been committed to the 453 units by the provincial government to operate those?
It's our understanding that no new money has been committed to this point to operate
$0.
those.
Okay, thank you. Have they stated any reasons as to why they haven't committed any additional funding as of yet?
No, I mean, outside of general concerns around budgetary constraints, I would say would be the main rationale that's been provided insofar as any has been provided.
Perfect. That does lead into the other question here, which is that we had done a very detailed analysis of the residents in Ambrose Place, studying the 2 years before and 2 years after they moved in, and we measured a number of impacts, including financial, and based on that analysis, it showed a pretty substantial cost savings for the provincial government on healthcare. I guess the question I have is, do we have any reason to believe that the provincial government wouldn't experience similar savings for the residents of these additional, what would be a total of 644 units?
No, we have no reason to believe that it wouldn't be similar. I think the evidence that, the Chez Soi study, which is the gold standard sort of research around supportive housing, has clearly indicated that it delivers savings to health systems.
Perfect. And that's a year over year, that's an immediate savings that they had. The difference was if you're paying capital costs, there's a payback period, if you will. I mean, I hate to not focus on the lives that are being saved, but if we are looking just at the financials, if when you remove the capital construction costs, which we have done through these 644 units, the province would be expected to start saving money on year one on the healthcare side. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think absolutely. When you take somebody who's experiencing homelessness and potentially unsheltered or sleeping outside and move them into a stabilized sort of housing environment, generally speaking, you would start to realize costs associated with their savings associated with their accessing medical care, because typically people experiencing homelessness are relying on emergency rooms or sort of other higher cost interventions, but supportive housing builds in primary care and more preventative health care. So it may not be immediate savings, but on the balance, once somebody is stabilized and living in a supported environment, they're less likely to use emergency rooms, which is the most expensive form of healthcare, as we know.
Absolutely, thank you. So the way I understand the report, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the other 189 units, because we referenced the 453, which would cost $11 million in operational, the other 189 will have some, is it fair to call it temporary operational funding from the federal government? Is that the way to interpret it?
So the 453 speak to the ones that have come in under the Rapid Housing Initiative. And I'm looking at Mr. Carey here, so correct me if I'm wrong. The other 189 would have access to operational funding independent of Homeward Trust. So they might already have had operational funding in place, like, for example, the Belvedere supportive housing building that we funded, or Homes for Heroes is another example. I think that falls under there, is it? Right, yeah, okay. That they also, so they were able to secure the operating funds needed independently.
Okay, and do we know through those independent ones, was it provincial and federal, provincial or federal, or other outside organizations beyond that?
We don't know the full breakdown, but we also do know that the independent organizations do also have their own fundraising that helps support. So it's most likely a combination of that. And there's also tenant supports that are offered and help supported by Homeward Trust that would be potentially applicable in those properties too.
Great, that's helpful. I think the last question I have, and I think you started touching on it in your presentation, but essentially looking at these 453 units, they're ready to be opened very soon here. Currently no operational funding. What happens if the province doesn't provide it? I mean, there's an opportunity to redirect funding from other housing, which would just essentially kick people out of one housing to go into another. What are the options available to these providers if that provincial funding doesn't come to be?
For the first round of RHI, the backup plan that was in place is that Homeward Trust is committed to ensuring that those units can open as supportive housing, and so they'll be looking across all the programs that they fund to see where they can find efficiencies or look to stop funding things that are maybe not as high of a priority at the moment. So they'd be reallocating within their existing portfolio. As I mentioned in the presentation, though, that's obviously a little bit, it could be challenging just given the increase in homelessness that we've seen in the last couple of years, which was not necessarily known at the time of this arrangement. And then the second strategy on the hotel conversions, which make up the rest of that, 453. Each of those can be self-sufficient on their own if they're operated solely as affordable housing, and so they would essentially operate as very modest supportive housing with less on-site health supports and social supports, and they would be able to access some pool of funding from Homeward Trust as well for rent subs and that sort of thing, but they would be running a much leaner operation and they would not be able to necessarily serve the people with the most complex needs.
Thank you, I'm out of time.
Thank you. Beginning the second round then, Councillor Tang.
Thank you very much. Just, I guess, quickly on a couple final questions on the Walker, and then I want to shift gears to some other areas. For that pricing that Mr. Mayor quoted, how does that compare to the cost per unit for the modular permanent supportive housing units?
Apologies, Councillor Tang. I don't have that information on hand. It's something that we could follow up with you on.
Sure, that would be great.
Ms. Lattice, I think Mr. Carrick has a bit of info.
Okay.
For the modular builds, we had each independent building was a bit different, but we've seen anywhere from about 300,000 to 350,000 per unit. However, when you take it out and you look at it solely as removing the amenity space, it does come down. I will point out, though, that over the last year, Stats Canada tracks a residential construction cost, and it has gone up 27% over the last year. So through our AHIP grant program, we've seen our average of per unit cost come from about 270-ish to just below 400,000 right now. And so we are seeing very high costs for new affordable housing units.
And part of that's just cost of materials has gone up around the world, hey?
Yeah, I think the residential construction prices are up 53 points since 2018. It was the stat that I was looking at this morning. So we are seeing a lot of inflationary pressures. The other thing just to note on the per door cost, which I know some folks will appreciate, but maybe not all, is when we're talking about supportive housing, that also builds in all that common space that wouldn't be necessarily comparable on a normal residential building because it wouldn't have program space or not sort of non-leasable space.
I want to, I think it was Ms. Soroka who mentioned sort of that there's a lack of sort of voice of people with lived and living experiences. I've noted that too in a number of reports where, the engagement is really predominantly focused on service providers. And I'm curious if, is it because within housing needs assessment, phase 3, that work with folks with lived and living experience will address a lot of those questions that come up with these other reports? Or do you see it that those folks, the service providers coming forward, and many of them are sharing, the stories that they're hearing from the front line?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Tang. Yes, we are looking for, there's 3 different streams of work underway this summer to engage folks with lived experience. And part of that is for the needs assessment, where we've hired 2 different contractors to do that work
Yes.
using different methodologies.
Yeah,
We're also
that
conscious
was all
of
presented.
we're also conscious of not over-engaging folks with lived experience as well in these processes.
Yeah, no, fair enough. And final 5 seconds. In Calgary, how many shelters providers do they have? Can you remind me?
We don't have that info. I don't have the info available in front of me, but we can get that for you, Councillor Tang, no problem.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a few questions on the, do you need direction on the, for the next phase of the housing and investment? The 3 scenarios that you have given, from low investment to medium to high investment, does that require a motion, or are you going to come back with?
No, there's nothing is required on that. That'll be part of the budget 23-26 discussions.
That's all you need to know. We'll discuss that at that time. On the updating the homelessness plan, how deep the engagement is going to be with Indigenous communities, because 62% of the people who experience houselessness in Edmonton are from Indigenous communities.
Do you mean our corporate plan or the community plan?
The community plan or corporate, whatever, the one that we're updating from the last one that was done in 2017.
Yeah, I think that the 2017 plan had extensive engagement with Indigenous communities, and this time we would do the same thing. It would be prioritized for sure.
And that would also include engagement LGBTQ community, because that's the second highest impacted group, I understand.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously Homer Trust.
Youth.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, absolutely. And there's been a ton of work done around LGBTQ2S youth and youth homelessness in general in the sector, but especially in Edmonton as well. I think though, obviously Homer Trust would be leading the development of the new community plan, but we'll do so in partnership with them. And so we can, certainly ensure that those components are captured, but I'm sure that they already would be planned into the design.
And the third one is the, our houseless population doubled over the last 2 years, but we don't have a good understanding why that happened, right? Would that updating of that plan include some analysis? What are the reasons? What are some of the top maybe 5 reasons? People point to correctional facilities. People point to people being released from, hospitals. And I also heard that during COVID, federal government closed many of the services in northern communities because of safety issues. Then people needed services come to Edmonton for service. I just getting understanding so we can build that into our advocacy, because that question did come from the province around, okay, what are the reasons that houseless population has doubled?
Yeah, yes, Mayor Sohi, we definitely heard that from service providers throughout the pandemic, that the closure of income support offices to in-person visits was a significant barrier for people who may not, be able to use the remote tools to access services and supports. I think that there's probably a wide range of reasons why the pandemic created sort of the perfect storm that would increase homelessness, but for sure we can look at, how did Edmonton compare in the context of other Canadian municipalities, and what might be behind any trends. I think that is something that we would look at.
Yeah, good. All right. Thank you for that. And thank you for all the hard work each and every one of you have been doing. Yeah.
Thank you. So that more or less brings us to the end of our day. So we'll pick up here tomorrow. To our guests, you're welcome to come back to this room. That's where we'll be, 9:30 tomorrow morning. Or you can watch online, either through the YouTube channel, or I suppose, because we're still on this item, you might find your way into the Google chat. But contact the clerk's office if you're so inclined that way. We will conclude this discussion on this motion. There are several other motions on this set of reports to be debated. And then just for the benefit of anybody listening, after this bunch of reports, we will go to snow and ice, then to the vehicle for hire bylaw amendment. I'm guessing that'll probably be in the afternoon. The transit safety plan, and then the private item. So we still have several reports after this for tomorrow. Thank you. See you 9:30 tomorrow morning.